You can send me a link, sure. So that's...
I love the hygiene explanation because Auda is basically the final boss for hygiene.
Auda would not want to eat me. He'd want to wash his hands immediately after shave. I'll be honest with you. I just don't have amazing hygiene. I just don't take it seriously. I just think it's stupid. That's it.
That admission is like insane.
Auda, it's your final boss.
Like props, honestly.
Well, I mean,
kudos to you.
I don't know. I am who I am. I mean, I'm getting better. After getting that horrible UTI, I took it more seriously. But I was in a fraternity. I just did horrible things all the time, and I just find it funny. I don't know, whatever.
Crazy.
Frat bros never beating the allegations.
Gay frat bro, right?
I never understood frat bros. Why? Never mind.
I can explain. So I recommend. I have 26 Lambos and 45 girlfriends and no gay boyfriends. So listen to me. When I went into college,
just straight boyfriends, right? Just straight boyfriends.
Yeah, only just you. And so when I got into college, I didn't have any friends in my second year, which is the first year. The first quarter or whatever, I was like, oh shit, I didn't rush a house. I don't have any friends. So then I joined a fraternity, and then I had friends, which was amazing. And then after that, the thing that was actually most powerful and most educational about the fraternity, it was my first interaction with a human organization. And so you got to see like factions and people stab each other in the back and like fights over who was paying beer money and competition over girls and all these different things. It was really educational because it ended up being like a microcosm of how real life works, kind of like how people say everything is just high school all over again or whatever. And it didn't matter for me because I ended up becoming an entrepreneur, but like you do get good connections out of it and get a job. So if you are a college kid or whatever, Elliot, join a fucking fraternity.
Yeah.
You don't really have them in Canada. There's no frats really. There's a couple, but no big ones.
Hey.
That's so Canadian. Oh my god.
It doesn't have to be Canada. It can be anywhere.
That's not true. McGill has fraternities. I've seen them.
You understand that I live in like the shittest city in all of Canada, right?
No, I don't know where you live.
I'm in Edmonton. It's a shithole.
I don't know. I'm sure. Join a fraternity. I'm sure there are fraternities at university.
I mean, to be honest, I don't know if I want to be...
Hold on, at least it's not Birmingham.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll be going to the U.S. here pretty soon, so I'll get to figure that out on my own, I guess. But yeah. Whether I get a... Watch out for roofies. Yeah, right. I was roofied accidentally once, and that was quite an adventure. Oh. Well, did you do it to yourself? No, I don't do shit like that. That's, like, third shit. But, like, I drank something, and apparently someone had been trying to do some kind of abuse to some girl, and I drank in her drink and got in the drug. So I saved someone, at least. But I woke up, like, with no memory. I woke up taking a shower, standing up, and I was like, how did I get here? And I had absolutely no memory of how I got there.
That happened to my friend.
That's scary, dude. Well, the funny thing was, like being teleported or shower. I was like, okay, I've just regained consciousness taking a shower, either in my sleep or dazed out of my mind. I hope, like, drugged me remembered a towel. I looked out. No, I had not remembered a towel in the dorm bathroom. So I had to, like, run to my dorm without anyone catching me.
One of my buddies.
Did you ever wake up showering with your clothes on or anything like that? No. I apparently while drugged by whoever this evil person was, gone to the shower after the party, like 3 hours later, and God knows what I did in that time. There's a lot of funny stories about, like, apparently I was, like, wandering on a bridge and talking to random women and trying to, like, do all kinds of stuff. And I just had no memory of any of it. Wild.
Scary. The way it happened to my friend.
It's scary. You still have both your kidneys? I do.
Are you sure?
Well, I wasn't the only one who I wasn't the only one who drank that drink because I was passing around to my friends because it was a really good drink.
Oh my god.
And so my other friend, who's like this, like imagine like Gimli, like a 5'6", like
Oh, that's like one.
like a 5'6", like manlet with like fire ginger hair. He had gone there with his girlfriend. He woke up in someone else's bedroom with two girls. I was like, this is gonna
my
be.
God.
That relationship did not last.
That really
It
freaks
was like
me
kind of
out.
fucked up.
Like, I don't mind getting like poop on my hands, but like getting roofied seems horrible.
Yeah, it's like it's called a rape drug for a reason. It's terrible. I think there was like a police investigation over it. We all had to give like reports about like who had last touched that drink, but it was really fucked up. It's a funny story, but it's fucked up.
Yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you. My bros went to a bar in Boston, and they decided that they could save money by, instead of ordering new drinks, they could just like take random drinks off like the half drunk, and one of them ended up drinking a drink with a roofie, and he just ended up blacking out, but caused by roofie instead of overconsumption of alcohol. It just seems horrible.
Well, the worst thing is that because it disables your judgment, you can like drink yourself to death because you don't have the part of your brain telling you that you're drinking too much. Sorry to make that funny story into an incredibly depressing one.
No, it's really disturbing. We should go back to like radishes, bug chasing, like some lighter topics.
Well, the thing that the worst one of those kind of like disease chasing people, there's like the kind of weird mental disorder where people try to get their limbs amputated for like some kind of fetish. They like try to like justify it and then find a doctor to chop it off because they really want to be an amputee. What the fuck is that?
Isn't that just like what being trans is, honestly, though?
Oh god.
You just made it gay. How's up?
I saw a gay person talk about this. They're like, I remember when I was younger, the conservatives would tell me that if we allowed gay marriage, then people would demand to start chopping off their noses. And
Close enough.
and we were like, "You're so ridiculous. That's not gonna happen."
Ugh. There's other versions of that kind of like weird medical profiteering in other parts of the world. Like in Korea, it's mostly plastic surgery, not the trans issue. Like everybody is like has to get plastic surgery. Like
South Korea is fucked. South Korea is fucked.
They're literally going extinct.
There's no saving South Korea. It's even worse than the graphs show. It's even because like less women than men, too. So it's like, so they're literally like, oh yeah, this country is gonna have this, this issue because per woman it's having. No, that's making the assumption that men and women are equal. Well, that's not the case there.
Yeah, they're really hierarchical, aren't they? Very family structure.
We always talk about like Taiwan, like that's the most likely conflict in Asia, but sometimes I think that North-South Korea is more likely than not.
Well, yeah, like when South Korea like plummets in population, North Korea is just going to absorb it and fix their starvation problem. But like, it's not just South Korea; it's also Japan and parts of China that are just plummeting now. I think China's population has dropped by like 100 million or something.
Japan, there's a very, very small chance, at least the Japanese have like a fighting chance of potentially fixing it. The Koreans literally have zero way to fix it. It's like a guaranteed, pretty much. It's like mathematically impossible to save it at this point.
Yeah, it's tragic.
They have some options. They can repatriate the South Korean diaspora, and that doesn't just include people in the United States, but also there are like a lot of Koreans who got like moved around in the Soviet Union by Stalin. There's like a fair amount of Koreans in Northeast China. There's some Koreans in Uzbekistan and stuff like that. There's some things they can do.
Yeah, but it's still gonna be like, hey, come to this country that makes everybody miserable and want to like not get married. Like, who's gonna do that?
Fair. It is an awesome country though. Last time I was there, 10 years ago.
Oh yeah, it looks pretty. It's like the prettiest dystopia there is. I love the capital. You walk along there like National Mall, and it's all the corporations that fund the politicians.
South Korea. One of the reasons that South Korea was actually pretty successful was because they basically, after the war, they basically let like other countries. They basically invited like all these other people from like America and a bunch of other countries to come in and basically take orphans and like adopt them. So the South Korean government didn't have to spend any money on the orphans that were adopted, and they would just use that money to build the country. And then after that, after they had gone to countries like America and they had gotten educated, they were like, oh, now you can come back and, you know, do these things in South Korea.
That works that's like kind of like region specific, because some areas, the Korean diaspora maintain their like linguistic heritage. In other areas, like in Central Asia, the Koreans there are famous for just having lost the Korean language. That if they went back to Korea, they would just have no way of existing. They had to relearn the language and everything.
A lot of my friends are, not a lot of my friends, but some of my friends are adopted Koreans who were born in the 80s and then raised by white people, including one was like the valedictorian of his high school in Tennessee, and he doesn't speak Korean at all. And he talks like this because he's from Tennessee, but he's a short Korean dude.
Yesterday.
Yeah, exactly my point. Those people were basically given away to foreigners. Yeah, because they were orphans in South Korea, and South Korea didn't want to spend money to raise them.
Definitely.
But yeah, South Korean society is very has a lot of problems. There's a very hierarchical structure. You know, if you watch a lot of K-dramas, you'll see that there's a lot of like bullying going on, and there's literally nothing you can fucking do in the schools because they're like, oh, my dad is like this guy from Samsung, or do you know who my dad is?
Yeah. One of my friends was a former Moonie. Ada, I know you love the Moonies, and it fucked with his psyche. It fucked with his psyche.
Yeah, the people that don't pay any taxes in the U.S. despite owning the New Yorker.
Well, like he was convinced that like the world was gonna go into nuclear fire, like for like the entire time we were in college.
It's wild how rich the Moonies are. It's wild how rich the church is.
There's actually, I think, a huge lawsuit between the heirs of Reverend Moon because one of the heirs allegedly expropriated the sushi distribution business, which is one of the ways they make their money. So a lot of the restaurants that you get sushi from, particularly if it's Korean owned, or that sushi just comes from like Mooney run businesses.
Yeah, if you look at like the lifestyle they have, if you look at like some of the lifestyle that's leaked, like these expensive ass private jets that not even like billionaires use, right? So it's like they're living like very luxurious lifestyle. Like take a fucking like full on Boeing or Airbus and convert that into like a private jet. Well, not exactly a private jet. It's not a jet, but you get my point.
I mean, that seems to be pretty common amongst religious leaders who found churches. There seems to be a lot of that. I don't really know how that comes from.
Make a church.
I don't know what it is with like private jets and religious leaders, but you ever see that rant by that crazy like demon faced pastor guy? who's like trying to justify why he uses private jets.
You were talking about it yesterday. That guy's crazy. His name again.
Oh wow! Why does my fucking priest have? Why does my pastor have Rolls Royce? Must have been what God provided him.
The funniest part was that the Ulstein church, they were doing construction, and some construction workers found like a fake wall, and behind it they found like $2 million or something. It's like, why is there $2 million in your walls?
Yeah. What is it? And do you think that like there's a higher rate of private jet ownership amongst these rich church leaders than there is amongst entrepreneurs who make a lot of money? It's kind of interesting. Or do we just find out about it more often because it's more scandalous when they have a private jet?
Yeah, it's more scandalous. You can look up the registry for any private jet that lands and like see who owns it or what shell organization owns it for someone. It's I think once people come into money, they just want to spurg out because they don't know how to manage money.
Having a private jet seems like one of the few things that really justifies the accumulation of like a ton of money. Would like to have one of those, I think.
I'm still waiting for the first billionaire to make their own personal nuclear-powered jet, so they never have to land. They can live their entire life on a jet flying forever.
Maybe solar.
I mean, you could technically do that. Have you heard of what's it called? An ion blaster or whatever? An ion gun? I don't know what they're called, but essentially shoots electrons. And because of law of conversation of momentum, you can accelerate just by having more energy, right? So
yeah, that works in space.
The battery. Yeah, so you can use those. I mean, the acceleration is ridiculously low because electrons are like what? Each electron is like 9.11 times 10 to the negative 31 kilograms. So you're getting like almost no acceleration from it. but you could theoretically do that if you were high enough above orbit. You just stayed there and had like minimal resistance. You could do that. It would essentially be like your jet is a satellite, right? And you would just use solar panels to power this ion jet.
Well, I don't think that there's any practical way to get the amount of electron density for atmospheric flight. But if you were like in like if you were in orbit or on a private space station, which there are a few going up now, yeah, you could just reposition. Like, if you had a strong enough nuclear reactor in space, which is illegal currently, sadly, you could just live in space forever and constantly reposition your space station wherever you want.
That sounds like it would be both exciting and sad at the same time. Just think about that.
Yeah.
You, instead of right now in front of your laptop or your phone, you're up there, maybe by yourself, maybe with someone else you love, and that's it.
I'd rather be there than Edmonton, personally.
Same.
All right, guys, I'm going to sign off. It was nice talking to everyone.
Yeah, thanks for joining. I'll see ya.
I'm running low on battery for my Oculus, so I'll probably be leaving in about 10 minutes. But Auto, did you see my winter theme for Arch? You like it?
It's decent, yeah. Your winter theme for Arch? Dude, how much fucking free time do you have?
It doesn't take me long to do it. It takes like less than an hour to make an Arch theme in Hyperland.
And you could have done what else with that 45 minutes?
Well, I also, it's usually what I do when my renders are going for side projects for clients. I work independently, so
you have Vim shortcuts?
yes, I'm not much of a nerd. I still use the original Vim. Look at me.
Do you understand the core mechanisms of PyTorch DDP?
No, I'm not that much of a nerd.
You should go and learn that.
Oh, my art said
It's
that's
I
gonna
need
be
to
like
go
a
and
ritual.
Of art for one day.
This piece of shit internet.
Yeah, Mike, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, Mike, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm actually gonna have to go as well because my internet's about to die here. I got some like connection issues I'll need to sort out as well. Y'all can hang out at Discord. Otherwise, if Elfhambler isn't there already, like you can basically continue this discussion on Discord there. I will have to go and yeah, I'll see you guys again tomorrow. It's an absolutely amazing conversation space. I love to have it again. Hopefully, Molsum joins up again tomorrow. It should be interesting, and yeah, we'll see what happens next. Also, massive shout out later, of course, when the recording is available. Massive shout out to our dear friend here, TechAU, for contributing to the conversation from the Australian perspective. It's always good to have a person here actually from that place that we were talking about, because that's fucking incredible. So thank you to him as well. And thank you to everyone else who joined up. Y'all are fucking fantastic.
Good night.
All right, so see you tomorrow.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Later, alligator.
Bye.
Good night.
That's why they're called warning shots.
So what would you say to the Lebanese army accuse Israel of violating the ceasefire several times on Wednesday and Thursday?
I need to see the reports. If you care to put them in the chat, I'd love to read it.
So this is coming, I don't think you would take it from Al Jazeera, right? Would you?
I mean, I'd like to see the actual release from the Lebanese armed forces. I'm sure they must have said something. They must have had a press release or done something. Do you have that? But if we can start with
I put it in the
we can
chat.
start with Al Jazeera, but we can work our way backwards to the source. Hopefully, they have a source in the article that you mentioned.
Yep. Yeah, I put the link.
I mean,
in the
I like
chat.
primary source. For me, primary sources are key.
I hear you, but you would be okay taking stuff from the military, right? Lebanese military versus taking the stuff from.
Yeah, I mean, I'd much prefer Lebanese military than Hezbollah. Sure, of course. I mean, Lebanese military, the LAF, which I would hate to be an army whose initials are LAF, but of course they're not an English pronunciation, so I shouldn't make fun of it. But yeah, I'd rather hear what the Lebanese armed forces, because they're eventually going to be south of Litani. They're going to be taking over their country again. So, as they should. If they have something to say, that's, for me, much more important than what Al Jazeera has to say.
Yep. No, it's not Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera just wrote it at Lebanese
Yeah, just
army.
did you put the link?
Yeah, I did it.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
That's cool.
And you guys not enjoying the Thanksgiving?
No, wait, yeah, no, it's 11:14. I got back from my mom's 7 o'clock. But thank you for asking.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, this says the same thing that I just read.
No, but did you read at the bottom? It says they're accusing.
Yeah, I'm working my way through it. The top top agrees with what I just told you, but let me work my way through it.
And then the other thing I wanted to ask you was, what do you think about the airspace, Jacob?
About what?
The airspace. Israel has violated Lebanese airspace, right? Would you say 22,000 times
Yeah.
since the 2007?
Yeah, I mean, once 1701 didn't go into place, Israel had to defend itself. You know, I think Israel would prefer not to violate airspace and would prefer if the left would have controlled the situation.
No, I'm talking
they
about
agreed
from
to.
2007.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that 2006 was when it was supposed to be implemented. That called for Hezbollah to move north of the Litani River.
No, I hear you, but it doesn't mean you could use the airspace 22,000.
Well, if you have people firing on your villages and towns, then you do what's necessary to create a deterrence.
2007, Yakov. He wasn't firing in 2007.
There's been sporadic fire for. I mean, first of all, you have to look at when were the 22,000. The majority of them could have been over the last year. I don't know. You have to look at the distribution.
Yeah, from 2007 up till now, 20.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's just a total. It doesn't mean that there were 1,000 in 2007. You need to get the data and to find out what it is.
I hear you, but I'm just saying from 2007, they had a war in 2006 or whatever. It's supposed to be implemented 2006, 1701, right? After the implementation of that the resolution 1701, from 2007 up till now, 22,000 times they have
violated. But there was no. Here's my point. There was no implementation of 1701. Had there been an implementation of 1701, there would not be a need to go after and strike Hezbollah south of the Litani River.
What do we do about ship of?
Hold on, you just brought in a whole separate thing. I mean, that should be up to, once this all settles down, there should be a negotiated settlement on that. Two parties claim two different things. Just like Taba with Egypt and Israel, should be a negotiated settlement, or with a trusted third party. Both present their sides, and just like in Taba, you're familiar with Taba, right?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that the ship of farms played a large role.
I understand, but you from airstrikes and airstrikes in the north of in the south of Lebanon, and then it switched over to.
I was talking about airspace.
Yeah,
right?
Airspace is because Lebanon didn't enforce 1701. They had to fight back. So yeah, I mean, look, it's not what I want. Look, nobody wants to be at war.
How did they have to fight back? They're flying over Lebanon. That's not fighting back. That's just they're using the airspace.
No, they're using the airspace and they're striking. They're not like using it to go attack Syria or
they're provocation. Sometimes they don't even strike. They just go do a sonic boom over Beirut, scare everybody, and come back.
Yeah, there's been some of those in the past couple of weeks.
Not a couple of weeks, couple of years.
Since 2007, they've been doing this from 2007 up to now, 22,000 times.
Look, I wish none of this would
occur.
I agree with you. Look, I wish none of this would occur, but at the end of the day, the most important thing a country has is to offer sovereignty to within the borders of their country, which is to provide the people safety and the ability to live their lives within the borders and the borders of the north. Can't be shelling stuff. And if no one's going to take care of it north of the border, well, then Israel's going to take care of it. And it's unfortunate, but it's work that has to be done. So.
But you do know, right? Why was the war started back in 2006 or whatnot, right, Jacob?
Yeah. We've discussed this many times. I just came up to correct the fact of the truce.
Right. But from the Lebanese military, they're blaming the Israeli army for breaking the truce. So where do we go from here? I would
hopefully
listen to
they'll
the Lebanese
everyone
army.
the Hezbollah
Because
will agree.
IDF,
Hopefully
IDF
Hezbollah will agree to the truce agreement to move their forces north. I think if
what do we do about the claim coming from the Lebanese army that's saying that you guys are?
Yeah, this video of IDF shooting at.
Can you put that video in the chat, Lee?
Yeah, I'll find it. There's video of them shooting at displaced families trying to come back. And this was on the first day of the ceasefire.
Yeah, within 4 hours, the ceasefire was violated. That's what I was right before you came into the room.
Yep. It was violated from the IDF.
Oh, okay.
Should I not listen to the Lebanese army, Jacob?
What?
Should I not listen to the Lebanese army?
That's fine. If okay, you do you, I'll do me.
No, but I'm asking you. Do you not agree that IDF? There's actually a lot of lies that have been told from the IDF.
No, I don't agree with that. So.
No, okay. So the numbers of the casualties of the IDF soldiers. Do you agree on the numbers? It's only 700, right? That are the kill count. The IDF soldiers. Do you agree on that?
I think it was a little different though. But I think that's directionally correct. I'm not quite sure. I don't know.
Yeah, but over the year, you got Hezbollah that's attacking on that side, and then you got Hamas on this side, right? They're both attacking IDF, right and left, right? The injured, I'm not sure. I think the injured count last time I checked was 8,000 or something. And then they had the kill count.
Israelis.
Was it 8,000 or what was it? What was the number according to the IDF?
I don't know.
The injuries?
Yeah. How many injured
the
soldiers?
The Israelis themselves, they say over 10,000.
Over 10,000?
One of the ministers said over 10,000.
So if it's over 10,000 injured, but then how could the kill count be so low, like 700 or 600 or 500? So Jacob, that's why.
Reuters is reporting, but I don't know where they get their figures from. So I have to find the IDF figures. I don't know where they're coming this. This is mixing Hezbollah and IDF. Hold on a second, my wife's going.
Sure.
IDF don't have no numbers. Any numbers they got it made up. They don't know.
That's what I was having a conversation with Jacob about the who broke the truce. It was actually IDF, because the Lebanese army came out and they said it.
It was a great debate today on Piers Morgan. Norman Finkelstein. He took on that terrorist woman. What's her name? I forgot her name. She's an idiot.
Yep. And then we have data coming from the Lebanese army. I would take Lebanese army word over the IDF. The IDF is known for lying. How do we believe the IDF numbers or anything?
The same IDF that steals lingerie and wears it.
Yep. The same idea. Me and Jacob were going back and forth. Juan was here earlier. He left. I think he got a call. And then he started laughing. He's like, Amir, that's lies, this and that. Bro, how is it lies? It's coming from the idea, the freaking the source. And then guess what? I looked up Al Jazeera. It's coming from the Lebanese military. They're claiming it. Otherwise, they would be happy to claim Hezbollah. Why are they going after IDF? So that's where we stand. What's up, Ace? And what's up, everybody? Doug is still here. Wow, Doug, you like this type of debates back and forth?
I enjoy listening, man. A lot of the information I haven't.
You cut out, bro. Your voice went out. Yep. And I had a conversation with Ryan there. The sister started shouting. I'm like, we're not gonna win this by shouting at each other. This is just an app. We gotta keep it calm, drink some cold water, and then have a back and forth discussion. And that's the way we could, have a conversation.
You cleared out the room, Amir?
No, I mean Rohan came up. I said, "Come on up," instead of being a keyboard warrior or chatting. He wrote that Amir is spewing lies, or whatever. I'm like, bro, it's not lies. Come on up. You could have a. I said Soren is out here. I know you hate Soren.
He's a bum. That's what he is.
Ron is just a loser, bro. All he does is lie all day.
He's
pathetic.
We smoked them. We grilled them. We fried them the other day. You missed out.
You cooked them? You're using my language now. Cook.
Bro, we cooked. We fried. We grilled. Deep dish. Cooking back. In the oven. Out the oven. Boiled it.
Put them on a sear.
Spear. We did the traditional Armenian underground barbecue shit where you cover it in a hole. We did whatever we did with him, man. The sight was horrific. A massacre. It's a massacre. Lost his temper like always. Hey, you missed out. Whose room was that in? 45th, whatever it was.
45th, yeah.
Yeah.
The rabbit hole.
Let me see if I can.
Yep. I mean, they could go ugly, man. They could turn into a shit show. If you can keep it calm, that's good. But I know it gets kind of frustrating when you give them data and then they reject the data. They want to accept the data because our data is not as good as their data. This is why I like to freaking focus on the Times of Israel. I'm gonna see what it says about the ceasefire and whatnot, and the Jerusalem Post. But I don't know what's gonna happen. Biden approved a $700 million budget, another aid package for Netanyahu, so he can go and kill more people, right, with the weapons. And you want to chime in?
When was the last time that the United States ever took a loss with such a short war?
We have to see. I think Biden is just really, really pushing for the ceasefire. He's like, I'm gonna do something good. So the Democrats, they look good on the books, for next term. This term we were a loser. We lost it because of Kamala, right, and because of Sleepy Joe, can't even walk straight, right. And Kamala, on the other hand, no ceasefire, no nothing, just a fucking bullshitter. I don't know why do we have these criminals in the freaking Congress, man. Freaking every one of them is like.
You ever thought about it's only 700, give or take 700 of those fucking pedophiles that are running this entire country? Sort of weird. Right? We give we as in you guys in the United States, you give 700 of these sick fucking godless, Satan worshipping pedophiles the power to tell 341 million plus citizens what to do. It's really fucking weird if you really think about it. You ever think about it like that? Who the fuck are these people, man? Fuck them. And if you guys would only have the, I guess what you can call
Hey,
the
what's
culture
up,
of
Remy? And anybody else that want to come on up, you guys welcome to come on up.
if you guys would have like somewhat of the how am I gonna call this? The mentality of the French. I think it would be good for you guys over there. I don't know.
You know, one thing I don't get, right? What's up with the people that are living outside of Israel? They're so, they're defending Netanyahu like crazy. What's up with that? People that live inside Israel, they're protesting against the freaking.
How many people are really supporting them?
What'd you say?
What's the percentage of the population that's really supporting them?
I don't know, man. I think supporting who? Netanyahu?
Yeah.
I mean, look at this app, right? Let's take this app for example. Like, you talk to almost every one of them to support freaking the terrorist. So if you go on Twitter, it's the same thing, and they're always the freaking people that are outside of Israel, not inside. Like, if you ask Amos or what's it, Eagle, they're lefties, right? They don't support it. Now you'll come across some of the Israelis that support Netanyahu. They're like hardcore supporters. They live inside Israel, right? But there's a lot of lefties. They hate Netanyahu and his,
It's funny because whenever I'm in these Dutch rooms, right, or in German rooms, anywhere around this city, like even the people of Jewish origin, like real Jews, like practicing whatnot, I haven't met one that is like, yeah, like go Netanyahu, like nobody. There is literally nobody I've met. It's like, yeah, Israel has the right to defend themselves. It's not happening. It's really not happening. Like, even if you look at like protesters here in the Netherlands, go find me a video of like a large gathering. We have I think 60,000, 70,000 citizens out of the 18 million in this country. Go find me a protest with I'm not going to exaggerate. I'm literally going to say what it is. More than 200 people. Find me a protest with more than 100 people in the Netherlands that are pro Israel. Go find me anywhere in Europe or in Asia or in Africa or in South America, right? Where you have a gathering of more than 100 people that are pro Israel. Can't find them. Nowhere to be found. I mean, are people in the States that fucking ignorant? Or Canada, whatever part of the world it might be. But I don't see no huge protest. Even the videos I'm seeing in the States, I don't see like more than 1,000 people gathering. It's like a very sick people to go to a pro-Israel protest.
By the way, I shared the list of Mossad agents. Okay.
Any interesting names?
On the Telegram on the group, you guys can check it out. If you have Telegram, just join the channel and you'll be able to download that list. It's about 3 or 4 megabytes PDF.
So Amir, I'm just curious, why do you keep mentioning that the ceasefire deal that Kamala Harris mentioned? I mean, that was kind of like dead in the dirt anyway after the election, because if she lost, then I mean, yeah, any kind of, yeah. Like, why should she waste time on the ceasefire?
Made a statement,
So,
or did you attempt to ask a
John,
question?
you're talking about why do I talk about ceasefire with Kamala?
Yeah, but why do you keep mentioning that? Like, I'm pretty sure we all know that was pretty much dead in the dirt anyway after the election. Because why should she waste any more time while she's in office on a ceasefire?
No, so the reason why I do it is to bring awareness, right? So we have people that might still think Democrats are good and whatever, right? Democrats are like war hungry. If you look at the historical facts, they were involved in direct more than 6 wars, compared to Republicans, only 2 wars.
Which wars?
Okay. Just Google it. You'll come across. Let me see if I can.
Wars? You mentioned 6 wars. Which ones were there?
Yes. Let me put the link in the chat.
Yeah, put the link in the chat. But yeah. I mean, I mean, no one really says that they aren't a war hungry party, but I mean, the United States kind of is involved in a lot of like conflicts because of our position in the world.
So let me
I
read
don't
you.
see why that's like. I don't see why it's like surprising.
Yeah, let me read you some wars. So, one war that took happened 1917, which was Woodrow Wilson. 1917, Franklin D. Roosevelt.
No, you're fucking lying.
No, yeah, 1940. No, I'm giving you the list of the historical facts. This is all history. All right, and these are all Democrats. Franklin D. Roosevelt, 1941. Harry S. Truman, 1950. Lyndon B. Johnson, 1965. Bill Clinton, 1999. And the Republicans, right? Only 2 Republicans: George H.W. Bush, 1990, and his son George Bush, 2001. So the Democrats are famous for wars. Let me put the link in.
I mean, if you go back to like 1917, like, yeah, the Democrats have been in power more often than the Republicans, so that's just gonna happen, I guess.
No, but it's gonna change now, right? So Democrats, I think even next term, right after 4 years, they're not gonna get elected because these people. I mean, a lot of people are waking up, especially with this, social media and whatever. They hate them. They're like, "What's up with this? These people are criminals in power. They gotta go, man."
All right, so let the Republicans who don't believe Palestinians are even a thing. We'll see how that goes.
No, I'm not talking about whether they believe in it or not. They're anti-war, and then they're very transparent.
Are anti-war.
Yeah, because look, I'll tell you why. Right, so
I know you're fucking lying.
Yeah, the Democrats are pro-war though. They're pro-war.
You think the Republicans are anti-war?
I'm talking about direct war. Do you want a World War III, John? Do you want this war to be?
You just said you think the Republicans are anti-war, though. Like,
not think. I know.
You know the Republicans are anti-war.
Yeah. Who do you Who do you think that actually kind of pushed America into war? Was it Netanyahu, or did it happen on its own?
Which war?
that Iraq war that took place, right? Was Netanyahu behind it?
I mean, but wasn't that a Bush war? So I mean, that kind of
Who was behind it is the question.
Who was behind it? That's my question to you.
Okay, but you can make the same.
Who was behind the war? John,
World War II. Who was behind World War II?
John.
Nazi Germany. Who was behind World War One? Oh,
John,
Germany, because they had
focus
the
on the
Zimmerman
question.
file. Who was behind Vietnam? North Vietnam. So I don't really get this. Oh, it was Netanyahu behind it. So that kind of like disqualifies George Bush. I mean, that doesn't really make sense.
John, the question was who was behind the war?
It doesn't really matter who's behind it.
Yes, it does matter.
It doesn't.
Who did the 9/11, John?
The little hats.
Who did 9/11?
Yeah, who did the 9/11? Was it really the Arabs or was it something else or somebody else?
Well, can we not get into that whole?
No, okay. I am not gonna look. Yeah, but we're not gonna dive into the conspiracy. According to conspiracy, right? I'm just gonna ask you one question related to 9/11, right? Just one question. I have a problem with this as well. Now, according to the reports, the police reports, they were not able to recover black box. They were not able to recover anything. And do you know what they were able to find on the floor in mint condition? These passports belong to Saudi citizens, right? Now, my question to you, is that's the only problem I have with this whole thing, right? With the 9/11, all the other stuff, it would line up. But I'm just saying, why were they able to find these passports in mint condition, laying on the floor close to the area where the 9/11 happened?
Nothing survived but a passport.
Yeah, well, not even the red box. I mean the black box.
That's great, but I mean, I don't see what the point of that is.
So the point is, look, in my opinion, right? In my humble opinion, that it was planted. It was planted by somebody, right? And somebody planted there and make it look like okay, it is. And then look at the mass weapon of destruction. Do you know how it went? They went to war, right? The UN actually went over there, tried to investigate all of this, and they're like, "There's no mass weapon of destruction happening in Iraq." And guess what? Do you know who kind of encouraged and forced into? Hey, what's up, Remy? Waste of time on what, John?
Yeah, of course. That's what.
Is that what you're saying?
I think she's referring to what I said in the chat. But I mean, yeah, like make something about it.
Oh, okay, cool. Yep. So there's a lot of these questions around 9/11, right? And then we have Netanyahu, the terrorist, right? He pretty much encouraged and forced our president of the U.S. into this fucking war that had nothing to do with it. Mass weapon of destruction, nothing. UN came out and they're like, "There's nothing going on." So it doesn't make sense. Yes, I heard about
all over the place.
Okay. He's a terrorist.
Stick to one subject.
Do you know his political party?
Please tell us.
Amir, please continue about what you were about to say about 9/11.
So, I mean, he doesn't seem like a very anti-war person.
Amir, you're getting distracted, brother. Continue with what you were about to say about 9/11. About who was pushing who to go to war.
So, who's funding Dick Cheney, by the way, John?
It's too
Who's
sensitive.
funding Dick Cheney?
Yes. Who funded Dick Cheney?
Oh, you tell me.
No, you tell me.
I generally.
You tell me.
I generally don't
okay,
know. Like,
if I fund you today, can I tell you to do something for me?
Just a
Yes
small
or no?
favor. Small favor.
Yeah, if I tell you to do something, I pay you money for it, right? I put you in a position of power, and I tell you to do something, you would have to do it, right?
So you're saying he doesn't have a mind for itself? He's like a child or something?
brother, all of these people are in play. They're actually a product of something else, right? We had Lee here yesterday. They made Italian mafias so hip and whatever on TV, and guess what? You know who was behind it? It was actually the extremist.
Was it APAC funding him? Let me guess.
No. The extremist Jewish, the teams, just like what happens inside Israel. They actually terrorized people, so they were controlling the Italian mob. So that's all of these things have been. Yeah, you should look it up, man. So this is why you see a lot of people are questioning these things nowadays. You see what I'm saying? Because of social media, it made our job so easy. Everything is just right there on Twitter.
I mean, not really. Most Americans support Israel.
They supported Kamala, the 70% of the Jews, and guess what?
Well, I mean, but at the same time, most Americans support Israel. A lot of Republicans support Israel, especially. So.
Can you be an Israeli supporter and be anti-Jew?
Well, no one's really anti-Jew, so I mean, like, anti-Semitism in the U.S. it's kind of a foreign concept to us.
No, the reason why I'm saying is because you could be, you can't support if you're anti-Jew. Look at the historical records. Trump was actually called anti-Semitic. By the way, recently he came out and he thanked all the communities except for the Jews. So and then he's got some people on his freaking team.
So
they're freaking
anti-Jew.
Even though he might put on a show in the front, I think he's just an actor, man. There's things, right? They're very unpredictable about Trump.
Well, we'll see.
And do you want to know another fun fact? You know his daughter, one of his daughters, is married to a Lebanese. So his father-in-law, his daughter's father-in-law is a Lebanese. So, it means it could be a Hezbollah supporter.
Is it the daughter he hates or the one he actually likes and put in his cabinet? Because Ivanka
The one
Trump's
that he wants to
actually
sleep
married to
with?
a Zionist Jew.
The one he wants to sleep.
Yeah, she's married to a Zionist Jew.
Yes. But the thing is, it's going to make him look really bad if he does any kind of wrong steps or whatever. So we're going to see. I actually am scared for his life because you never know. Anything's possible, man.
Like I said, we'll see where it goes. But I mean, like I said, I don't think after the election, I really don't think Kamala Harris owes anyone shit, and I don't think she should waste time on the ceasefire anyway. So, like, yeah, I think there's more important things to do here to clean up in America before Trump gets in office.
That's. I mean, look, it's true, but I do it to bring awareness. Other than that, so I could show the people that come in here the true colors of Democrats. Right now, he's approved a $700 million budget again for the arms and whatever for Israel. So these are the true colors of fucking Israel. And who's running the show? Is Kamala that's running the show. Sleepy Joe, he doesn't have a single clue. Okay, who's running the show in the office right now? Is it Vice President? So what are the rules?
Lovely President Joe Biden.
Joe Biden doesn't even know how to walk back to his door that he came.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's an old man, but he's gotten a lot done.
Yep.
People wish they could get to his age.
People wish to what?
Well, I mean, the thing about Kamala Harris is that she's the vice president. She's kind of at the mercy of Joe Biden, and Joe Biden, he's he's old as shit. So yeah, he kind of plays in old school style of politics where he mostly listens to his advisors and I guess mostly people in his cabinet. But at the same time, like the vice president is kind of at the whims of the president, and they might have other duties. Like was assigned like the board czar, but at the same time, vice presidents usually play a background role in the administration.
So you do know the rules, right? If something happens to the president, the vice president comes in the power and takes over the position. You do know this, right, John?
Yeah, but I mean, did anything happen to Biden?
Yes.
Was he replaced by Kamala?
He has problems. He can't remember shit. You go look him up. He can't remember.
I mean, but like that doesn't mean Kamala's suddenly president.
Kamala and Anthony Blinken, they're running the show.
You said Anthony Blinken?
Anthony Blinken even lied in front of a Congress about the humanitarian aid. So I think you might want to do your research on this.
Sure, I guess.
And he got away with it.
I mean, that's great, I guess.
Is that a great thing or is that like a criminal shit? You know?
I mean, I don't know. I just think that it's kind of untrue to say that Kamala is like running the show. Like, I mean, she might have like a bit of power, but because she is vice president, like she isn't like totally useless. But vice presidents usually play a background role in the administration. It's Biden running the show, and the people around him running the show. So yeah.
So who did 9/11, John?
Who did 9/11? I don't know. Well, Amir said no personal attack, so I'll hold my tongue on that.
You want to turn this into an LGBTQ community?
No,
Yeah, your mom did 9/11. What about that?
You did good today, man. You didn't do any disrespect and good, man. Let's keep it like that, you know? Yeah, you did good.
You know, it's what I always say. I mean, I can back that claim up. When certain individuals are not in the room, like earlier on today, there is nothing to be worried about. You can just leave your phone behind, come back hours later. Nobody's arguing. When you ask certain individuals simple questions like, who did 9/11 all of a sudden? Well, maybe there were Africans or Colombians, maybe, like South Americans, Europeans. None of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no. The biggest problem I have with this whole 9/11 thing, why were these passports found in mint condition? I just don't get it.
Because
that's the only issue I have with this whole 9/11. And then all this other stuff is after the fact.
That's also the funny part. You found a passport of one of the so-called hijackers, right? Listen to this. What does that even prove? You had 100 somewhat passengers on that plane, right? What does that prove? You just found a passport of one of the passengers on that plane. doesn't even prove anything. They're like, yeah, but the name was saying Muhammad or Abdul or whatever the name was on that passport. Yeah, that passport is proof that he must have been, the pilot or one of the hijackers. It doesn't even prove shit. That's the whole irony. It's all a distraction. Like I said, if you're reading something for fucking 20 years like I did, it's like you figure out all these, it's all a distraction. Hey, we found a passport. If you watch the movie, have you seen the movie No Country for Old Men? I mean, have you seen that one?
I don't remember.
So there was this bad guy that they're looking for, Antoine Chigurh. That's his name in that movie. Like a psychopathic hitman, right? And they raid this house, and in this house there's like a cold bottle of milk or cold glass of milk. I can't recall. And this student detective, or this new detective rookie, he's like, "Oh my God, sir, you must have had like a cold glass of milk, sir." And the detective responds with like, "So what do you want to do? You want to look for somebody that drank some milk?" What does that prove? Suspect drank some milk. So now we have the same thing with 9/11, right? We found a passport in mint condition, in brand new condition, or in the most shittiest condition you can imagine. What does it prove? Nobody really thinks about it. Oh, there's a name to that passport. No shit. Right? Perhaps it's a better.
What's up, Lee? Salam. What you been doing, man? Hey, what's up, Annie, and everybody else? If you guys want to come on up. Yep, nothing much, man. I was just questioning John that was here earlier, right? I just about the whole 9/11 thing. I just can't get over this one thing, right? That why were they able to find these fucking mint condition passports, right? And then we have Netanyahu, the terrorist, right? He actually encourages and forces America into a fucking war with Iraq and whatever.
You know, Netanyahu wrote a book, quote unquote, predicting 9/11.
He says
before it happened.
He says it on video, 1996.
Yeah.
If we do not stop these Islamist extremism or Muslim extremists, words of those effect, right? And like before you know it, we see the World Trade Center coming down, and then people are like, "Oh, that was because there was a bombing in the Twin Tower basement bombing, right? In '93 or whatever it was, '93 or '91, whatever." So that's how people defend it. I'm like, really? Well, you know what I think? I don't even believe there was anybody on these fucking planes at all. We can talk about that another day. Right? Show me one video of any of those hijackers boarding any of those 4 planes. As much as there is no footage of a plane slamming into the Pentagon, there's no footage of a plane crashing in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Right? So you can already scrape 2 planes off of that list. 2 out of those 4 planes. So what happened to those passengers? Forget about the hijackers. What happened to those passengers? It was a made-up list with passengers. What about funerals? You seen a funeral? Find me one of the family members of those that lost their lives on 9/11 that were on the planes. You can't find one.
I just want to reset the room really quick for the people that just walked in. So, guys, we have the hostages. They're demanding for ceasefire or Gaza deal in Israel, according to the Times of Israel. They blocked off his Knesset office, right? They wouldn't let him in. And the other thing is there was a truce between Lebanon and it was a 60-day truce. And according to Lebanese military, the IDF broke the truce. And that's where we're at right now. And the non-ending bullshit, and Hezbollah hasn't responded yet, but they're waiting for military response. And if military needs Hezbollah, then they're going to chime in. But you got to keep this in mind. They did, before, when this whole war started, they did kill about 5 Lebanese military officials, leaders. The army soldiers that had nothing to do with this war. Hey, what's up, Ben?
I seen Al Jazeera posted something today that that the truce is still held down, even though there were speculations that it wasn't. So is that not true?
No. If you check the Al Jazeera right now, I posted the link in the chat. If you scroll up, you'll be able to see it. There's a report from the Lebanese military, right, that they broke the truce. The IDF broke the truce. They're accusing. So you got to keep this in mind. The Lebanese military is actually Christian, right? And I would take their word over, IDF. And we all know IDF is actually biggest liar on this planet.
So the IDF is here?
What did you say?
Sounded like you said the IDF is here.
No, bro. Ya Allah. Don't do the Shia Sunni thing, man.
Did you say IDF is Shia?
Lee, what's up with this?
No, I swear, it sounded like you said that.
No, I said IDF are the biggest liar on this planet.
The IDF is Shia, bro. That would be such a fucking crazy room title. Amir, you're gonna start that room title tomorrow? You're getting clipped.
Hell no, bro. Hell no.
You're
Those
getting
people are
clipped, bro.
our allies. They're the one fighting the war, right? And so I wouldn't do that. But I do want to open up a reaction room to what Roger opened that room yesterday. He said Palestine doesn't exist. I want to open a room that Israel doesn't.
Why don't you start like counter rooms? Like you check out his room title and you do literally the opposite.
Bro, the thing is, there's a higher chance of me getting clipped compared to him because he's.
Get a burner account, man. Come on.
Yep.
You can get a burner account. You want me to get you a couple of SIM cards, set up accounts for you? No problem.
No, I have access to burner accounts, so I don't have a problem with that. But the issue is, I have regular people. They come in here with regular news and whatever. I think I'd rather stick to that, man. And there's a lot of good things coming out of Times of Israel, so those topics are pretty good.
You're starting to like Times of Israel?
Yeah, I actually like the paper, I'm not gonna lie, but some of the shit is actually false, but some of the stuff is actually true. It's on.
Amir, how are you, my brother?
I'm still alive, thank you, brother.
I'm good, my brother. Why are you so nice with the people that really, support genocide? They support this thing. But sometimes I feel like you're very nice with these people. Why you do that?
So when you give dawah, right? Do you have to be? Do you have to follow the rules and regulations when you give dawah? Do you have to be sincere, or can I shout at them and shove my religion down their throat?
Well, it's the same. It's like you have to cut them down at some point. It's like, man, it's a genocide. It's this and that. And you know what? Get out of my room. Get the fuck out of my space. And I think that's the way to go, my brother. I don't know.
I like the opposite opinion as well, right? I want some criticism coming from that side for my position, and we can go back and forth, and people come in the audience, people up here, they enjoy it, they like it. And I don't do it for the Zionists, I do it for the people. that are in the audience and people up here. Now look at this guy, Black Rabbi. He's gonna come up and spew some bullshit. Go.
I don't appreciate that. I come in love. I come in peace.
Okay, I come in peace as well. This is why I brought you up. I brought you up in peace.
Yeah. Okay. So you put some other adjectives in there. I didn't appreciate. But anyways.
I will try not to use those words moving.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyways, as long as you tell the truth, then we don't have.
Shalom Shabbat Rabbi.
It's Arab Shabbat. This is before Shabbat.
Can you bless me for tomorrow's stock market? That'll be successful.
No, that's materialistic. I don't do that. It's too materialistic. It doesn't. If the stock market is good and you have success, that doesn't mean it's going to bring you happiness, brother. You should just pray for happiness, not for the stock market.
I'm happier if I make some money tomorrow.
That's an illusion. That's an illusion by the Satan. You have to block that. The only happiness is being connected to the Creator. So.
Is that with the cable or wireless?
Wireless. So, anyways, I was looking at this ceasefire deal with Lebanon. And
they violated the deal, by the way.
Who violated?
IDF.
I mean, I'm under the impression of the opposite, but the point is saying
No, but the Lebanese army came out and they're blaming, they said that the IDF violated.
Because they shot those 4 people?
Not only 4, they did other shit.
Okay, all right. But the deal itself, I don't think that the Lebanese army is different from Hezbollah. And
it's a Christian army. It's something with his.
I disagree with that. They've been very.
They're not even Shia or they're not Sunni. They're just a Christian army. They're funded by.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that it's a different organization. However, ideologically, I don't think that they're a very separate ideology.
Do you respect Christians? Do you like to spit in Christians' face?
What ideology is that? Not letting Lebanon get raped by IDF? What ideology are you talking about?
The ideology that's very familiar and similar to Hezbollah.
Like if you don't let Israel take over your country, that means you have the same ideology, right?
I mean, you could put it in that context, but I'm just saying still the main point that I'm making is still the fact that
the Lebanese army has nothing to do with Hezbollah, vice versa. The Lebanese army is just an army, as with any country has an army. You have Sunnis, you have Shias, you have Christians. Every Lebanese people support the Lebanese army. They're actually very, very different from Hezbollah. They don't hold into any ideology.
Such a calm voice, man. I'm proud of you. Such a calm voice. You see, just keep it like.
It's because I'm not using the big mic. So no, Black Rabbi, it's 2 different things. Hezbollah are not the Lebanese army, vice versa. The Lebanese army is just like any army out there. They're actually not in much power. Plus, they don't hold any ideology.
But you say that, but the Lebanese army sat back and watched them turn the south of Lebanon into basically military bases in lieu of civilian houses, right? So the point is saying that whether they may not be have the same constitution as Hezbollah has.
You mean the Lebanese army let the Israelis just invade and steal and attack our land, or what do you mean exactly?
I'm saying on the southern border of Lebanon that all those houses that are there are basically like missile launching.
Because of Israel.
Again, I'm more so right now.
Don't try to sit here and tell me it's because of Hezbollah. It's because of Israel.
Yeah. Do you have any video of missiles being shot out of this house, or just Israeli 3D modeling? Do you know how difficult it is to put a cruise missile inside of a house? Like what kind of dumb
No,
stuff because
no,
Israeli
wait,
say.
wait,
You know
wait,
what the
let's-
funny thing is, Black
let's
Rabbi?
be
There's
clear.
a city. There's a city in Lebanon called Patron. It's very close to Tripoli. Israel, on the 2nd of November, they actually went there by sea and they kidnapped some people. And who's in charge of that region or that city? It's the Lebanese army. But they didn't do anything about it. So, no, they don't actually hold the same ideology or same thing like as Hezbollah. It's two different things.
You could say that, but either way, the point of saying is that Hezbollah has been there for decades, and they've been building, endangering the
So
Lebanese
what?
citizens.
It's our right. Just like Israel is violating our airspace, just like
Are they
Israel is
building
building
rockets
their
from
idea.
the mall? Black Rabbi, do they have rockets inside the malls?
I mean, these are places where Hezbollah is at. I mean, it's like unfortunate.
Inside the malls, right in front of people.
Yeah,
In churches too, Black Rabbi?
Well, you think they're just using
Google how many churches have been getting
In the
bombed
Unifor
and
Post, I think they use Unifor Post. Unifor Post, they have rockets that are launching. Yeah.
inside of what?
Inside the Unifor Post, there's 10,000 Unifor soldiers on the border.
Unifil.
Yeah. Unifil, they have rockets inside the Unifil.
Yeah, Unifil's definitely UNRWA, all these places.
What about your back pocket? Did you check your back pocket, Rabbi? Maybe there's a Hezbollah there.
Are you dumb to think that Hezbollah would have rockets and stuff in malls or in like those places? Don't you think they have built them underground or something?
They want them in heavy. No, they want them like Hamas.
Oh my God, you're out of your mind.
Check your back pocket, bro. That's the best place to hide it. Why didn't they hide it in your back pocket, Rabbi? I think it is better than just hiding it in a hospital. You should check your back pocket.
Lebanon is not Gaza. It's not a city. It's a country. Do you think they would hide missiles in malls or people? You're out of your mind. I'm telling you, this is not true. Second of all, just like Israel is preparing their soldiers and everything, we have all the right also to do whatever we want in our country. To have Hezbollah, not to have Hezbollah, it's up to us.
None of this benefits the Lebanese people.
It actually does.
Wait, the same Lebanese people that IDF is bombing, or different Lebanese people?
Happy Thanksgiving.
The Lebanese people who are caught in the middle of this conflict. It's unfortunate.
Happy holiday.
The ones you guys bombed? Okay.
You know a real person, Black Rabbi.
I'm Jewish, guy.
You're Jewish? I think we are more Jewish than you could ever.
Why? Why do you say that?
You're Jewish? From your mom's side or your dad's side?
From both.
Oh my God, this sounds like Claire Bear. Is this Claire Bear?
Bitch, can you not? Stop. Yeah, from both.
You said you weren't Jewish or Christian.
Anyway, I'm Jewish from both sides.
Well, I was going to know
I'm just privileged and I love it. So.
How do you support Israel? Do you support Israel?
Well, Israel. I support Israel. I support Palestine.
Do you support the genocide?
For who? Who's been genocide?
In Gaza, there's been genocide.
No, I don't think that's being in Gaza.
Do you support Netanyahu?
Who the fuck is that?
Do you support Yoav Kalam? Yeah,
Hold on.
This girl's goofy, bro.
Guys, I'm gonna come back when I want to troll. It's not working for me.
No, but do you support Israel, though?
She's a troll, by the way. She's a Nigerian girl. She's funny though.
Oh, she's in Nigeria. Okay, does she support Israel?
To be honest, I've never heard her be serious one single time here on Clubhouse. She's a big troll. You don't know anything about her.
That would make sense. I was in another room with her. It was a religious room. And she's like, well, I'm not Jewish and I'm not Muslim. She went on talking. But she didn't sound like a troll now.
But can we just talk about the protection of the Lebanese?
Can we talk about the protection of Black Rabbi in this room right now, please? We got to talk about the protection of Black Rabbi in this room right now. Black Rabbi, are you protected?
What do you mean, my protector?
The Black
Are
Rabbi
you
has
secure?
Hamas in his left pocket and Hezbollah in his right pocket.
Did you put a seatbelt on? Did you put a seat?
Why would I need a seatbelt?
Anything's possible.
Well, you know, I've been through so much war, death in the last 14 months. Hopefully this time will
Wow,
be.
you've been through so much war in past 14. What about the people that have been wars?
You
for
always
70
been on the clubhouse. What are you talking?
Bro, this guy plays a victim card, right? Like, you're from Los Angeles, come back to LA. What are you doing over there? Come back.
I'm on a world tour.
Just in it for the money.
He lives in the West Hollywood, you know. We got a big LGBTQ population here. We got a big LGBTQ here. Why are you?
He's in it for the money.
He lived in what's it called? Calabasas?
Calabasas? Yeah, it's not that far from
Yeah. He lived there. Black Rabbi lived there. And he was partying with all these celebrities. He was partying with all these celebrities. He showed me some pictures here on Clubhouse. Yeah, he had a different life.
Yeah, Amir, you know, like Nas Daily and that Yemeni guy and all of these people on Twitter, they're like former Muslims, but then after the war, they're like, I'm a Muslim and I support Israel.
Yep, that's what they're up to, man.
Yeah, like, who's the other guy yesterday? Ariel. Like, too many people, they pay them, like, to be like, yeah, I used to be a Muslim, or I'm a Muslim. I support it.
He's trying to say that to be like me.
Black Rabbi and Ariel has like some beef in real life.
They're recorded, by the way, right? Black Rabbi?
Yeah, it's on Ariel's. It's on Ariel's Instagram.
But I'm saying, at the end of the day, everybody wants to be like me. You know what I mean? So, like, you see these guys, like, if they can't get my attention, they'll, like, literally run up to me on cameras.
Are you a real Jew? Are you a real Jew, or is Ariel a real Jew? Who's the real Jew?
Ariel's a real Jew.
Bro, Ariel is a terrorist criminal, man. He believes in killing babies.
Well, I don't believe in anything
He
like
even
that.
attacked the priest.
Yeah, he believes in killing the newborn.
Yeah, that's not Jewish. That's not Jewish way of thinking. So.
That's his form of Jewish.
Yeah, that's his one, but that's not the Torah.
What about him attacking a priest?
Oh, he attacked me. What are you talking about? Attacking anybody. Barbaric animal. What do you want?
What do you think about
But
him
like,
taking-
why does
bringing his
Palestine
subway with
come
him?
to Israel though? Like, why?
Pal, can you stop trolling? There's a genocide happening over there. Can you stop trolling, please? We have bigger fish here. Bigger fish right now is a Black Rabbi, with the name The Black.
I mean, because that's what I'm not just.
I'm giving him a VIP status in this room. We're protecting him. We're giving him some sort of protection in this room, right, Black Rabbi?
You know what? When
Black
a man is
Rabbi.
righteous.
Where this picture of yours? What is this? Can you?
Where's what?
Your picture. Explain it.
We can explain it.
Okay. Do you sell these shirts or what?
Yeah, the beginning of there, they're going back on sale.
What is it? The discount now because it's Black Friday?
You think that's funny?
I'm being serious.
Oh, they have big sales. Black
funny.
Rabbi, I just joined the Israeli Telegram group, but they have big sales inside Israel. Did you buy any?
Nah.
But serious question, why do you guys hate every single Jew, not just the government or something?
Oh,
Let's
it's the same
celebrate
talking point. It's the same trolling talking point you come
And
up
like,
with.
no, I'm actually dead serious right now.
You're
like,
not
why don't we
even
just love
Jewish.
ourselves?
You wanna be a Jewish. You wanna move to Israel?
Like, so what? Like,
She wants to
I'm
move to
white.
Israel. Yep, you fit in there properly.
I can't move to Israel because it's like having a war right now or something. I think.
She booty clapped the one down.
Who told you it's a war in Israel? There's no war over there.
Like, isn't this whole room about the war between Israel and Palestine? Like, I
No,
thought there
it's
was
not.
a
The war's over.
The war's over. The war's.
Oh. When did they stop?
Like almost a year ago.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
about
shit.
When you walked into the room, they stopped.
So if there isn't any war, why are people still like beefing?
So nobody's beefing. We respect Black Rabbi. As soon as he comes back to Los Angeles, we're gonna respect him. Otherwise, there's no respect for him, right? Black?
No, why do you to be like? Why is it? You should be kind. When you see black people, you need to be kind.
You're confused. No, bro.
No,
Stop using the race card. Stop using the race card. Right? You don't know my.
I thought you were Jewish. Now you're telling us you're black.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Same thing. Same thing.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's no difference.
When did you become black?
Last time I asked you, do you know, do you believe in any black Jewish people? You said, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by black? That's what you told me.
Yeah, I just wonder what you mean when you're black, because there's black and then there's postmodern black, right? So you have black
so
people.
So there's postmodern prophets? What does that mean?
No. Well, so wait, I misunderstood your question. What's your question?
Are you black or Jewish?
I'm both. There's no separation.
Why did you stutter?
You can be only one thing, either black or Jewish. Which one?
Yeah, no, it's the same thing. Why you separate?
No, it's a separate thing. It's a separate.
You separate in a second.
Can you be a Chinese Jew? Can you be Chinese Jew?
Yeah.
Can you be?
I know Chinese.
So how is it the same? How is it the same?
I know Chinese Jews. Huh?
You said black and Jewish is the same, so that means they're Chinese. They're black and Chinese then.
Yeah.
They're Chinese and Jewish, right?
Yeah.
Are you a black Israelite? Are you a black
Just making up stuff now.
No, I'm an Orthodox Jew. I have the long string. I have some strings on the side of my head.
I like Orthodox Jewish aesthetic. It's so.
They're the ones with the long, furry ear things there.
Yeah, but I got Afro puffs. I don't have the long string. My hair is more.
Hey, Black Rabbi, are you circumcised?
Yes.
Before becoming Jewish or after?
No. I grew up Muslim. I had a circumcision when I was born.
Yeah, you're a real Jewish now.
Hey man, the thing is, I'm something I'm playing the race card, but it's like, black people, we have to like get out of like the thinking process of America and to like really find our identities as human beings, not even religion, just human beings. And so I went on the journey, and this is where my journey took me. But it's not like I looked down on Islam. You know what I mean? It's not that type of thing. I grew with beautiful Muslim parents. I had a beautiful Muslim upbringing. All my siblings, we had the best access to everything. My parents really worked hard and gave us a great life. And our spirituality was like, was the center part of who we were. I learned more spirituality. And so the practices of the Torah, like, it just resonated with me deeper. But it wasn't like I was anti, like, oh, I hate this, I'm anti this, and this is bad. No, the opposite. Beauty on top of beauty on top of beauty. You know what I mean?
Wow. Are you a Zionist?
No. Definitely not.
So why did you live in Israel?
Because I came here to study. I'm not a citizen. You know what I'm saying? I have permanent residence, but I'm not a citizen. I came here just to learn.
Did you convert just so you could live over there?
No, what do you think? I care about living.
Okay, you could have went to Black Rabbi. You could have went to any other state or any other country, right? Why would you pick Israel?
Because it's the best place to learn Torah, the best institution.
If you're not a Zionist, do you openly speak out against the Zionist in Israel?
No, but I'm in the religious part of Israel, so they don't agree with the state. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're like not.
Okay, another question. Do you believe that the Jews have right to return?
Jews that come to Israel, of course.
No. All the Jews, do they have right to return? Do they have right, like, to return to their home, to the
I mean,
land?
it's our prophecy that the Jews are going to return back to the land.
Yeah, they can return, but they can also leave again. You know what I mean?
It's what the prophets.
I asked you a question. Do you believe that the Jews have
I
right
believe
to return?
I believe that as part of the tradition that Jews are going to return to the land. I'm not on some geopolitical BS about the state and Herzl and all this type of stuff. No, but it's prophecy that Jews are going to return to the land. That's it.
Under which land?
What do you mean, under which land? They're going to return back to Eretz Israel.
Oh, so you are a Zionist.
That makes me a Zionist?
Yes, because you do have the
prophets?
ideology that they have a right to self-determinate.
I don't
they have right to self-determinate. And I asked you what state, and you said it.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but
What I'm
that's the whole thing. Listen, Zionism is that they believe that
who
all
says
the.
Zionism is? Who said that? Who's definition?
It's an ideology that says that every Jew has right to self-determinate to the Holy Land.
Yeah, okay, so he has no. He's not a Jew to me.
Oh, okay.
Understand? He's not a Jew. He's a person
Okay,
who
but I
wanted
asked
to
you
create a
also
state.
which land.
He wanted to create a state to convert Jews
you
to
said okay,
Christianity.
Jews. You said Jews to
He
return
wanted to
to
create
their
a
land,
state.
and I asked you which land, and you said Israel.
Theodore Herzl wanted to create a state so Jews could convert to Christianity. That's what he wanted.
I am asking you
he
a
was
question.
Anti-Jewish.
Black Rabbi,
so he
stop
does
tap
not. So I'm
dancing
saying
around
to you,
the question.
He's the one that made the term Zionism.
Tap dancing around
one
the
that
question.
implemented
It's not tap dancing.
I'm asking you what land, and you literally said Israel.
Hold on. Black Rabbi, what do you mean he wanted to create a state for the Jews to convert to Christianity?
Yeah, so
You didn't start.
Wait,
I'll tell you. About for the Jews, ethno-religious state.
Do you want to hear it or no?
You are not. I mean, you are not even a Jew, and you're telling saying.
How am I not a Jew? Who's a Jew then? Who's a Jew? If I'm
you
not
ain't
Jew,
a
who's a
Jew.
Jew?
You ain't a Jew.
Who? Who the Jews?
You are not a Jew.
Show me who the Jews are.
The children of Israel.
No, I'm saying
the children of prophet.
Where can I go to eat with the Jews? Where can I go?
Jews is the people.
Just a black man.
But where? What area do I go to?
That's it. But you ain't a fucking Jew.
Okay, I'm saying to you is if I'm
just
not,
a black man,
that's cool.
whose
I accept
religion
that.
happens to
I
be
accept
Judaism,
your
okay?
stereotype. I'm saying to you is who are the Jews? Where are they?
The Jews in Yemen.
Okay, so the Jews in Yemen. So you're saying Jews are in Yemen?
Yep.
That's what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay. So no one else is Jewish but the Jews in Yemen.
No, hold on. Judaism is a religion. Anyone can convert to Judaism. That was not what I was trying to say to you, Black Rabbi. You said that you're not a Zionist, and I asked you, okay, if you're not a Zionist, do you believe that the Jews have right to return to the Holy Land?
Right.
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay, but you're putting me in political
Because Zionism,
terms.
because Zionism is that they believe.
Who's they?
The Jews believe that they have right to self-determinate, right?
Who's they?
So I asked you, do you believe that the Jews have right
to... Who are these people?
The Jews.
Who are the Jews?
Anyone who converts to Judaism or is Jewish, for fuck's sake.
Like I said, I don't know what this whole Jewish thing is, but the point I'm saying
I asked you,
what I'm saying
you're not a Zionist. Hold on, because I asked you.
You're trying to put me
No, I'm not trying to put you anywhere, because you said you're not a Zionist, and I asked you, do you believe that the Jews have right to
you're trying to
return to the allegedly
box.
return to the Holy Land, and you said yes. So yes, you do. And I asked you what land, and you said Israel. You're
trying to put me in a political box.
But you do.
But you do.
Yeah, okay.
No, I'm not.
Okay, let's say, so you believe that the Jews have right to
no,
be there, right?
Wait, back up.
Okay, fine.
Back up.
You believe the Jews have right to be in the Holy Land, right?
Back up.
Okay. And I asked you, and then that's why I asked you, hold on, that's why I asked you what land. That's why I asked you what land, just to see you respond. And you said Israel. So yes, you are a Zionist. Yes, you are. No, but you are a Zionist. You are a Zionist. You are a Zionist.
That's all you want to say. That's all you want to say.
Black Rabbi.
Why are you going to ask me a question?
Black Rabbi. That's why I asked you thereafter. I said to you, what land? And you said Israel.
Eretz Israel.
You are a Zionist.
No, I'm not.
No, he's just a black man who's been paid to pay
Oh my God. Why black people never have no money?
Right? So he gets 10,000 every month. Or else this motherfucker would not even move to Israel. You know what I mean? I'm sorry to you, but that's what you are. Right? They pay $8,500 a month.
I'm not a citizen, dickhead.
Doesn't matter whether you are a citizen or not. This is what they do.
I'm not a citizen. No,
right?
I've never received a dime. I've never received
Ashkenazi Jew are not even Jew. Those Eastern Europeans who come to Israel, they're not even Jewish.
You guys determine who's Jew and who's not. Okay, I get it.
No, we're determined. You
that's what Hitler
you said Herzl is not a Jew.
That's what Hitler.
You said Herzl is not a Jew, right?
I am a Jew, though. I am a Jew and I'm a rabbi. I'm telling you, he's not.
Okay, you
So Herzl is not a Jew.
literally said.
Netanyahu is not a Jew.
Hold on, you literally said that you're not a Zionist, but we all know that Zionism literally means self-determination
No, it doesn't.
for the Jewish people,
No, it doesn't.
for there to return to their ancestors' homeland. Yes,
With
this is what
Zionism, what Zionism
Yes,
means
it
is that Zionism means I don't have to keep any Torah, I don't have to keep any commandments. I could walk around in bikinis with the Star of David wrapped around me, and I could say Israel, hey, and I could do some social influencing videos about the land and care nothing about the Torah and that whole thing. I have nothing to do with
Jewish
that.
self-determination.
I have nothing to do with that. I don't know if these people are Jewish.
This is what Zionism is about, and that's why I asked
all
you.
right, well, that's what you think, Zionism. That's what you think.
You know, he wouldn't be saying this in a room full of white Jews. You know what I mean?
So
I will say it in a second. I will say it in a second.
You guys missed the point. You guys
I'm
missed
the king
the
of them.
point. He said he wears a bikini, goes around the block. Do you do?
No, I said this is what the Zionists do. They wear bikinis. They wrap themselves in the Star of David.
But Black Rabbi, what's your immigration status?
It's really funny. It's very funny when a black person comes and talks about
I'm just
Zionism.
curious.
It's really funny.
What's your immigration status?
I don't have any immigration status. I just came here to
He's a
learn
slave, but
Like you on a particular permit or visa or?
I'm not a citizen.
Okay.
he's a slave. He's been a slave, but unfortunately been freed.
But look, black people gotta be slaves. We gotta be paid.
You're a black person.
I can't come here and learn Torah.
What's going on with
Let's not talk about
The
these
white
topics.
people are.
I'm just bothered that you're sitting here saying that you're not a Zionist, yet you
You know that I'm not. You know that I'm not.
Let me just finish.
You know that I'm not. No, you just want to keep stabbing. You want to keep stabbing. Go ahead.
Because you literally.
You enjoy this.
You literally said, let me finish. You literally said that you're not a Zionist, but yet you're sitting here saying that you believe that Jews have right to self-determination.
I said nothing about determination. I said nothing about
Zionism
determination.
is that, because I asked you, do you believe that the Jews
Who
have right
says
to
it
self-determinate, and you said yes.
Who says it that?
You literally said
A
yes.
bunch of
And then I
non-religious
asked
people
you
come
what
along.
land,
A bunch
and
of
you said Israel.
non-religious people come along and they start creating definitions around Jewish ideas, and then all of a sudden I'm supposed to believe it.
No, but hold on. Black Rabbi. Ryanair, she has a good point. So now somebody that converts into Judaism, right? And then do you think that person has a right to this piece of land called Israel? Yes or no?
Do they have a right to this land? See, again, so this is the two frames of reference. One frame of reference is a secular approach, which is like, okay, we established a territory in 1948, and we allow people who identify as Jews to come back to this land with sovereign protection. Okay, that's one point. Then there's another point where I've been exposed to, which is the fact that the prophets have given prophecy that the Jewish people, the Israelites, the ones who don't even know that they're descendants of Israelites, will all be gathered and brought back to the land, right? So the question is that happening now? Is that not happening now? It's hard to know.
Dancing around the question, just answer the
question. No, but I'm saying I have a different ideology.
It's a simple Q&A, right? She asked you a question and somebody
I'm not interested in the secular state stuff.
Look, if I was you, I would be. If I believed in the state, I would be like, yep, they do.
If I believe
just
that,
say it's a yes or no. Just say it's a yes or no.
Yeah, that's your opinion at the end of the day.
If I was 100% behind the state, I would be a citizen, and I would be like your boy Aria. Okay?
No. You actually get more respect as an American. Don't respect black Israelis. You get more respect as a black American. You know it's true too.
Old Chicago pizza.
Tell me I'm lying,
right? God always change his tune all the time, man. He will say one thing one day, and the next day he'll say something else. You know.
I'm saying I'm consistent.
There's a problem with this people.
I'm consistent. You know? I'm consistent.
Because you're not consistent.
You guys,
you're never happy.
You guys are trying to make me.
Tug had a question for you. Tug had a question for Shaquille. Tug, are you there? Tug.
Either way, you guys have all these aggressions towards me because the black stuff, and I'm a slave.
We're
not really Jews and all these like attacks, but I take it.
Wait, hold on. Rabbi, do you believe in Jewish ethnicity?
No.
Okay.
More BS.
You mean more
It was
BS?
just a question, bro. Relax.
No, it's
He
not
don't
like
believe
him.
in Jewish ethnicity, yet he believed that Jews have right to self-determinate in a land
Shut
that's not
up,
theirs.
Maria. You're so lame with this.
Fuck Jews. Fuck Israel.
No,
Fuck.
no, leave backs. We're not gonna sit here and be like, fuck this, fuck that.
Anyways, but yeah, no, this is something that the reform movement created. People who wanted to reform the Torah and remove us away from our traditions. They came up with this whole ethno thing. Like we're ethno religion.
But
So
yet,
they're ethno.
then you're
ethno
right.
BS.
If
No,
it's not an ethnicity, if
they
it's not an
created
ethnicity,
the ethno BS statement.
okay, if it's not
They
an
created an
ethnicity,
ethno. You can't have an ethnicity and have 12 tribes.
okay.
You can't have an
Rabbi,
ethnicity and 12 tribes. Answer the question
Rabbi,
about.
if it's not an ethnicity, then why do you believe that the Jews have right
Stop!
to be
I
in
can't
that
get
land?
this.
Why can't you condemn the idea?
No, hold on. I want to know, because you literally said the Jews have right. No, I'm being annoying because
I did not say that. I did not say that.
I asked you, do you,
know
believe
what?
the Jews
You're
have
so
right to
manipulative.
allegedly return to their ancestors' land? And you said
What did I
yes.
say?
But
What
now
did I
you're
say?
saying it's not an ethnicity, so
It's not
answer.
ethnicity.
So
How
how?
when it comes to burn Jews
and make them
How do you have an ethnicity with 12 tribes? How does that work?
I agree with you, but why do you then say that they have right to self-determinate? Because I asked you,
you keep bringing up this BS. I don't
it's
believe
not
this
but
BS.
because you're not
It is
answering the
BS.
question. You're not
No,
answering.
you want me to answer it the way you want me to. You're trying to bully me.
No.
Right of return and then right to.
He's a fake Jew of culture vulture. He stands for
Wait, so
nothing.
let me ask you this. Lee, do you believe in the book of the prophets? The Nevi'im?
Do I believe
Isaiah, Ezekiel. Do you believe in the prophets Isaiah, Ezekiel, Daniel? Do you believe in these
I don't know about them. I believe in Jacob and Zechariah. I don't know about Ezekiel.
Okay, Zechariah.
That shit is all made up. That's not made.
Zechariah. Okay, fine. No, but I'm saying, because I'm assuming you're Muslim, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm under the impression that Muslims believe in the prophets that came, all of them.
You're a fake Jew.
No, only ones that we can verify. Someone can say they're a prophet. It doesn't mean you have to believe in them.
Fair enough. But the people I named, Ezekiel.
I don't know about Ezekiel and I don't know Daniel, but I know Jacob and Isaac and Zechariah.
No, those are forefathers. They'll come up
All
later.
the Jews on this app hate.
I don't know about them.
Anyways, the people on this app are not Jews. But anyways, the point I'm saying to you is like this. The point is saying like this. Anybody you come on this app on Shabbat and they're on this app, they're not a Jew. Okay? They may have a Jewish last name. They may eat some Jewish food. They may know some Hebrew, but they're not Jews. Okay? They're people who have a ethno identity. Anyways, the point that I'm saying is that the reform movement created this thing of ethno Judaism because they wanted to replace Torah observance with ethnic identity, right? Which is created this.
I know it's BS.
So, Rabbi, I got a question.
And then I asked you. I said, are you black or Jewish? You said it's the same thing. And then I asked you.
Because there's no ethno identity.
Yeah, just wait. Then I asked you, do you know Chinese Jews? You said, yeah, you know Chinese Jews. Then I said, what about if you're saying they're the same thing? That means black. That means black and Chinese is the same thing. And you were like, yeah.
I just literally said to you that's their spirit. That's their spirit when they convert.
Hold
on.
No.
When they convert. I don't give a fuck about the covenant. Listen to me. This is not my topic right now. What makes them Jews or not. What I'm saying to you is that you literally said that you don't believe in an ethno-religion. None of us do believe it's an ethno-religion in this room, by the way. None of us believe it's an ethno-religion. You also agree with us that it's not an ethno-religion. But I asked you, I said to you, Black Rabbi, do you believe that the Jews who are Jews or Jews who even converted to Judaism have right to self-determinate to the land, to the whole land?
It's not self-determinate. Self-determinate isn't a word.
Oh my God, this determination, blah blah blah. My English is not my first or second language.
It's right of return and the right to create a state.
Self-determined or whatever it's called. Anyways, let me finish. No, actually, my first language is Arabic. Let me finish. Okay, I asked you. We all agreed that Judaism is not an ethno-religion. You said it yourself, right? So when I asked you, do you believe that the Jews have right to return to their ancestors' homeland? You said yes.
No, that's not what I said. What I said is that the prophecy said that the Jews are going to come back to the land.
So you do believe that the Jews have right to be there?
No. I follow the Torah. That's what the prophet said.
I'm
that the
asking
Jews
you
are
a question.
going to return to the Israelites.
Do they have right to be there? And you said yes, and then I asked you what country, what land? You said Israel.
Eretz Israel.
Oh my God, it's a. Therefore, it means you are a Zionist.
No, it's not. No,
yes, you are. Yes, you are.
No, it doesn't. It means I'm a person who believes in God.
Yo, Black Rabbi, what about the scriptures that say you guys aren't supposed to? You know, actually the three. What is it called? The three promises. The three oaths. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So do you believe in that?
Yeah.
The Jews are not supposed to like come up to the walls.
No, the three oaths have to do with how Jews should re-enter the land, right? And they shouldn't come in. It's a whole bunch of things, but again,
it's not a whole bunch. It's three stuff.
It's three, yeah, but I'm saying, but those three things have derivative points, right?
Yeah, but they're not supposed to come up to the walls. It means they're not supposed to take it by force, and they took it by force.
Okay, but what we're saying is, that's why I keep having to make the point. The people established the country were not Jews. They had an anti-Jewish agenda.
Okay, then that means them being there and you being there. You're not supposed to be there.
No, that's not.
Because you're benefiting.
I didn't take anything by force.
Hold on, you're benefiting off of the
crimes that they committed. That's a separate point.
I don't care if it's a separate point. It's the truth. You're benefiting off of the crimes. You're benefiting off of the crimes of these Zionists, and you're benefiting off of the crimes of these atheists.
No.
Yes.
Whose Palestinian house you staying in?
No, I stay in a skyrise. But the point is like this. What?
Yeah, but who do you steal it from? They stole it from a
No,
Palestinian, right?
It's built. It's a brand new building.
But but the land is Palestinian, right? They stole it from the Palestinian.
All right, maybe they.
How much they paying you? $8,500?
That's against the Torah. That's against the Torah.
I pay myself.
That's against the Torah staying on stolen Palestinian land.
If I steal an iPhone and then sell it to you, right? You'd be like, oh, I didn't steal it. I just bought it. This is the same
according
thing
to their books, they can steal from Gentiles.
So, Black Rabbi, I want to ask you a question. So, people like Yaakov, Pumalu, the Rohan, they're not Jew, huh?
If they don't keep Shabbat, I don't consider them Jewish.
So they're not Jewish.
Yeah.
So all these Europeans who are migrating from Eastern Europe,
they
were found out to be not Jewish at all.
No, it's not about ethnicity. It's about if you keep the Torah or you don't.
So they don't keep the Torah. They're not practicing. So they're not Jews.
So they're not Jews. No.
All right. Thanks for clarifying. And then you know what I mean. So now when they come in the room, we know they got no value.
Zero
value. So they got zero value, right? Pumalu, the Rohan,
Yaakov. I'm just telling you, you keep calling out whatever names you want. I'm saying anybody in the world who says that they're a Jew and they deny the Torah, okay, openly, they're not Jewish. They may be something else.
Do they have to be practicing to be Jew?
The Judaism is a spiritual system, okay? It's not about your race. It's not about your ethnicity.
You know what I'm asking? Do you have to practice your religion?
Yes, you have to. That's the whole.
So if they don't practice,
they're not. They're out. They're out. According to Judaism, they're out.
All right. Thanks, man.
Benjamin, وأنا دليت أنا صليت.
You have to keep the Torah.
I need translate. Please. ما في translate. زول يترجم لي اللغة.
And a lot of people don't like hearing the truth. You know,
والله العظيم كلامكم جميل.
They think I could come on this app and we're Jewish. What makes you Jewish? Oh, but my mother's Jewish. How do you know your mom's Jewish? Oh, because we.
كلامكم عجبني ده ليه ترسل لي الناس اللي يفهموا كلامي. زول كلكم تفهموا عربي.
Yeah, I understand Arabic.
مش كلنا بنفهم عربي.
الله البنت بتفهم عربي.
أنا بفهم عربي.
أنا بفهم إنجليزي.
طيب what the fuck is this? Is it for me?
طيب
Can we keep it in English, bro? This is an English show. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you keep it in English, bro?
I don't think he understands English.
Can you keep it in English, brother?
He doesn't speak it.
We don't speak Arabic here. We speak Black Rabbi language or
Arabic. وأنا أترجم لك.
Okay, we don't speak Arabic, brother. Respectfully, okay?
No,
Let's keep it in English.
إطلاقا. No, I speak Arabic.
Okay. For your own good, I moved you down. Respectfully, right? We got to keep it in English. Thank you. It's bad for the content. We don't know what you're saying. Respectfully, brother, you can curse in Arabic from down in the audience. Anyways, going back to Black Rabbi. Black Rabbi, I think got enough. Got cooked. Did you get cooked today, Black Rabbi?
Nobody got cooked because Rianne's being a mosquito.
By the way, everyone, Black Rabbi has a book called The Mind of a Black Jew.
Why are you laughing at it, though?
Because I'm waiting for the discount. It's Black Friday.
Stop. That means you should pay more.
Hell no. Why don't you pay
Anyways,
for us all?
anyways, the main point is like this. We have to be very clear what Judaism is and what Judaism is not, right? Because a lot of the things that there's people out there doing in the name of Judaism is not Judaism.
But you're doing the same thing. What about the ultra orthodox that say they're not supposed to come back to the land of Israel until the Mashiach comes back? What about them? Who's the real Jew? Them or you?
Me. But the point is just saying that, so we have to be very clear on that and be able to discern, right? So whatever happens with the government, that has nothing to do with Judaism. Those are political ideas that are largely influenced by the United States.
You support it, though. You support it.
No, wait. So I support American expansion, right? I think American expansion is something that all of you guys. Wait.
I thought you follow Torah. Now you professing secular bullshit. Come on, man.
No. It's not secular bullshit.
He was literally complaining about Lebanon and Hezbollah and Lebanese army, and now he's saying, literally today he was slagging me off when we were talking about Lebanon and Israel, and now you're saying that you don't support the government. Yes, you clearly do support the government.
No. What I said was, I know. See, you're doing it again. I don't know why
you
you're
were slagging me off today.
No, you're doing it again. But anyways, the point is saying that I'm in support of Western expansion in the U.S. government.
We don't want Western expansion, my friend. We don't want Western expansion in our countries, okay?
Western expansion is against the Torah. You're not following Torah.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Spreading democracy is a liberation.
I want to expand your asshole. Listen. I want you to commit haram and put my dick in your butt.
So, Black Rabbi, what do you think would be the biggest? What do you think the biggest challenge inside Israel? Since you live there, in your view, what's the biggest challenge that they have? Number one challenge.
I would compare Israel socially to the early stages of America, when you had a huge immigrant culture. You got people from different backgrounds living in close proximities to each other. So the system that we have in America, this democratic system, right? This idea of being an American and what that represents, allowed a lot of those people.
It's a secular, godless system. That's what you support.
No, it's not. But the point is just saying that it allowed those people to evolve from being very racist and limited, coming from the countries that they came from, and belief systems, to being completely integrated. So I think more American ideas will allow this racial population to become more connected and more interconnected, in the cultural vices that they had coming to the country could be kind of like pushed to the wayside and identify what it is to be an Israeli in a new way. So I think that is the main issue, and obviously
they kill children, my friend. They kill children every day. Do you think anyone can believe your point of view? They've been killing every kid, every woman, they've been bombing people for fucking months. Do you believe these people actually believe in that point of view? You really think?
Again, you have to separate the military and Israeli people, even though Israelis went to the army, they did service, national service. They're just regular people that go to work, come home, make money, have their family, have their Shabbat meal, go on vacation a couple times a year. Very, very normal people. Very normal people. Unfortunately, the government is very much connected to the military.
Do you know about the 80 years curse, Black Rabbi? So you got any idea about 80 years curse?
80 years curse. Is that what you said? What's that 80 years curse? What is that?
Well, apparently, maybe look it up. It's about the fate of Israel.
This is like the most golden. Even though Israel's going through a big fight right now, this is probably the greatest moments in the country's history, right? Because the through the actions, right, we've seen over the last 14 months, you could clearly see the balance of power in the Middle East that existed in some cases almost over 1,000 years has greatly shifted, right? So this is like Israel's greatest moment, right? I mean, it's flying over Iranian airspace, right? The Hezbollah, is completely weakened, right? There's alliances now with other Arab nations that are securing airspace and even shooting down rockets shot towards Israel by Saudi and Bahrain and other people. So it's just, I think this is a defining moment for Israel. This is a byproduct of the Abraham Accord. And I think with this defense pact with the United States and Saudi Arabia, I think you're going to even see the golden years of the Middle East even manifest even more. So right now, unfortunately, we have all these terrible, terrible situations in Gaza with these children that are in the middle of this. But the broad spectrum of what's happening, this is the golden years of the Middle East. This is where everything changes. This is where Muslims are going to be allowed to be completely liberated from theocracy and totalitarianism, and Christians could live in safety, right? So I think this is a short term, but long term light. You know what I'm saying?
But the Christians are not safe under this Israeli regime. They get spat on. They get kicked in the groins. You see the way they disrespect Christians in this illegal state called Israel. You've seen it, right? There's multiple videos out there. What do we do about that?
Yeah, in general, that's not the case. But I did see some.
There's plenty of videos out there. What are you talking about?
I saw it. I saw the religious radicals that are out there attacking.
How are you going to justify it?
No, but I'm saying that's not the experience of Christians in Israel, right?
That's not true. Don't sit here and lie. Don't lie.
That is not the
Christian Palestinians. No, do not lie about that. Do not lie about that.
AI.
Don't lie about that.
AI.
Don't lie about the Christian Palestinians not being oppressed by the Israelis.
This is not a person. This is a bot.
The Palestinian Christians are getting spat on, attacked. They're even getting
no. It was no.
vandalized. Don't lie. Don't lie. Don't lie. Don't sit here and lie.
We're not lying. He lies. Okay. You understand?
Literally, they're vandalizing churches, drawing upside-down crosses, spitting on nuns and priests, attacking. Remember this video I saw of an Armenian Palestinian priest who got kicked, and he was literally laying down, and they were kicking him. So don't sit here and lie, okay?
You're liars, man.
I'm so tired of this. And every holidays the Christians have, they're always making troubles for them. Always. So stop lying.
Anyways,
you're ridiculous because you're lying.
No, but you're acting like that. So
don't fucking lie, brother.
What do you mean? Hold on. What do you say? Don't act like what?
Are you going to say those words now? You got them all right.
What did you say? Don't act like what?
Don't act like that's the experience of Christians.
Don't fucking lie.
It's true.
It's true. Mostly happen in the old city.
Don't lie.
Please, hold on. It is true. The Christians are oppressed.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Christians,
yes, they are.
Christians.
I can literally ping in some Christian Palestinians into this room. From Bethlehem and Jerusalem, if you want to be specific. What are you talking about?
Peace be. The peacemakers, these Americans that fucking die.
Don't sit
They
here and
die.
lie. I'm so fucking tired of these fucking people lying all the time.
Anyways, the point is just saying that there's
Can
definitely
you shut up?
issues.
Can you just shut up for a second? Let people speak, okay? Can you just...
I was responding to her agreement statement.
Just let fucking people speak because you have nothing to say, okay? You killed a bunch of children and women.
I haven't killed anybody. I'm black.
So Black Rabbi, hold on. I put 2 links in there in the chat so you could see it, how they get spat on, right? How they spit on the Christians. So please check it out, Black Rabbi, and I'll give you more videos.
Was it you, Black Rabbi, Ariel, who like beat the fuck out of a preacher?
He did actually he did beat someone who was preaching about Christianity. There's also a video of how small kids even and like Jewish boys spitting on a
Ariel,
woman.
probably.
No, we didn't.
Oh, he did admit it
People be
yesterday.
lying
What
on this
are you
app,
talking about?
bro. People be lying and talking about he's in
He
security.
admitted yesterday that
Yeah,
him
we know
and
he
other
cleans
people
dishes.
were attacking someone who was preaching about Christianity. He did
Yeah,
it here in the room, by the way, yesterday.
Tell him to show you footage then if you do.
Anyways, what I wanted to say is that
How many Israelis are fucking like people like people?
Let me ask Mr. Rainer a question.
Let's do one mic at a time. Your microphone's really bad. Hold on, Bruce. Hold on. Your microphone's really bad, brother. Stay muted or go fix your microphone. I think Yahweh wanted to speak, and then we can go step by step to other people. You want to say something, Yahweh?
Good morning to everyone. Assalamu alaikum, Amir. It is a Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Salam Muhammad al-Muhammad, alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Rabbi Mordechai, he believes, I don't know how is that possible, that I can call it self-deception, I don't know. But he believes that it will be a peaceful era, new peaceful era, brought by King David in Netanyahu, who's going to actually bring the peace to Middle East through the Abrahamic Accord. Well, let me tell you this. The issues right now, what you see actually right now is the victorious for a golden moment for Israel. That won't be the case, actually, because as you can see right now, the situation inside Israel proper is not actually that great. It's actually the opposite. But the things you were talking about, a peaceful era, that the people will come together to stay as brothers in Abrahamic court. That's when the Jews believe that they themselves, they are not part and parcel of the Abrahamic covenant, because the covenant was actually given to Abraham and his descendants, biological blood descendants. The converts are not part of it. But anyway, in order to have a peace, you have to recognize everyone's rights to exist, and that's including the Palestinian natives. Okay, this is the moment for the Israelis, okay, to accept being Palestinians, actually, just like Golda Meir.
Is it people
For that
out?
to happen,
Is there
then
people
this
moving?
Zionist project has to
Is there people out?
end, and they have to accept themselves being Palestinians.
Is there people out?
Okay, just like we Armenian Palestinians, we used to have
I
Jewish
can-
Arab Palestinians, we used to have Jewish Palestinians, just like we have Christian Palestinians, just we like to have Muslim Palestinians, Arab Palestinians, Turks Palestinians. We welcome these Yiddish, we welcome those convert Jews who are converted to Judaism to be Palestinians, just like Golda Meir and Shimon Peres. I think that's the only way, and this is the only way for peace to exist in the Middle East. Yes, you mentioned the Arab regimes. Arabs are not living in the theocracy, and Islam is not talking about theocracy. We don't have priests to worship. Islam is different from all religion. Islam is talking about nations, ummah. Okay, not talking about priesthood. We don't have priesthood in Islam. Okay, but the things you mentioned, about peaceful cause, it has to come through Jews recognizing themselves to be Palestinians. Okay, and that's when we say, from the river of the sea, Palestinians shall be free. That means even the Jews have to liberate themselves from evil of Zionism and accept themselves being Palestinians and live side by side together with their fellow Palestinians. Okay, this is the only way. Just like Christians, the Crusaders, when they came in 500,000 years ago, they've done the same thing, just like the Jews did.
No, I have to interrupt you there. The Christians.
Crusaders.
Hold on. Christianity didn't come from Crusaders. The Christians have always been there. Actually,
I apologize.
the Palestinians were the first Christians.
Let me correct you. Let me correct myself. I said Europeans, Fringia, the Franks. They came in with the same idea as those Jews, that we are the Christians, we are the holding of the cross, and we came
The
for the
Christians have always been in the Holy Land because Christianity
just like, yeah,
comes from the Holy Land.
I agree.
The first Christians were actually Palestinians.
Palestinians.
Alright, we got it.
Yeah, but what I'm trying, no, because a lot of people think that Christianity comes from the Crusaders.
No,
which
not
is
at all.
true.
Let me
Got it.
the European Franks, when they came and occupied the place for 200 years, they had the similar thought like the Zionists. But what happened is that after they've been defeated and their projects been dismantled, the people of the Franks Crusaders, not being kicked out or being killed, they stayed and they lived with the Palestinians, with the Lebanese, with the Syrians, with the Egyptians, and this has to be the case also for the Jews.
It's always been Jews.
Assimilate with the people. Assimilate. That's a very important thing.
Okay, but so I got a solution.
If you want to have a peace, you should live with us. Assimilate with us.
This is the key.
Assimilate.
The more the Middle East, the more the Arab people, the more the Persian people become more American, the more you're going to see peace in this region. They're incapable in their current ideology to have peace amongst each other, let alone with Israel.
That means
it only is going to come through a democratization.
You come to our region, you assimilate with us.
No.
If you don't want to assimilate,
we're restructuring your region. We're restructuring your region because you people are stuck. You guys are stuck.
Because
so
we are not restructuring the region. The region stayed like that for thousands of years.
We're liberating.
Okay, and we'll continue for another thousands of years. We cannot restructure it. This is the problem. You will come, you'll assimilate, and that's the only way for the germs to assimilate with the body. Otherwise, the germs die.
We are instructing you as
this is a problem. It's exactly when you insert a germs in the body, in order for the germs to continue, it has to assimilate. Otherwise, the germs will die.
You are the colonizer. You are the colonizers. You guys invaded the Middle East. You are the colonizers.
So you're telling me that
you came from Arabian Peninsula.
There was no even invasion.
Hold on, let me have a conversation with him. Bruce, there's no need to choke.
Yeah, right now.
Hold on, I hear you.
Right now, I want to respond to something you said before.
Bruce, hold on.
The reason I came to the stage. The reason I came to stage is to respond to something you said.
Let me have a conversation. Are screwing donkeys. Are having sexual intercourse with donkeys. I want to believe in that. How do you want me to believe in your lies? And you said the Iranian.
Yeah, hold on. Let them have a little conversation. Please mute them.
Rainer, the reason I came to the stage to respond to something that you said. You are right. There has been some stupid Jews in Israel that made bad gestures towards Christians, and it's all over TikTok. Those few incidents that happened has been.
Let me have a conversation with you.
Can you stop, bro? Please,
I'm finished. Amir.
Brother, can you please stop? Let them have a conversation.
I just land in a few seconds.
Can you drop him for every time I come on the stage?
Hold on.
He's been talking for 10 minutes.
Yeah, no.
Bruce, you did interrupt him, right? Let him finish. I'll give you.
Last things I'm gonna say. So, Rabbi, only for you to live among the natives in this Middle East is to live peacefully and assimilate. There's no other way. Assimilate. Become part of us.
But let me ask you this. Out of respect, I want to hear what Bruce has to say. I just want to ask you this: do you live in the West or do you live in the East?
That's not relevant. That's not relevant.
Okay.
No, it's relevant. No, it's relevant. I want to hear Bruce. It's relevant because people like Amir. People like Amir.
I don't want to take more questions.
People like Amir. And other people live. Amir says to me.
I'm not going to respond because it's not my time.
Okay, you don't have to respond. Amir said to me jokingly. Amir said to me. He says, Black Rabbi, when you come back to America, to LA, I'll pick you up from the airport and I'll take you out to eat. Now he's joking, right? But his thought process is the thought process of an American, right? And it's very hard for Americans to have pure hatred for each other in their eyes, even if they're from the KKK or the Black Panthers, right? So what I'm saying is, in the Middle East, the society itself, the structure of society is an outdated program that's holding the people back. So God has put America in a position to restructure the Middle East to free and liberate the people of that region so the best and the brightest can rise to the top, right? That's what we're talking about here. So there's no assimilation. There's restructuring, and it's to your benefit and to your children's benefit that it happens. Go ahead, Bruce.
If I may speak after Bruce, Brother Amir, assalamu alaikum.
Well, so let Bruce engage with Ryan here for a minute.
Thank you. The point I was making, that there has been a few incidents, and it's been circulating all over TikTok by a lot of majority Arabs people, and those did happen. But the way you know how people are treated in a community is by seeing how they flourish or how they disappear. We have seen what happened to the Christians in Lebanon. Lebanon was Paris of the Middle East. Now you see what the majority Muslims are doing to this community. The most important place on earth for Christians is Bethlehem. That's where Jesus walked, right? And in 1950, the population of Bethlehem was 85% Christians. Today the population of Bethlehem is 10%. This is how you know what community is being treated how. Not by seeing one incident of somebody behaving stupidly and getting circulated on TikTok. And as far as this assimilate in us, no, you guys came from the Arabian Peninsula. You invaded. Let me finish, please. You invaded. Thank you. You invaded the land. You murdered the men. You took their women as slaves and raped them. You made their sons slaves. You took their gold and money. You forced them to change their culture, religion, language, everything. And that's what. And let me finish. And that's how you have took over the whole Middle East. If you look at the map of the Middle East, you have to search to find a tiny piece of land. No, I'm not.
Because you're making a lot of statements. I want to be able to answer.
You will. I allow you. I will mute. I will give you the respect to mute. If you give me the respect
but please,
to
at
mute.
least when you're going to speak about
it,
please
that's fine.
Have a little bit of knowledge, please.
That's fine. I allow you to respond.
Do you know anything about Arabization?
I will allow you to respond. I will mute, no matter how unreasonable you will be. I will mute.
Can you hurry up?
Yes. No, I can't. Everybody's talking, and I'm talking to there. 15, 20 people who are saying differently, and I'm saying differently. Listen, be patient.
Okay, Baba John, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So that's how you guys took over the land. I forced people to change their religion, forced them to change it, and you took all the land. Now there is this tiny piece of land that in 1948, United Nations gave to Jews and gave a bunch of land to Arabs. They gave them all of the Jordan, that is all was Palestine. They gave it all. And Arabs said, no. We cannot have Jews in this land. You have to assimilate, like this guy was saying. And attack Jews. He said, We're gonna throw them to the ocean. It's gonna be the end of it. So told some of the Palestinians, get out of the way. Let us kill the Jews. Then you come back. Some Arabs stayed in Israel. Those are the 20% who are living the best life of their lives. And some ran away. Listen to those, and God stopped this. Today we are worthy. We are. You can sit outside Palestine and tell Palestinians, don't do it. During the war, don't go to Egypt. Just stay there.
It's getting too much because
We have to do one point at a time, right?
Can I respond to him?
You said too much, yes.
This is gonna be funny because you know what, Bruce? I am both Lebanese Palestinian. My father is Muslim. My mom is actually Christian. This just indicate that we are marrying from each other, or they married from each other before. We have been in those lands for thousands of years. Maybe you don't know anything about the history of the Arabs. Something called Arabization, when they came to the land of the Levantine countries, and that they actually spread the Arabic language. But when you look at our DNA, Lebanon, Palestine, we are not the real true Arabs, actually. As much as I hate saying this, but it's the truth. We are Arabized people. Our DNA is not the same DNA from someone from Arab Peninsula. So you were wrong about that. That's the first statement. Second of all, go read about the Canaanites. Third, about the Christian Palestinians. The Palestinians were the first Christians, by the way. Christianity comes from that land, from that region. The Palestinians were the first Christians. The Palestinian Christians have always been there. They have been lived there. They are oppressed by the Israelis. Actually, not only are they getting spat on and attacked, all right, it's not a video or videos on TikTok. This has been going on for years, before TikTok even existed, okay? They are even banned, they banned thousands of Palestinians, Christians in the occupied West Bank from entering Jerusalem to go and participate in Palm Sunday, or even enter Holy Sepulchre sometimes when it's Easter. So don't come here tell me that it's a small mistakes, or it happens sometimes. No, that's not true. This has been going on for years. I am both from Nazareth and Tiberias. Lebanon is still a secular country, because you're talking about both Lebanon and Palestine. Let's talk about Lebanon then. Lebanon, the president has to be Maronite Christian, so I don't know where you're getting that from, that it's Islamic Islam. It's not true, by the way. The president of Lebanon has to be Maronite Christian. He's not even allowed to be Orthodox. He has to be Maronite Catholic Christian. Lebanon is built up on sectarianism, yes, but it's still a secular country. Lebanon, you could literally go party, drink alcohol, go to beach party. I don't know where you're getting this from, this bullshit. I don't know you're from Iran, because that's why you have a lot of hate towards the Muslims and Islam. That's why you're supporting Israel, I guess. But this is not the case.
No, he's a Jew. He's a Jew.
He's a Jew?
Yeah, Iranian Jew.
Okay. Iranian Jew. Oh, there you have it. I didn't finish.
Don't forget me.
I didn't finish. Yeah, Zero, you can go after me. Hold on, Bruce. So please, before you talk about...
I will respond to you.
I didn't finish.
I'm just saying, don't be a mod and give the thing mic to Zero.
Okay. I didn't finish.
Go ahead, finish.
So you're talking about how Arabs came to the Levant. Well, who were living in the Levant before Arabs came there? Do you know, Bruce, who were living in the Levant, who were living in Lebanon, Palestine?
It's called Judea. Then Judea comes
before
from
Judea.
Yeah.
Before
People from the
Israelites.
People from the moon.
Since you want to talk about history and you seem to, Mr. All-Knowing All, so I'm asking you, who lived there before?
Everything you said was wrong, by the way. Everything you said was
Bruce,
wrong.
Let me continue. Bruce, who were living in that region before the Israelites? Who were there? Who was living?
People from the moon. If you want to go back to Adam and Eve, go ahead.
I'm not going to go back. No.
The land is called Judea Samaria. It's called Judea.
Bruce. Yahweh, please. I'm not the one who wants to go back 2,500 years ago. You guys are the ones who always mention that you guys are the chosen one, that God promised you this land 2,500 years ago. You were there. We're not the ones who are actually mentioning it. But since you are mentioning it, I'm also going to mention that we were there 4,000 years ago. How about that? Go look at the Palestinian Lebanese DNA. go Google Lebanese or Palestinian DNA. It will literally show you that we are the ones who hold the most highest Canaanite DNA in that region. This just indicates that the Canaanites were there since Bronze Age before the Israelites even set their foot in that region. That's the first thing first, okay? Second of all,
you the last name is Alistair. You came from
second
Egypt.
of all,
What are you talking
I am not.
about?
No, I'm not
Yeah,
Egyptian.
not you. I'm not saying
I'm not
you
Egyptian.
are. No, but
I
you
am
know
not.
when the when your Jews came to the land,
Hold on,
a lot of Arabs from around the countries they came over there. That's why their last name is
Actually,
Al-Misri and this and that.
Okay, my last name is Canaan. Does that mean I'm a Canaanite? Hold on, Em. Hold on, Em. Hold on. Please. Bruce. Just like a lot of Jews have Berg, they're Ashkenazi Jews. They have Goldstein, Finkelstein, Goldberg, Berg. Does that mean that they're not Jewish? They're not from Judea, according to you? Please. I'm trying to have a conversation with him. Please, brother. I'm trying to have a conversation. Bruce, according to you, because you're saying, a lot of Palestinians and Lebanese people have surnames that ends like Al-Masri or Al-Kurdi and stuff like that. Then I have another question for you. What about Ashkenazi Jews who hold surnames with Berg, that ends with Berg or Stein? Are they Jews or are they not Jews?
No, these Al-Misris were originally from
No.
Egypt or not?
Ask. Just because they have. Hold on. No, they're not. Just because there's a lot of. Hold on. Bruce. Just like you guys, you claim that Ashkenazis are Jews and they are from Judea, right? Then why do a lot of Ashkenazi Jews have surnames that are Germanic surnames?
Listen,
Polish, Milikowski.
Are you gonna answer? Please. Please fix this.
Rainer, I'm okay with what you say. You're saying these people whose last name is Egypt, they were not originally Egyptian. Okay, I believe you. It's hard to believe because in the old time, if you were working gold, the name your last name would be something to do with gold. If you work on
we gotta move the mic around a little bit because we have zero waiting. There's no point, Bruce. You made a lot of false claims earlier. I don't even know where to start with you, right? Seriously, you have hatred towards your IRGC. This is why you hate Muslims.
What did I say wrong?
Okay,
you said wrong.
You said forcefully was converted, right? According to my religion, you cannot force convert someone.
Are
Do you know about
serious,
the scripture?
Amir, are you serious?
Oh my God,
you
this
really
guy,
believe
man.
that?
This is an Iranian who has.
Bro, I believe my scripture. Then I would believe you. I don't take shit from you. I take from my religion.
Iranian shacks.
I'm not talking about.
I just want to hear zero. Actually, zero.
Yeah, let's go to zero.
Bruce, nobody want to hear you anymore.
We're gonna go to zero. Let's.
There was no forced conversion. Are you serious?
There's no point, Bruce. Can you please mute up? It's a Zero's turn now. Zero, go on, brother.
Okay, well, Black Rabbi, he knew I was coming up to speak, so he ran. He came in with his, the white Americans are chosen by God to help the world, and then he ran away. So I just wanted to post that Ray Dalio, who talks about the changing world order, so he can see that this is the end of the rule of America, not the beginning. Like, America's going to save the world and change the world and make everybody, this is the end of America. Okay, and I'm just going to go ahead and post that. So that's the end of that because he's gone. I also wanted to mention one thing, Bruce, that if God is such a perfect God and he does everything as he's supposed to do for everybody, why is he going to tell somebody, I'm going to bring you back one day, but when I do, I'm going to make you a white albino so that the sun will destroy you, so you cannot stand in the sun. It doesn't make sense, friend. Just right there, you're saying God did that to. Why would he do that? Is he like he's going to torture you for what reason? You can't be a white albino person and live in that area. And if they've proven it, because as soon as they moved into this area in mass, started in 1948, they shot up to having the second highest rate in the world of skin cancer. The only other people who have a higher rate of skin cancer than these white people in Palestine are the white people living in Australia, and they don't belong there either. You see? So it's like something's wrong with your God if he's going to do that to you. You know, it's like me saying, hey, if you come into this house, you'll be the richest man in the house. And then you walk into the house, but there's 3 lions waiting to eat you. I mean, why would he do that to you? That's all I want to say. I'm going to go and post that thing about the New World Order where it tells you that we're looking at the decline of an empire, which is America. Go ahead, Doc.
I got you. Thank you. The issue with some of the Iranians is they hate the IRGC government. This is why they start talking shit about Islam. And they do this in every room. It's all about them and how IRGC has been suppressed and oppressing them and blah, 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 blah. Fucking whole bunch of government all over the world. Which government doesn't have any blood on their hands? They all do. Unfortunately, it's just crazy.
Yeah, but he's not from IRGC. I mean, he's a Jew.
Brother, he's from Iran. He hates the IRGC, and this is why he hates Muslims. It doesn't matter. He hates the IRGC, and he hates.
Yeah, he hates. All he hates.
Where did he go, this Bruce? I wanted him to.
I don't know. He ran away. Nobody kicked him, right? Peachtree, you didn't kick the guy? No? I think she's not even.
Just remember when he said that, do you believe that Iranians in Islamic Iran, they go and they have sex with donkeys? He was like, what? No, I mean, I'm sorry, but these guys they're desperate. They are desperate saying anything. They just want to run out from the argument. Just want to win the argument. They are just like flat earthers, honestly. You have a discussion with the flat earthers, they did the same thing with the Zionists. Okay, in order to convince you, you have to live in illusion, their illusion. Thank you very much.
Yep, so we got IDF prohibits residents of several southern Lebanon villages from returning home until further notice. What does that mean?
It's very simple. It means that America helped them set up this plan so that they can establish themselves in Lebanon, what they couldn't do during the war. They couldn't get anywhere. They kept getting their ass kicked. So America set up this fake peace plan deal so that now they can set themselves up. And I bet you in 60 days when they're supposed to be gone, they're going to try to have established themselves in that area to say, you know what? We decided to stay here. That's all it is. It's all it is. So now they want to try to pretend that they're the boss and that they won and that they... No. The whole idea is one thing. You turn around and you leave. But they're not going to do it. That wasn't the plan. The plan is for them to establish themselves during a so-called peace. So that, because they couldn't do it during the war. That's all it is. America's helping them get set up in there.
As I said, I mean, there is no hope for them to stay unless they assimilate with us and be part of us. They should be with us. They should be part of us. Part of our nation. That's the only way. They should be part of us, like a group. Like as we have a Christian Arab or a Christian Palestinian Christian, there should also be a Jewish Palestinians. There should always be people who are actually Polish Palestinians or Italian Palestinians. We don't have that problem, but they should be part of us, not someone who's going to stand on the top of us. This is the history. I mean, you come to the region, you should be part of us, part of the region, part of the people. Shouldn't be anything else. Shouldn't be alien.
I bet you you're going to see, watch, as soon as the Lebanese army starts coming in, they're going to be fired upon too. By the Zionists.
Beginning of the war, with Hezbollah, they did kill like 5 Lebanese army soldiers. See what I'm saying? So there's going to be, and then they've attacked the peacekeepers as well. We got 10,000 good thing we have the UNIFIL, right? The UNIFIL is, different countries, and as soon as they attack the UNIFIL IDF, they can piss off a whole bunch of nations, right? Which is a good thing. They're there. I think they might move out. I don't know, Zero. It will take them maybe 10, 20 days. Maybe they'll move out, I think.
Well, Hezbollah made their first statement. You read that, right? You read their first statement they came out with. You know, and they said, we have our finger on the trigger. That's what they said in their statement. We have our finger, we're watching you, and we have our finger on the trigger. So that's good that they know that. And you know, eventually, you know, they will probably go back and forth. You hear about, oh, well, Hezbollah fired a couple of rockets here, and, you know, the Zionists fired, because I think we already hear the Zionists already fired some rockets at people, right? So that's fine. Yeah, okay. They need to leave. That's fine. I'm waiting to see. We can't say what they're going to do now, but they have to understand that Hezbollah is ready to fight you again. That's what they need to understand and keep that in their heads. We're ready to fight you right now, but we're going to give you a chance to leave as per the agreement. So let's see if they leave. I don't know.
Yes, that's what the plan zero is. And I really, you get it right. They were actually having this fake peace or you know, uh, like stuff. It's like called truth, whatever. The ceasefire is only a fake plan in order for Israel to stay in South Lebanon, establishing themselves. But that's actually has gone. The Lebanese people realize that this is just a game and deception, game of deception. But yeah, they're gonna lose it. There's no way for Israel to win nowadays. It's over. These days are over. Okay, every battle they're gonna go through it, they will fight. They will lose it. Every war, and the war will gonna continue.
And they're talking about, the government is turning their attention more on Gaza, but the soldiers that are getting just wiped out in Gaza are quitting. If you read, I was reading today, I think it was in the Jerusalem Post, that like was it 20, almost a quarter of the troops are refusing, the reservists are refusing to go back. And what's happening is that they're going to extend for the military, because you know most it's like 140,000 are really military and like 200,000 are reservists. So the ones who are actually military, they want to extend their their service. Meaning like, okay, you fight 2 years, you can get out. But now they're going to change it to like, okay, now you have to fight 3 years and you get out. So that's what they're getting ready to do, because they're running out of people, because the reservists they can't take it anymore in Gaza. They can't take it. They're getting wiped out over there. So that's a good thing. So when he turns around and says, okay, now let's go fight in Gaza, the people are saying no. And you remember some of these mothers already wrote letters. Remember, like hundreds of mothers wrote these letters about ending the fighting in Gaza. Our children can't take it anymore. This was months ago. So that's a good thing. When he turns around to go to Gaza, everybody's going to say, no, dude, let's just do a peace deal, because we can't do it anymore. This is the longest they've ever fought in any war. 415 days or something already?
Yep. Yeah, you're right. It's the longest war in Israeli history. They're still being defeated. It's still defeated. The war continues. I say, dude, this war is not going to stop.
You're very low, brother. I personally, I can't hear you. I don't know about anybody else.
Oh, hold on. I said this is the longest war in Israeli history, and it's going to continue, and it's going to continue. It's not going to stop. And I said the war, the only thing to stop this war is basically a third world war, like something major, regional war, massive. That's the thing was going to stop this war, but it's going to continue. But for Israel, if they want to continue to exist, there's only one thing: basically dismantling the state of Israel, and the Jews could stay, live together with the Palestinians, and no need for a state of Israel. In other words, we don't want the state of Israel. We want the Jews to stay with us. and live with us, but we don't want the state of Israel. That's the things they have to know. That this state, this entity, this Nazi entity, you call it the Zionist state of Israel, has to finish. Hasn't got the right to exist. Jews, they can live with us if they want. If they want, they can live with us, with their communities, preserve their culture, preserve their identity, and just like any groups in the Middle East, side by side. And that's the only thing. Okay, and they're equal. They will have their rights, just like we have my rights. It's like nobody should be better than others. What you have is what I have, and what your duties is the same as my duty, and we are living equally. There's no problem. We share the land together. We have no problem with that. But this project, this colonial enterprise, has to end. Has to be dismantled. And yes, I have a problem, an issue with the Arab regimes. We're not supposed to live in under these puppet leaders installed by the West, okay, and actually occupying us. We have to do something with the Arab leadership as well. We need a proper leadership that represent the people in that region. This is the only way. I believe this is the only way. It sounds rosy, okay, but it's important. Otherwise, this war will going to continue forever and ever till a major global war erupts. Thank you.
Getting ready to happen in Europe. So the major war is getting ready to happen, man, because Putin's, he's going to bomb somebody outside of Ukraine. He's trying to pick his target right now. Poland. He even said maybe UK, maybe Germany. He's gonna bomb something, and then it's gonna get deep over there.
I mean, yeah, I'm not even. He's not doing it with the United States. Like, if the shit hit the fan, it's also gonna hit the United States.
The problem is, you guys have seen so much losing in wars that you are just starting to dream. You're hoping that Putin does something crazy.
No, I'm not hoping.
Yeah, you just.
This is the fate.
Did you just say Putin or Putin?
No, the
pumpkin.
thing is
you said pumpkin. Pumpkin.
Yeah, I said pumpkin. You're right. You guys just have to accept it. What happened between Israel and Hezbollah? Hezbollah made a list of the things they need. Israel made the list of what they need. They tore up whatever Hezbollah needed, and they gave everything that Israel needed. And then I'm not done. And then they shoved it down.
Let him finish. Yawa.
They shoved it down the throat of Hezbollah. They told Hezbollah to swallow it. Hezbollah swallowed it. They said, no, get on your knees and swallow it. And then that's what they did.
This is not one of those rooms, Bruce. This is not a porno room.
Okay, I'm just telling you what happened. And after that, is the same thing happening to Hamas.
Please refrain from porno because we're not in.
All right. Palestine will be free from Hamas. Syria is being freed from Islamic Republic of Iran. That Syria told Islamic Republic of Iran, get the fuck out of here. And all the money they spent on Hezbollah and Hamas and Syrians and killed 600,000 Muslim Arab brothers. Muslim Arab brothers killed 600,000 Muslim Arab brothers. Absolutely not. I had a roommate in college was Arab. Arabs are nice people. Yeah, it's true.
You hate Yahweh, man.
Because they're shagging his dog.
Well, Yahweh is kind of disgusting. I'm sorry.
You hate Arabs, it means. You hate Yahweh, he's an Arab.
No, I don't even hate Yahweh, but I know her.
Do you hate, look, do you hate Ryanair? She's here. She's an Arab.
I'm actually Palestinian.
Why would I hate? And also
I can't believe, man, the voice is a little bit down. That's good, Ryanair. Keep it like that.
Yes.
Ryanair assumed that I said that there was nobody from way past that was indigenous. I did not say that. That's number one. Number two, I'm talking to Ryanair. I'm talking to
No,
Ryan.
don't talk there.
I'm talking to Ryan.
Yeah, but he
I'm
likes
talking
talking to women now. Yeah, but please
Ryan.
allow him to talk to women.
And then if I may interject after.
Yeah, you may, sure. I did not say that nobody was indigenous, but what is funny, in the past couple
Yeah,
of
let
years,
him finish, brother. Let him finish.
in the past couple of years, this new thing that Renar is talking about is come about. That no, we're not fucking Arabs. No, please, we're not Arabs. We speak the language. We eat their food.
No.
We have the same. Most of us have the same
Actually,
religion.
it's not the same. No, hold on. I have to interrupt you here. Actually, Bruce, being an Arab is not only by ethnicity. When you take the language, then yeah, we consider ourselves as Arabs.
No,
but hold on, we know our history as well. We do not deny that we are Canaanites, Phoenicians. Even the world. Hold on. Even the word. Even No, but hold on. I just wanna because you don't seem to know our traditions and food is not the same as the ones from Arab Peninsula. For example, our folklore dance comes from the Phoenicians. Do you know about anything about our folklore dance?
Because you have from Egypt, from
I am not
Syria,
Egyptian.
from Jordan. I'm not talking about
I am not. We're not Egyptians. We Lebanese
Why do you think I'm
Palestinians.
talking about you,
Bruce,
why do you think I'm talking about you? I'm talking about.
I'm from that region.
I'm talking about the majority of people who call themselves Arab Palestinians. I'm talking about
I
them,
can
not you.
say yes, because being an Arab, it's not by ethnicity.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you?
I understand. But you also have to know. But we also have to know when the Jewish immigration came. There was a lot of money was to be made. People from all around started invasion. They came to Palestine to work and because there were a lot of jobs, so a lot of people from Syria,
hold on,
from
Bruce,
Egypt,
the Syrian Lebanese. Hold on, Bruce.
Yeah.
The Lebanese, the Palestinians, and the Syrians are basically the same people. By the way, we're the same people. We're from the Levant. We have the same food, same folklore dance, same traditions, same music.
So a lot of them came from there too.
Hold on, no, because we didn't know because there were no Syria or Lebanon. The whole region was called Canaan. The whole region was called Canaan.
So nobody came from Egypt to Palestine. Nobody came.
There is probably. Hold on. There's some influence. Of course, there's some influence.
Okay.
Of course, there's some
Thank
influence.
You. I thought you were
but
saying
majority, nobody. Literally, nobody's pure anything in this world.
So we
Bruce, just hear me out. Bruce, between 70 to 80% are descended from the Phoenicians / Canaanites. Do you get it now? The rest is Anatolian. The rest are Anatolian. The rest are Egyptians and Arab from Arab Peninsula. But 80%, Bruce, 80%. I can send you a bunch of links here that oh my God, can you let me finish?
I heard what you said. The other thing that you said, I said that Lebanon is becoming majority Muslims. I know the president has to be this way.
That's not true.
It's only like 30% Christian.
Bruce, but we don't care. We don't care who's Muslim, who's Christian. We don't have this problem. Hold on, Bruce. We don't have this problem. No, hold on. Lebanon, no. Lebanon was created to be a Christian country. Hold on, let me finish, Bruce. No, because Bruce, I'm tired of hearing. No, I'm tired of hearing other people that is not from that region talking about how it's Bruce. How come that my mother is Christian and my father is Muslim? Explain this to me then. Explain. How is my mother Christian?
Look at the trend.
Oh my God.
The trend is Christianity will disappear from Muslim
just
Arab
like
countries.
you, a Persian,
I'm just telling you,
Persians converted
Christianity
to
will disappear
Islam.
from Muslim
The
Arab
Hebrew
countries.
Israelites converted to Islam. Those Hebrews, those Israelites converted to Islam and became Palestinian
Bruce,
Arabs.
click on my picture.
That's exactly the same thing, Bruce.
And read about the Palestinians' origins.
They have the right to convert. They have the right and choose a religion. A Hebrew Israelite converted to Islam and Christianity.
Talk to me. I
They
don't
say
know why.
Judaism is a quiet.
Can we not talk over each other? Just one person, please,
Yeah,
Yahweh.
let's just
Yahweh
talk,
or
bro.
somebody,
Yeah,
please.
please talk to
If
me,
somebody's
just.
speaking, you gotta stop. You gotta. And Bruce, you gotta give. We have to pass the mic around. You can't just hold the fucking mic.
No, can I
You
talk
need
to
to
Ryan
finish.
now?
You need to stop. You need to stop, brother.
You need
We
to
have
stop,
other
bro.
people who want to speak. We have other people that want to hug the mic. We have Yahweh. We have other people, man. Come on.
Yahweh has been talking constantly.
No, he has not been. He's trying to get in there. He wants to bash you on the at the internet.
By the way, Bruce, are you Azeri?
Right,
I can hear the Turkish.
Ryanair is what she's saying is that Arabic is not an ethnicity; it's a language, and just what he
Left.
he ran away.
See, you need to finish, Yahweh. Go on. Finish, and then we're gonna.
What he say is that
I need to cook you, brother.
Absolutely, but the problem is this: if people choose to become a Muslim or Christian, that's his own personal choice. You cannot say no. You converted. You are not of. The ethnicities there in Palestine stayed there for millions of years. I'm not talking even thousands of millions of years. The people, the first human sapiens came to Palestine. It was as early as you can say a million years. They lived there, they stayed there, and they become farmers. You see, when you say farmers, that means they're attached to the land. They're not nomads. Farmers, meaning they build, settled, and build walls and build cities. Okay, so these people are the native. Once you are a farmer and you build cities and walls, okay, that means you are the person there till now. Okay, if they are nomads, if the Palestinians are nomad people, like the Arab Bedouins, I can say yeah, they have no settlements, but they settled there. Okay, when Arab came in and converted them, they accepted Islam and they became Muslims. They also pick up the language and choose, and they became Arabic-speaking Palestinian people, just like you got in Sudan. Sudan wasn't invaded by any Arabs. Okay, the people there, the Nubians, the people who built the Nubian pyramids there, they actually accepted Islam. Okay, Arabized by the language, but they're still Nubians. They still even got the other language they speak with the Arabic. So it doesn't mean they're actually lost, that the Arabs invaded them and displaced them. Bruce want to put the Jewish Zionist narrative that the people, the original people, is being displaced, okay, eliminated, and right now we have, instead of the original people, we have the Arabs in Palestine, the Arabs in Lebanon, the Arabs in Egypt, the Arabs in North Africa. They are the ones who are actually settled. Okay,
Can I
the
say
regional
something?
people are becoming dust.
And it doesn't matter who converts to Islam or Christianity. That's not even our problem in that land. Who is a Muslim or who's a Christian? Like I don't understand why he's going on about.
That guy just hates Muslims, Ryanair. He throws Muslims in everything.
I mean, like, why is he even? We're not even discussing who's Muslim, who's Christian. We're discussing now Israel. Like, what is his fucking problem?
That guy, we cooked him multiple times before, right? He always brings Islam into the picture because you know this, right? About the anti-IRGC Iranians, right? They hate Muslims, they hate the religion, and guess what?
But
this
he's
is
a
why
Jew,
hold on. This is why they side with Israel because their IRGC supports the Palestinian cause. You see what I'm saying? So that's why.
I don't think he's Jewish, by the way.
I don't think he's Jewish, but he could be.
No, he's Iranian. I don't. You know, a lot of Iranians here on this app. There's a lot of Iranian on this app lurking around as Jews, but they're not actually. I've met two of them.
You call him Iranian Jew.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Let's verify it next time. We're gonna ask him some questions about the Torah.
No, he doesn't. We're not going to explain.
No, we need to ask him questions. We need validation.
No, we don't want to make it religious. We don't want to make it.
Brother, we need We need to make sure we're talking to a proper Jew. What is this? Otherwise, there's no point.
Okay. Yeah, okay. It's up to you. I mean, this is your room. I'm not. So, but
why did he leave?
Seriously,
he spoos bullshit and then he runs.
The same guy who said Iranian are shagging donkeys. See, and you saw them doing that. Yeah,
What the fuck?
He sounds very.
I was there when he said that stuff. Yeah, that was.
He actually sounds very Azeri.
I told him, "Are you one of those donkeys being shagged by them?" I mean,
and then Yahya said, "Oh, so there's transgender donkeys too."
So this is the problem.
He called you homophobe because of the Donkey Kong.
Yeah, but you know, Amir, the black rabbi, Mordechai, what he wants, something is strange because he knows himself that he's not ethnically Jews because he doesn't believe in Jewish ethnicities. He believes that Judaism is a religion. So his position is like that. Like the Jews they have to be Israel, and the whole Middle East should be united under Israel. So Israel is becoming like the leader in the region. That's what he's dreaming of. To see Israel as a leader nation in the Middle East, just like America is the leader of the West. So Israel should be the leaders of the so-called region. And that's his belief, and I understand why he's saying that. I'm just telling him that this Zionist enterprise has to be dismantled in order to have a real stable region, because you can't have something foreign planted in that region, causing a cancer to the rest of the societies in that region. So I'm not saying anything, but yes, I don't want Israel to exist. I believe this project has to be dismantled. For the Jews, they have the right to stay with us. This is their right to stay and live with us and be part of us, be part of our societies. That's what I meant by assimilation, not to wipe their culture, not to wipe their religion. They can preserve their religion, their tradition, their communities. But their communities has to be part of us as well, part of our regional communities. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And right now,
to wipe out their identities.
And right now they're having what's called a brain drain. And what it is, people who can't afford to do so, the Zionists who are living there are leaving. They're headed out. And the ones who cannot afford to leave are going to be the ones that are going to be left. Like the ones who have a company that may have offices in Amsterdam, or London, or family in Brooklyn, they're starting to go. And this was even before the war, because remember they had the problem with the courts, and Netanyahu was supposed to have all the power, and everybody was rioting in the streets just before October 7. So those people were already starting to leave. Now they're definitely going to leave. So the ones who cannot afford to leave are going to be the ones left behind.
Well, maybe they are the lucky people, the one who are left behind. Because I don't think these people will actually, nothing will happen to them. I mean, they actually telling the people, if Israel is over, you will be over. You will die. You will be dust. Okay, you're gonna be put into a gas chamber. The Arabs are gonna put you.
Yeah, they're gonna put you through a meat grinder and make sausages out of you.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Making sausage. Exactly. That's what they teach the people. That the Jews, they have no future with outside Israel. No, without Israel. They're scaring them. They said, look, the Muslims, they will slaughter you. And that is the problem. I don't know whether they believe in this bullshit or not, but I see it. Like we have a history. That's the Franks, the so-called Crusaders. They came there with the same project. Like, okay, we want to establish the kingdom of God on earth and resurrect the cross, the Christ cross in the Holy Land, all of that project. Okay, but when they came in, they slaughtered even the Christians, not only the Jews and even the Christians, the Orthodox Christians, they slaughtered, and even they start killing the fighting the Byzantine Empire, which was a Christian. Because the thing is, when they just like dismantled, when this project was dismantled, the people still lived there. They had families and they lived and they intermarried and that's what happened. Evidence?
No, it's just addressing someone in the audience.
If you want evidence, you go to Lebanon, you go to Palestine, and see this European. Actually, I consider them European, but
Okay, they are right now Arabized, and they have the surnames. Okay, is like Franco German names. Okay, they name with French names like Michel and and what have you. Okay, that's a Latinized name. You don't have a proper Arabic. I mean, they haven't got an Arabic name. Their names and the surnames and their family names are Latin. Okay, we know where these people come from, but they are one of us.
Your voice is too low.
Yeah, I would say these Christians, until now, you see them. These families are still having Latin names, but they are not. They are not Arab. I mean, they're not. We don't consider them Europeans. We consider them also Arabs. Okay, despite their Latin names, their family, they're part of us. They're one of us. And if anyone considers them aliens, we will fight them because these people are Arabized and they were Arab and they speak Arabic and they have their Christian values and culture. We have no problem with that. So what I'm trying to say, the Jews will have something similar to this Latinized people. They will come, they will live, they will preserve their culture, their religion, way of life, family structure, community structure, religion. They will be also part of us, part of our greater society. But we not going. We will defend them, and they will defend us. I don't mind like that. I don't mind having also like one of them becoming a president of one country, living equal side by side.
Yahweh, you're anti-Semitic.
I'm sorry.
He said you're anti-Semitic.
Thank you, Ron.
Pretty soon,
what's up, Raid and Lee? Assalamu alaikum, man.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Pretty soon, people are going to cough on the bus. Pretty soon, people are going to cough. I was going to say, let me just quickly say, pretty soon people are going to cough on the bus and everybody's going to yell, you're anti-Semitic because you coughed.
وأسعد الله أوقاتنا وأوقاتكم بكل خير.
أسعد الله أوقاتكم وأسعد الله أوقاتك.
آمين. زال الله وبارك إلى آخره. I was just going to say something. The ceasefire that we're looking at right now in Lebanon, or should I say southern Lebanon?
They broke it.
When? Because I just saw a missile that hit Beirut yesterday.
Check the Al Jazeera. It's coming from the Lebanese army. They broke the truce.
When was that declared?
This was declared earlier today.
Wow.
Yeah, and then Hezbollah is not giving them a reaction, but they do have an eye on them. They're waiting for the Lebanese army and UNIFIL to go hand in hand, but there's a lot of villages on the southern Lebanon side that they're not allowing these people to go back to.
I also heard about this, that Hezbollah doesn't want to retaliate because of that Israeli missile happened in Beirut, because they want the Lebanese army, because you got the what's his name? I forgot his name. Yeah, if someone can remind me, the Christian minister. Anyways,
Berry, that's the one. Berry, no.
Something. Nabih Berri.
Yeah, Berry.
Yeah, Nabih Berri. I think it's him or someone else. He said that we're gonna send an extra 10,000 soldiers of the Lebanese army. That we're talking about the state's army to southern Lebanon, Al-Dahiya. That's what they call it. And then when they retaliate, when Hezbollah hits them back, then Israel hits them. They want the army, the Lebanese army, to get into it, to get affiliated with the scene. So then it's going to be a war, an official war between a state and another state. It's not going to be between a militia or an armed group or a militant group with a state. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but they're waiting for like a green light from the Lebanese army. Hezbollah, this is why they're waiting for it. And God forbid something happens, right? If the army can't handle it, army's gonna get Hezbollah in the picture, and they'll probably attack back. So that's what it is. Yep. Welcome back, Rohan. Rohan, you agree that they broke the truce?
Do I agree that Hezbollah broke the truce? I think it's more than likely.
No, it's coming from a Lebanese army.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I hear you. I don't. Shut the fuck up, Soren.
Right, hold on.
No, he's an old friend.
Soren's got his dick in his hand.
Soren is not here. Soren
gets very excited.
But Rohan, what I'm saying to you is, according to the Lebanese army, right? They're accusing IDF of violating the ceasefire.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's an accusation. I doubt it. I don't think you nor I know the absolute truth. I think we can just go on with what it's. There we go. We'll go off, how it all sort of pans out. There's some evidence in past that Hamas has broken the ceasefire many times.
Rohan, would you not take the Lebanese army's word versus the IDF's word? Because Lebanese army was not involved in Hezbollah, and it's a Christian army, by the way. It has nothing to do with it, Muslims or none of that.
Sure, I completely look at me if I was to look, compare which entity, and I'm talking about the comparative of, for example, Hezbollah and the Lebanese army. I'd pick the integrity of the Lebanese army over the Hezbollah, absolutely, 100%. But I don't know that it's truthful.
It's a statement coming from
I understand that
the
there are
Lebanese
people who
army.
are saying that. I understand that they are saying that. I find it difficult to believe, but there might be truth to it.
Yeah, but when you have a normal stable, you can say that. But when you have a country next to it, not even a country,
Your voice is too low, yeah. We can't understand.
Yeah, no. Why did you say that? It's actually really
like when you have a perfect normal situation where you have a state for all of its citizens, a country that actually accepts its citizens to be equal and has no any aggressive policy toward its neighbors, then we can say yes, Lebanon official army is the army, not the Hezbollah. But when we have a mess in the region, okay, created by an occupation and
what's the occupation? What occupation are you talking about?
An occupation is occupation when you have
the whole of it. Hang on, I just want to ask: is Israel
let me
the
answer
occupation? Is the whole of Israel occupied? Is it?
Yes.
Okay, so there shouldn't be an Israeli state.
Of course, there shouldn't be an Israeli state. Yeah, it should be a Palestine. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know,
and the
there should be unicorns, and there should be world peace as well. And you should have another brain cell.
And there should be
you're not dealing with the reality.
Sorry, let me deal with this pedophile. Hold on. Sorry, just let me deal with him.
Oh, pedophile.
Yeah,
are you talking about Soren? No, I think he's a psychopath, not a pedophile.
No, I'm talking to you, pedophile.
Yeah, let's refrain from personal attacks if
possible.
Amir,
I'm dealing with
Amir, please deal with this piece of trash.
I'm not. But
you are a piece of trash. Anybody who makes those types of slurs. No. If you make those types of slurs and mischaracterize a person, to be able to suggest that they have sex with underage children, that is a fucking disgusting slur. Okay, and that is what a low-life scumbag.
Guys, let's refrain from personal attacks. Can we stick to the point, Yahweh and Rohan, please? Stick to the point. Stick to the fucking...
it's not me not sticking to the point. It's Yahoo who is...
stick to the point. Forget the
allegations and slur against the character of the most heinous...
Let's not...
You're disgusting. You're a disgusting individual.
Let's not accuse
You're not even fucking human.
Let's stay political, guys.
You are a human. Disgusting pedophile. So, I mean,
go fuck yourself, okay? Go fuck yourself. Go fuck your mother.
Okay,
just go and fuck yourself. You piece of
Okay,
shit.
I believe that Rohan has got a black dick. You know, guys.
Yeah.
Everything. Like,
Rohan,
but
Rohan
not
Yeah, okay,
said by
Soren,
black dick.
Soren,
Rohan
psychopath.
Guys, please,
Never
man.
get-
Why can't we have?
But
Why can't we
Soren,
have like
Soren the psychopath. Soren the psychopath.
Rohan offended by everything.
Soren the
but
psychopath.
Never get
Soren is a psychopath. Okay, there's no
you
question
don't
about
have
it.
any moral compass.
I would actually be suggesting very. In fact, I'll be happy to give you money to go and see a therapist.
Justify baby killer,
You
racist.
you have problem.
You are racist.
Look, tell me one thing that I've said. Tell me one thing that I've said. Tell me one thing that I've said is racist. You lying, slithering snake. Tell me.
Okay, shut your mouth.
Go on.
Shut your mouth. Can you shut your mouth?
Just fucking talk, you idiot. Go on. Go on. Go on, Soren. Just talk. Talk. Go on.
Okay.
Tell me what I've said.
Shut it.
Tell me what I've said.
Quiet.
I'll shut up when you start talking.
Sit down.
Go on.
Shut up.
Go on.
Before you sit down, let me just give you a little bit of thing. Okay, pick up that coin, and I'm going to tell you. The other room, you were saying about the foreign minister of Australia, Penny Wong. Penny Wong, you pick on her, and you said because she's Chinese Australian. You pick on the African Americans because African. You said all the Muslims need to go back to the Arabia. You said that all the Muslims need to go back. That's also racist. Islamophobia.
You've got no receipts for that. You're just making it more lie. Puria.
You are a liar and a racist.
No.
You've
got no proof of that.
You are a
it's absolute
racist,
garbage. And in every other case, Amir, can you mute me for a second?
To accuse you of pedophile,
Amir,
but I am
would you mind?
that you're a racist.
Amir, would you mind moderating the conversation? Amir, would you like to moderate?
Can we stick political?
I'm happy to respond to his accusations.
That's what you are, sir. You're
but
racist.
he's not allowing me to
And a pathological.
You little barking dog, you snappy.
Yeah, let's want to clarify what it started.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, hold on. Let him respond really quick, and then we can move the mic around.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Amir. Look, I mean, Soren does make up a lot of, and he infantilizes about lots of different things. This is just another fabrication. I've been in this app for probably close to about 4 years. I hold rooms with neo-Nazis. I have conversations with people who are diametrically opposed to me on numerous occasions. One thing I definitely don't do, I don't allow racism on any of my stages. I don't allow bigotry. Anytime the N-word is used in one of my spaces, it's not something that I put up with ever. You will not hear me attack a person based on their race, ethnicity, or religion in the slightest. And Soren is just lying through his fucking ass again. Simple. Because you got nothing else, Soren.
Soren, can you back it up?
No, that's okay. I think
he's got nothing to back it up because I have thousands of people. I have thousands of other people who will stick up for me, knowing exactly what I said is the truth. Labeling a person as a fucking pedophile, labeling a person as a racist.
No, he's not
is
the
the
one
easiest
who
way
said
to be able to. I'm Rayed. Rayed. Okay, Yahor said that I was a pedophile. That's fucking disgusting. For Soren to be able to say that I'm a racist, again, is fucking disgusting. Okay, he's got no evidence to be able to back it up. Nobody does because it doesn't appear. Thank you.
Look, personally, I'm against any accusation, even if it was a political opponent. I mean, if someone is gonna accuse someone of something else, you gotta back it up with some evidence, whether you support him. Or if he has a way to different religious.
He's got no evidence, right?
But
it's full of shit. Full of shit.
I mean, so you're new to this app. I've been in this app for.
I've been here since 2020, and Rohan, and I remember Rohan.
He's a master of dogma tactics.
Oh my God, he's gaslighting.
I don't support
Rohan. I mean. We might have some differences, Brad, with you, but this guy is a pathological liar.
No, Soren, I don't agree with so much of what Rohan said. But
he's a pathological liar.
No, I don't agree with him. But here's the thing. Even if, and for example, I don't agree with. Give me a moment. For Yahweh's the best example.
Bro, just let him finish, dude.
There's so many things that I don't agree with. Let's say Amir, Yahweh, or even Adi, What's that guy called? Norel. There's so many things, but I would never accuse someone because he's against me. I might accuse him of something that he said, but if I don't have evidence for that.
Yeah, we're not accusing him. He's actually a child pedophile. Yeah.
No, but that's a dangerous word. That's a dangerous word. That's a dangerous word.
As low as possible.
I know, it is dangerous.
This type.
Yahweh, can you
Yeah,
please
it is
stop?
dangerous,
Please,
but he's
man. Come on, man.
Yeah, I know. He's actually, but anyway,
you are projecting your own issues, Yahoo. Okay, clearly, okay. If you like little boys and little girls, that's your business, dude. Okay, don't put it on other people. That's fucking disgusting. That's about as that is what a mangrove is. You know what a mangrove is, Yahoo? I'll tell you what it is. It's a low life form of it. I'll tell you. Hang on. Let me tell you. A mangrove is a low life form of vegetation. Okay, with an indiscriminate rooting system, and that's exactly what you're doing.
Derailing the topic of the
Yeah. Oh, no, Soren, no, I'm not a Zionist. I'm not a Zionist. I'm a proud Zionist. I live by Zionism. I love Zionism. It's beautiful. Oh, no, I'm very proud of it. I don't need your shame. The shame that you should have is the shame that you look in the mirror with.
I don't think, just look at the mirror.
Sorry, just let me speak to Rad.
هو كان guilty في القضية اللي في أستراليا.
أيوة عنده قضايا نعم.
Was he guilty?
Yeah.
Soren, or Puya, is that what your name is? Yeah, sorry, I forgot what it is. Okay. I will have you any fucking day, dude. Any day. Let's go for it. Honestly. Let's just fucking go for it.
Where in Melbourne?
Anywhere.
Let's not do
anywhere.
that.
I will debate you any day. You've got nothing. You've got nothing. I'll take you any day, dude. Okay?
You're just lying, man. You're just lying. Oh, big mouth, don't talk.
No. I'm all about it. I'm all about action. I will fucking debate you and your stupid ass any day, dude. Any day.
Honestly, you don't even sleep at night. That's what you are. And you're a fucking mental health advocate with fucking sleeping apnea. Wake up at 3 o'clock at night coming to this fucking miserable life you have.
Damn, Australia has fallen, man. I never knew that.
No, don't say that.
No, but these kinds of losers, bro. First you kick out the people from their native land. Now you want other people to kick out other people from their native land. When do you stop, bro?
No, but nicotine is a Norwegian.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Right, nicotine.
The brain's trust from Smiley. Okay, thanks, Peter.
Yeah.
Why are we attacking? Yeah, I'm not the one. I'm not a Zionist, bro. I don't know why I'm catchphrase.
He's a Norwegian.
This guy's Norwegian? Why are you calling yourself Australian, bro?
Yeah, that's what he says. He's a Norwegian, Australian.
Bro,
he's a
worry
Norwegian.
about Russia first if you're Norwegian. Hold up, you're Norwegian. Lying about Russia. Hold up.
This is fucking hysterical. This is so funny.
Norwegians crying about.
We're not in fish market, please. One might get.
What's wrong with Norwegians?
Yeah,
bro, I don't care about Norwegians, but the same Norwegians crying about Putin, war crimes, are now like,
I'm Lebanese.
Yeah,
talking about retard.
No, but nicotine.
يا عرصات كلكم عرب تكلمون انجليزي ليه؟
You were talking to.
But this is what I understand.
Oh my God!
He's a Norwegian.
Take him down.
No, but listen, he's a Norwegian, Australian, English, straight gay guy. That's what he's
right.
saying.
So how can Norwegian be on this business?
Right?
Bro,
worry about this app.
So what does Putin have to do with Norway? Anyways, so Zero, why are you attacking nicotine?
No.
It does have to do
I'm just
with
saying
Norway,
what. No. Ask me. No, I am telling you what nicotine said. He's a Norwegian.
I know. I know.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Nicotine. He's a Norwegian, Australian, English, straight gay guy. That's what he said.
Okay, so
Lebanese, and I was just born in Norway.
Oh no, you're just born in Norway.
Okay, Zero. But Zero.
I'm not attacking him. I'm just telling you what he said. That's all.
Okay, but what? So why?
What does that have to do with Soren and
Australia?
No, because you guys were calling him Australian and he was conquering Australia, but he's not from there. He's a
They weren't
Norwegian.
speaking about me, you fucking retard.
Bro, if you're Norwegian,
I
why are you
apologize.
crying about
Jesus
like?
Christ.
How can a Norwegian be Zionist? Because they
I'm
are
not
crying
Zionist.
about.
I'm not as... Dude, my PTR is Al-Qassam, you fucking idiot. Do I look like a Zionist? You guys are so stupid. Wallahi, I'm speaking to morons.
He's definitely a
Al-Qassam
Zionist.
in Bethlehem. Jesus.
Ryan is definitely a Zionist. Without...
Oh, fuck you, Rohan. Don't get these morons on me.
Yeah, you're a good person. You're a good soul. You got a good heart. You've got a good brain.
No, but dude, again, how
you
the
have to
fuck
be
am
a
I
Zionist for sure.
Hamas. I've got
For
Hamas
sure,
on my
dude.
PTR.
For
You
sure.
guys are stupid, bro.
That's not
Genuinely
Hamas.
stupid.
He is. Look, I've seen him in so many Zionist rooms and Jewish rooms.
That's another
Yeah,
thing.
he's
Everybody's
These guys are
it's
stupid,
okay.
bro.
Ryan, you should own it. Okay, dude? You should own it.
Also, Nicotine believes that everybody's an idiot. Everybody's
No,
an
Zero,
idiot.
you're an idiot. You're a fucking idiot.
Rohan,
Oh, yeah.
you're
You're
talking
genuinely a
to
fucking
you're talking
idiot.
to Nicotine.
Okay.
I'm talking to Ryan. I think yeah. Ryan,
Me?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
No, I'm
He's a
not
good
the guy
bloke.
talking.
He's a smart guy. He's got a good heart, and yeah, he's a Zionist.
No, he was speaking about you. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
right.
not a baby killer.
I thought he
He's
said
a baby
no.
killer.
He got
Right
mixed
guy.
with
Does
the
not support
voices.
killing babies, Rohan.
We don't even have the same voice.
No, but no, because when I first spoke, he said, "Shut the fuck up, Soren."
But
So
Ryan,
he,
there's a
That's
problem.
how dumb he is. That's how dumb he is. You know what, Rad?
Yeah,
He cannot tell the
That's,
mentally,
that's what Soren sounds like.
Yeah, and then Zero makes my British accent up.
Listen to the Zionists.
Soren,
Go ahead.
you sound like one of those little yapping dogs. Okay,
This is a racist.
oh, that's racist.
Zero is Why is Zero even allowed on
It's alright, Soren, you're triggered. Soren, you're very triggered.
You're the
Just
fucking
relax, dude. Okay, it's okay. Mummy loves you, Soren. It's okay. You'll be fine.
Hey, yo.
You'll be fine, Soren.
They have
Mummy loves you.
instructions for champagne. You fucking idiot.
Hello, class. The class.
Guys, please, we're not in fashion market.
Rohan is mixed with the users.
Hold on, right. You're a baby Zionist. We respect you.
Look
we
at
have
this
Zero.
guy.
Zero wanted to say something. Did somebody say something racial slurred here, man?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, Zero did.
But I just wanted to mention that it's always these three class clowns that come in together. The ones that sit at the back of the class in elementary school.
Who are they?
Who are they?
It's Rohan, Nicotine, right? Rohan,
And
Nicotine.
Better Call.
What?
Oh wow.
And
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Are you butthurt because you're in a position
No,
that's
no, no,
contrary
no,
to
no.
your
What up? Why did you put me on that, bro? I'm not
You're just
Zionist.
class clowns. You're just class
You
clowns.
called me a
not
Zionist.
Zionist, bro. What the
Bessicle,
fuck?
you called me a Zionist, you
No,
dumb
no,
fuck. I'm not a
no.
Zionist. Shut the fuck up.
No, I said Ryan's a
Not you, Rohan. I'm talking about Better Call.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool.
But I don't
What
identify
did I do?
as a
Wait, hold up.
Zionist.
What the
No one wanted to
Ryan,
Be a
you're
Zionist,
definitely a
dumb
Zionist.
fuck.
Definitely a Zionist.
The fuck did I do,
Rohan
bro?
is the only Zionist. And you
Rohan, if you remember,
you and Zero are genuinely the
You are
stupidest
the
people on
only
this earth.
piece of shit here.
Genuinely so fucking. Wallahi.
Calling me a Zionist, bro. This is
Guys,
fucking
you
funny.
did.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
the
actually
only
really funny to be able to watch all of you guys yelling at each other, yelling over each other. It's just pretty funny.
Zionist is a slur. You understand that?
No.
Hold up. Who's calling me a Zionist?
Zionism is a beautiful thing, man.
It's an insult to call government
Zionism is a beautiful thing.
Well, for you, yes. For you, definitely. It's because you're a fucking piece of shit. That's why I call you Ron the Zionist.
I'm Rowan the proud
No one
Zionist.
wants to be
I
called
gotta
Zionist.
correct
Do you
you.
understand why?
No, I'm proud. I'm actually really proud of
You
being a
should be
Zionist.
proud because you should be proud of killing babies. That's what you are. That's who you are.
Okay.
You're a racist piece of shit. That's why
Yeah.
you're a Zionist.
Well, what? I don't understand what you're saying.
No one.
Are you
even
okay?
Brad doesn't
Are you
want to
okay,
be called
Soren?
Zionist. No one wants
Soren,
to be called Zionist.
Soren, are you okay? Are you okay?
I am
Just
very
relax.
okay.
Just relax.
I am
It's
very
okay. Look, Mummy loves you. She's going to bring milk and cookies in really soon, okay?
What kind of mental health advocate can have a sleeping problem? 3:30 at night, Melbourne time. You're on this.
I don't think
and
he's
you're saying
Australian.
that I've got a sleeping problem?
Rohan he is Australian. He is. Just listen to the way he speaks.
Better call. Where are you from?
Really great. I do not know what you're talking about. This is crazy talk. I don't understand this.
That's what you are, Rohan.
What?
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
You said
Sorry.
Somali?
It's medication time. Sorry. It's time for your medication.
I can't hear the guy. I can't
Medication
hear
time. Medication
Better call.
time. Sorry.
Better call.
It's okay. It'll be okay, son. It's okay, son.
It's me.
Son, it's okay. We love you. We love you, Soren. We love you, Soren.
Raw egg, you dumbass.
We love you, Soren.
I don't know.
That's what you sound like. Dude, I've got your girlfriend over here.
Soren,
Soren, I've got your girlfriend over here. Okay, she wants to say something.
Fucking a pensioner or fucking on a dole on a Centrelink. That's what you are, you piece of shit.
Ooh. Yeah, no, I bet you £50 right.
Oh, poor Soren. It's okay.
Like 3 things.
Soren, you
Amir.
Soren, you okay? Soren, you okay?
Amir,
right.
Soren, you okay?
First of all, I don't know.
It's okay. I'm here. Great room. I got to tell you, this is awesome.
This is probably the best room I've been in today.
Best room.
Yeah.
Anyway, Soren, your girlfriend is over here. Okay, I'll put her on the phone. Okay, here's your girlfriend. Hang on, wait. Here she is. Soren, here she is. Your girlfriend. She's calling for you. Soren, it's okay. I'm going to give her a bone. Okay, I'm giving your girlfriend a bone. Okay, she'll be happy.
You don't have family. You're a fucking faggot. What kind of families do you have that...
Whoa! Homophobia! There you go. Wow! He's homophobic as well. Oh, wow.
Hey, my name
Guys, we're not in the zoo. Please, respectfully, man. Come on, man.
Well, I mean, if you let Soren up here, we are clearly coming close to being a zoo.
Rohan, are you okay, bro? You don't sound like a...
I'm great. I'm great. I'm wonderful.
Such a good room.
Rohan, you're
Yeah, I know. And I was seeing a bunch of children behaving like animals. It's pretty funny.
So, yeah.
Oh my god.
Send Nick T to the principal's office. Send him to the...
Alright, guys, please, let's go back to the topic, right? The topic was, I asked, I think, Rohan a question about the ceasefire. The next topic is about, how the hostages inside, the families of the hostages inside Israel, they're actually, they want Gaza deal. What do we do about that? It's coming from the Israel, the people inside Israel.
So the last thing that I hear, Demir, is anytime one of the hostages, I guess, is found or is killed somehow by whoever it is, you find the protests come, and then when the protests come, it gets bigger by the day, depending on how many of the hostages got killed or hurt or been found, either dead or alive. And I think, to be honest, I think a deal won't happen until we have Bibi Netanyahu out of here, and then when a more, I don't know how to say it, more of a mindful, affiliated government can be replaced by the current radical extremist government, then you're going to have a deal that's going to free the hostages, and then I guess create some kind of ceasefire in Gaza.
Why would
not particularly a leader, but another more open-minded Israeli government than Bibi's, if you know what I mean.
You mean Moretz?
More of, I'm gonna say more left-wing. That's what I'm guessing, because the more left you get in Israeli politics, the more they're gonna be, I guess.
Yeah, but to be fair, any Israeli leader, I don't think there's anyone in the government who has said that this war is pointless and we should return the hostages. There's
they fired an Israeli official. His name is Gantz. He's the guy who said we should stop the war and create a ceasefire and return the hostages. So, but he got fired by Netanyahu.
It could be, yeah. But of course, you know, it depends also on the political will. And as long as we have crazy Zionists like Rohan here, a fucking moron, then, you know, the idea of...
Are you okay, Better, you okay?
Well,
you're right. I just want to... Let's do a mental health check.
No,
Better, can you breathe deeply? Okay.
Yeah,
You seem a little bit disturbed about something. Have
I
I upset you?
Somali in his voice.
What I'm saying
Can you hear the Somali in his voice? Yeah.
No, Rohan,
Okay.
listen.
Huh?
You are showing to the whole world why no one should trust Zionists like you.
Oh.
No one
Okay.
should trust anything they say.
Damn,
No
I
one
need to
should
change my
trust
personality.
You,
I really need to change my personality. Where can I buy? I want to buy a personality like Soren's.
Rohan and Nicotine, you guys have to admit that you are two of the weirdest homosexuals. You are the weirdest homosexuals. I've never seen homosexuals as weird as Nicotine.
By the way, Rohan, the guy was eliminated.
Come on, admit that you're a very weird homosexual.
Zero.
Yeah.
He's in a hell.
I'd like to. Soren, I'd love to neuter you. I think everybody would feel that way.
I don't think so.
Well, yeah. I think. Look, I mean, you actually don't use your testicles anyway, Soren. Nobody would go to. Nobody want to go to bed with you unless it was your girlfriend. Oh my God! It's Soren's girlfriend.
I'm gonna say, why is it we don't like homosexuals? I'm gonna say Rohan and Nicotine. That's
Soren, your girlfriend. Okay, she's over here.
Wow, mentally meltdown. Relax, chill, Rohan. Chill. Take a deep breath.
I'm having a great time. I'm having a great time. That is Soren.
There you go, my little boy. Pick it up. Pick it up, my
Oh, this is my favorite. Yeah, I love this.
Oh, there we go. Here we go. Puya. Sorry, why don't you tell everybody your real name, Puya? Puya? No, I'm not your girlfriend. Your girlfriend. Your girlfriend. Your girlfriend's over here, dude. Oh, you're funny. So funny. I don't know.
This happens.
I didn't realize how homophobic you are, Soren. It's just like, wow. Yeah.
Rohan, can you tell us about your sex change? You was talking about it in another room, right? So you're like a full-grown woman in her 50s. Could you tell us about how's it going with your sex change and everything?
Well, let me first tell you about your mother. Your mother is doing well.
No. Come on.
She's, your mother's doing really well. She really wished that you would do your homework and just a little bit more. Okay? Mummy says, if you do your homework, Palestine, okay, and be a good little boy, okay, then she's going to give you some cookies later on and some ice cream. Palestine.
What about your daughter? Can we do that?
Oh, dear. You really want to do that?
Yeah, I want to do that.
Try that?
So you're a proud Zionist. You can't even
don't even
daughter to become a Zionist,
you know what?
right?
Leave the
Yeah.
Leave it out.
But what about mothers?
Come on.
So the Rohan, why do you come on stage?
You start with the slurs, you're going to get it back bad. You're just as bad, okay? That's what it is, okay? I know. Look, it's really inconvenient to be attacked, like in some ways. But you know what? You don't get to be the victim when you start attacking other people. So Palestine, okay, I understand that you're really upset, okay? You're triggered a little bit, okay? Just stop attacking people, okay? And then you might actually be able to have a conversation, okay? Like I've been having some great conversation, for example, with Edward, right, about Palestine and Israel, and he hasn't got extreme views. I really like the guy. We don't agree on everything. In fact, we differ in opinion on a number of different things. But he's got the emotional. The thing is, Palestine. The thing is, he has the emotional intelligence to be able to navigate through conversations that are a little bit challenging. You don't. And that's it. I know I'm a Zionist. Now you're stating the obvious. That's it.
How can you say that's a form of racism?
No, that's your definition, Palestine. You're the racist.
According to the
If you want to label
for about
Zionism
30 years,
as racism, then you're the racist.
Zionism was deemed as a form of racism in the United Nations for 30 years. No?
Yeah.
Okay, you want me to put a link and you can read about it? For 30 years, Zionism was deemed as a form of racism. In the United
It was turned over. It was turned over. Palestine,
okay, but it was deemed as a form of racism.
It was turned over. Yeah, tell me, Palestine. Let me ask you. Let's talk about what is not great in this world. Let's have a look at all the 90%, 95% of terrorist organizations around the world are Islamist. Why don't we talk about that?
Talk about how 95%
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Why is it that 90 to 95% of all terrorist organizations in the world are Islamist? Is there a problem? Do you want to talk about that, Palestine? Because, I mean, we're talking about what you want to talk. Now I want to go on to what I was talking about, and that is questioning why is it that 90 to 95% of all terrorist organizations are Islamist? Tell me.
We could also talk
Tell me why.
A lot of
Let's have a conversation.
organizations get money from Israel. Why
that's a lie.
Why are most of
That's
these
not true.
terrorist organizations like Al Qaeda?
You got no evidence behind that. There's no truth. There's no truth. There's no proof. It's a slur. It's an allegation.
Don't you have a
It's
bunch of
baseless.
evidence of how the Israelis fund these terror organizations? I mean, we've got plenty of evidence.
Oh my God.
Articles, links, videos.
Let's go. So you want to blame it on the Jews?
Wasn't Hamas funded by Israel?
Here's the thing, Palestine. You want to blame the Jews, okay, for the fact that 90 to 90.
Hold on, guys, hold on. So
90 to 95% of terrorist organizations are Islamist.
Rohan, right now, according to the Times of Israel, this happened last week, right? A whole bunch of these illegal Jewish, the settlers, you know what they did? They attacked the chief commander of IDF, right? And they terrorized the shit out of the chief commander of IDF. You can look this up. It's actually factual.
Yeah, so is what I'm talking about. I mean, which you want to conveniently sway away from the conversation because it doesn't suit your narrative. You agree, okay? So you agree that there is a problem, right? That 90 to 95% of the terrorist organizations that are designated by these countries, okay, are Islamist terrorist organizations. Whoa, people getting triggered.
Hold on. I just want to say one thing to you, Mohan. By the way, recently, right? The ISIS, you know ISIS, right?
Yeah.
So when this war started, right, the 7th of October, guess what? In November, ISIS shot a rocket at Israel. Guess what? They sent out an apology letter to. I can put the link in the chat from the Times of Israel.
Yeah, they
apologized. They sent an apology letter to Netanyahu.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to go back to what I was talking about. Okay, and that is, can you please explain to me and maybe illuminate the rest of the room in this conversation? Hang on here. Yahoo. Okay, I get it. You miss your dog.
You don't want to answer no questions. You just want to.
Why is it that 90% of designated terrorist organizations are Islamist? Well, getting triggered. Soren is getting triggered. Okay, because he knows very well a lot of these terrorist organizations are funded by Iran. Okay, and he supports the IRGC because he's a terrorist sympathizer. That's why.
Hold on, Soren. Could you tell us? Hold on, Soren, one sec.
Sorry, relax.
So could you answer why does Israel treat terrorists in their hospitals? Islamic terrorists from Syria get treated in Israeli hospitals.
And you know what? I support that. I support that. I absolutely support it because
supporter then, right?
No, that's a false equivocation. That's a stupid analogy. Okay, you asked me a question. Hang on for a second. I'll answer the question. No, I'll tell you what. No, you ask me a question, I'll answer it. Okay, or you just want to have a monologue. Okay, you have an answer inside your head. Okay, and you deem that's the actual, the fact. Okay, I'll give you an opinion. Because Jews value life, okay? Simple. Why is it that Palestinians go to Israel for medical help? Why is it that the leaders of Palestinians, okay, take their children to Israeli hospitals? Why? Why? Tell me, why do you think that happens?
If you allow me to answer
Why do you think that happens?
Ask the question. Answer them.
Soren,
we will listen. We will answer.
Soren, relax. Soren, relax. It's okay. Soren, just relax. Soren, just relax. Just relax. Soren, you're ruining the experience for everybody. Again and again and again. Soren, relax. Soren, relax.
Soren, let your heart go.
Soren, I was asked a question. I'm just going to respond. Well, I mean, I was asked a question. Do you want me to respond? Soren, you can keep on going for 10 hours and so can I, okay? But it's really not going to work, okay? I was asked a question. I'll respond. I'm happy to respond.
Let's do one, Michael.
I'm answering the question.
We're not in the Zoom,
okay.
man. Come on.
It's crazy. I know. I was asked a question. Why is it that the top leaders? Why is it the top leaders of Hamas take their children, their families into Israel to be able to get hospital treatment? Why?
Listen to me. If
Why
you
is
say
that?
95% of the terrorists are Muslims, it's because they are run by the Jews. I mean, I just paste you a link there. We have a Jewish rabbi say ISIS is more blessed than the evangelist Christian. He's actually saying that. Okay.
Yaho.
So
do you want to have a conversation? Yeah, I'll tell you. Okay. Yaho. Yeah, listening. Okay, great. Here's the suggestion. Okay, hang on. Yaho. Shut the fuck up for half a second. Okay, I'll make a suggestion to you. Okay, for everybody else listening to this conversation, we think it's absolutely ridiculous. But why don't just go to Google? Okay, go to Google. Do a search for designated Islamist, actually designated terrorist organizations in the world. Okay, and then when you go to Google and you do the search, there are literally a dozen different websites you can go to, and they will give you a list of all the terrorist organizations that have been designated by a multitude of different countries, and you're going to find that about 90% of the organizations on these lists are Islamists. Okay, simple as that. Simple as that. And to be able to make the suggestion that it's because of the Jews, I think it's one of them. Hysterical. Pretty funny.
Jihad run by the Mossad, Jewish Mossad. Do you know that? Sorry, just allow me, please. Sorry. I mean, if you talk over me,
I'll tell you what. I'll shut up. I'll let you guys talk, and then I'll respond. Okay?
I know you've got a black dick.
No, you got to shut Soren up.
I know you think Charlie, so I'm gonna fuck you with my black dick.
Yeah.
I know. That's so crazy.
Soren, nobody's listening to you. Okay, Soren, nobody's listening. Soren, nobody's listening to you. Okay. All right, you talk, and let me know when I can talk, okay? Let me know when I can talk.
Because regardless of terrorism, I don't know why
if you're gonna talk like that, nobody will listen to you as well.
Maybe narrative. Maybe that's why.
If you're gonna talk like that, Ron, nobody's gonna listen to you. Nobody's gonna respond.
One person, I don't know what's up with the next person. Guys, hold on, Yahweh. Next person that talks over each other, it's going down in the audience. I'm done with it, okay?
Thank you very much, Ron.
We're going to do one person at a time, and that's it. Keep the order in the fucking room, man. I'm tired of this.
I'm happy for Yahoo to go, and I'll go straight after him.
Yahweh, go and finish what you're about to say. And come close to your microphone. We can't even understand what the fuck you're saying majority of the time.
This is the problem.
Did you have to do that?
This is the problem. The problem with Rohan.
Please come close to your microphone, man.
Yeah, the problem with Rohan and his questions, it's just like he calls it's a gun shooting gun tactics, like I would and run away. Yeah, but 95% of these terrorists are really sponsored by Mossad. Do you know that or you don't? That one of them is ISIS. Do you know or you don't?
You can make up all you want. Okay.
Why is it the case?
You can make it up all you want. Okay.
No, why is it the case?
I said I wouldn't interrupt. Okay, so I said that I wouldn't interrupt you. Okay.
No, I'm asking a question. I'm not going.
Just finish what you have to say.
I'm not doing questions. Just do what you have to say.
That's my Amir. I'm not in the tactics of shoot and
So
run.
are you doing Q&A,
question
bro?
by
If you
question.
do Q&A, we got other people waiting.
It's a quiz.
They wanna
Yes,
speak.
Q&A. Yes, Q&A.
No, just
why 90%?
bro.
Why 95% of the?
Oh my god.
Yeah, just. I'm gonna
Can
put
you
the
please
question.
just do two, 3 questions in the same freaking Q&A, and then you'll
one
respond really
question.
quick, and then we
one
move to the next
question at a
person.
time. One question at a time. Why
Okay, then I can only allow you one question, and then he responds. I go to the next person.
Another question. Yes. Why
No,
95%?
then I have to go to the next person. That's it.
Absolutely not a problem. Not a problem. But allow me to ask the question. Why 95% of global terrorism and global terrorists are sponsored by Mossad agents and a Jewish agency? That's the question.
Well, for a start, look, you're entitled to your own feelings, your thoughts, your ideas, but you're not entitled to your own facts. There is zero evidence that you can put forward now or ever that Mossad, Israel, or Jews are behind the funding of all these 95% of terrorist organizations that have been listed. But what I was actually trying to say before is, for people who are listening, do a Google search for yourself. Do a search for list of terrorist organizations, and you'll find that there are a multitude of different websites with organizations that list, including countries and also departments, state departments that list terrorist organizations. Now, once you've done a little bit of research and having a look at, maybe half a dozen of them, you're going to start to notice that there is definitely, without a question and unequivocally, a tie-in and a commonality, a common factor there. And that is that a very, very, very high proportion of the listed terrorist organizations that have been designated by these countries and state departments are Islamist. Now, the question I have is, why? Why is it that the overwhelmingly vast percentage of these designated terrorist organizations are Islamist? And it's not to say, and look, I have some, I've made some beautiful connections with people who are Muslims. Okay, I play music with some. I've got friends here that I've made some, friends on this app that are Muslims.
Gay relationships.
This is just, this is just a very small percentage of problematic characters within the structure of Islam. Okay.
It's Q&A. It's not a lecture, brother.
No, I'm clarifying these things. Okay, I know this is triggering for some people, but I would like to be able to have an intelligent conversation about this. And
This is like a lecturing.
I'm landing. No, I'm finishing. I'm just landing it. I'm landing. Yahoo, just give me half a second. Okay, great. Just go on mute. I'd love to have an intellectual conversation about this and maybe highlight that this is a very big problem in the world.
Really? In the world?
Yeah. Well, it is.
Well, it's very simple, Rohan. The answer I've already given you.
Dogma tactic. That's what the...
No, Rohan, I already told you. If you open a dictionary and look up the word terrorist, the definition is going to say, the white people don't like you. That's the definition of terrorist.
Okay, I'm also going to...
Yeah, okay. So I'll respond. I'll respond briefly. Yahoo, I'll just respond briefly, just very quickly, if that's okay. Respectfully. Very respectfully, like 15 seconds. Give me 15 seconds and I'll respond. Okay, you're getting triggered. Uh-oh, people are getting triggered. Okay.
Go breathe out the window.
Let's do one mic at a time, please, man. We're not in the fucking Zoom. Why can't you guys do one mic at a time?
People are getting triggered.
The fuck up, man.
People are getting triggered, that's all.
Respectfully, Rohan, you're
Whose turn is it right now?
Oh, well, I was going to respond, but look, there are other people who seem to be triggered and need to be able to experience themselves. So
It's Yah's turn. Yeah, go on.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. He said he's done his Google search.
Come close to your microphone, brother.
Yeah, you can do your research and I can do my research and I can do ChatGPT. I know for sure that the first terrorists like Ergun, like Menachem Begin, those people who had founded this evil entity, Zionist
You're
entity
deflecting.
called Israel. Where
you shut up and let him talk?
We're considered to be terrorists. No, we're considered to be terrorists Those are the founding fathers of Israel, were actually were the terrorists, and they started terrorism. They start shooting the British and the Palestinian and also the Jews. Okay, don't mention, don't forget that the only terrorist state in the world is Israel. Why? Because if you put the definition of terrorism, those terrorists are elected terrorists. Okay, other organization, nobody had elected. No one of the Muslims had elected ISIS. As a matter of fact, they were sponsored by Jewish Zionist mafia. So the problem is, as again, is that why Israel sponsoring terrorism, okay, including what you believe to be Hamas as a terrorist. Actually, it was Netanyahu who allowed the funding for Hamas to continue in order to set a division among the Palestinians. So if Hamas is a terrorist, why Netanyahu is sponsoring it? So we've got two questions. One is that why Israel is sponsoring terrorism, global. Two, why, if Hamas is a terrorist, why Netanyahu sponsoring it? That's the two questions.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, great questions. In a parallel universe, there might be
Is it
like
an intellectual conversation
reality.
in the store
Okay.
in the middle of
Soren, your
Soren,
girlfriend, she's over here.
Is it what you call intellectual conversation?
Soren,
by
can you let him
story?
respond? Sorry, please.
No,
I
I'm
want
just
to
trying to expose.
He can't help himself, okay? He's emotionally dysregulated.
Was it me snoring or was it you, by the way?
Okay.
So you're not mad to say it was you. Okay, fair enough.
Are you finished?
Yeah, so you were snoring.
Yeah, look, it's a great question.
Respectfully, you're a Islamophobia trope. Respectfully, but continue.
Yeah, okay. You can call me whatever you like. Psychopath is probably the most appropriate label to be able to put onto you. Yeah, look, I mean, it's great questions. In a parallel universe, you might be able to find a modicum of truth behind the basis and the formation of your question, but unfortunately, there's not. The biggest state sponsor of terrorism around the world is Iran, the Islamic Republic, the IRGC. If that's a known fact, I know it might hurt, a number of people, but we're dealing with facts, not dealing with feelings, ideas, or thoughts. Israel, Mossad, Jews are not funding these Islamist terrorist organizations. I'll go back to the initial. I'll go back to the question. You're interrupting. Soren, you're interrupting. Again. Okay, great. So I'll go back to. Okay, first. You don't have any proof whatsoever. It's a lie, a salacious lie. Okay, Soren, you're interrupting again. Okay, great. And the question still stands. Okay, I'm not after attacking anybody or any, race or any religion in the slightest. I'm asking a honest question. Why is it that 95% of the designated terrorist groups that have been put on these lists, okay, are Islamists? I'm not saying that Islam is the problem. Hang on, let me clarify. I'm not saying Islam is. Hang on, listen carefully. I'm not saying that Islam. Hang on for a second. I am just to clarify. I'm not saying that Islam is the problem. Would you mind very much? I'll finish what I'll say. I know people are getting triggered. Sorry, just have a bit of respect.
Soren, let him finish. Soren, please.
Okay, I'll just land it. I'll state this very clearly, and I've said it on numerous stages over the last number of years. Islam is not the problem, but there's certainly a fucking problem within Islam. Simple.
Exactly. Deism is not a problem.
Thank you. No, I haven't spoken. I'm going to speak now. Okay, respectfully. Thank you. By the way, if we go back to the list of the Jewish terrorism, I'll give you a list of them. Do you want the list of it, Rohan? That Yahweh brought up the point. Look,
you're deflecting. Okay, I'm talking about now.
Okay. Yes,
I'm talking about present day.
Okay, let's talk about right now. I gave you example from the times of Israel. I can provide you an article about the ISIS, right? The second one, Hamas. Who funded Hamas? Now, they allowed the funding to come through. When they allowed the funding to come through, according to Israeli laws, rules, and regulations, despite concerns, according to Times of Israel, it blew up in their faces. A lot of people in the Knesset, they were worried about, why are you funding a terrorist organization? Every month, you're getting 15, and I have a testimony from an ex-Israeli prime minister as well, Ehud Barak. He said, we funded $1.4 billion to Hamas to keep them in power, to keep the divide so it doesn't turn into a two-state solution, right? Now, let's look at another terrorist organization, Islamists, right? In Sudan, do you know there's a militia called RSF? Do you know who's giving them the guns? It's the UAE. Do you know who's giving them the weapons to the UAE? It's actually the Zionist entity, which is Israel and America. They found Israeli weapons in the hands of RSF over there. All right? What the militias is doing is going from village to village, killing their own people. There's a genocide that's happening. Nobody even talks about Sudan. In Congo, do you know who provided them the weapons to kill their own people? It was a Zionist entity, right? Why do we see all of these Zionist, the Zionist entities supplying the weapons?
I want to ask a question for you, okay? Are you saying that Israel sold it, or there was an Israeli company that was involved in the commercial transaction? Just to clarify.
Yes. So Israel has a contract with the UAE, right? Otherwise, none of the companies that work inside Israel can ship anything to any part of the world unless they have diplomatic relations. Do you agree on that?
So why would you have a problem with Israel doing business with UAE?
I don't have a problem. They can do business with anybody.
Because
but
that's
the issue
you're
here,
talking
but,
about. But again, you're gish galloping.
But let me finish.
You are gish.
Yeah, let me finish. The reason why I said, hold on, bro, hold on. The reason why I'm saying this is because America has interest over there. They want to use that sea. And on the top of that, they have interest about gold. The UN, the Zionist entity, which is Israel and America, they're well aware of the intention of the UAE. And guess what? The Sudanese military, the guy over there that's running the show, he said, we have asked the U.S. to come investigate. We have made claims. We have pictures and everything that shows. We even have the weapon that the serial numbers have been, scratched off on purpose, and they're American and Israeli-made weapons, right? So all I'm saying is, a lot of these, these so-called extremists, bro, they're funded by the Zionist entity. That's what
let me know when I can respond.
Yes,
do you mind if I respond?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Easily. Okay. Look, I haven't got that information. I'm going to say that what you're telling me isn't a lie, but I'd like to be able to see some of the receipts for that. Number one. Number two, it's not up to Israel to decide where any type of product is then sold to. If it's sold to another party, being the UAE, obviously you'd have to agree with that as well. But most importantly, this is like the response is another whataboutism, and I'm happy, right, to be able to take ownership of situations where, for example, individuals within the IDF, or for that matter, the IDF may have crossed over the line. That's not a problem whatsoever. But again, this is just another type of deflection. Again, 90 to 95% of terrorist organizations who are designated by these countries are Islamist, okay, in core and fundamental. There is a big problem, and just deflecting like you just did proves that there is a problem. It's a sore spot, and it's something to be able to have a look at and understand. Look, we don't want them. I don't want innocent people to be killed, right? What's going on in the Congo is fucking horrific. There's 875,000 people that have been murdered, okay? It's horrific. I'm not disagreeing with you on that, okay? But this is a deflection. Nothing more, nothing less. Again, the problem is within... There is a problem within Islam.
The problem is that how you characterize this place. Let's not, ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget Nelson Mandela.
Sorry, just 1 second. 1 second. I'm just gonna ask him one question, and then I'll pass the mic around. Right? Is Taliban a terrorist according to you, Rohan?
Look, it's not a matter of what my personal
No, I'm asking you. Is Taliban a terrorist?
I'm answering.
It's Islamist. Yeah. Yes.
According to multiple organizations at the time where they were conducting terrorist activities, they would be designated as a terrorist organization. I would take their word, right, where you've got half a dozen countries and different state departments that designate it. I'll take their word and say, yeah, they were probably a terrorist organization.
Okay, according to the US, they're not. You can go Google it.
There you go. Okay, fine, I accept that.
Yeah. So there you go. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of these organizations, so-called, I understand, but I'm just saying this. You don't know who makes the U.S. a high moral police. Why would the U.S. would be like, oh, if U.S. says it's a terrorist, it's a terrorist. How is it possible? It doesn't make sense.
I'm here. Okay, I'll respond in kind. Okay, Soren, try and control yourself. Oh my God. Okay.
Did you know
so
that?
Amir,
You know?
do you mind if I respond to you just quickly?
You know, Hezbollah
Okay.
is not
Quickly
Amir?
respond, and then I'm going to pass the mic around. A lot of people.
Yeah, fine. Very simple. Okay. You're highlighting and cherry picking one particular entity, okay, from one particular country. I'm looking at across the board, and again, this was another attempt to be able to deflect from the topic. Okay, because I don't know that there is actually any entity that is actually. I don't know. Hang on, Amir, you're having a conversation with me.
Please, who controls this the board? Is it the Zionist entity or
fuck this retarded Zionist piece of shit is Rohan, bro. Fuck his ass. Fuck his
I mean,
cancer.
who the fuck is this guy to act like
Wow.
library of the room?
Wow. That wasn't very nice.
Who come up with this list of terrorists?
That
Was it
wasn't
the
very
Rohan?
nice. Why'd
Was
you
it
do
the
that,
cronies
Lee?
of the Rohan? Come up with this list. Was it you?
I know. People here are getting triggered. I get it.
Universally agreed definition of the term terrorism.
I mean, Swiss does not agree with that list. I mean,
Triggered.
Swiss does not agree with that. I mean, I don't
Triggered. Really badly triggered.
You say.
All the scams in the world are, but
This is where part of the problem.
scam people anymore.
If I can ask, I just want to ask.
Please allow me.
Wait, can I ask Rohan a question?
Can you guys stop talking over each other?
All the porn
Lee was
websites are
speaking. Let
Zionist
Lee.
Jewish.
Hold on.
After me.
Zero. Oh my
me.
God. Soren,
After me, after me.
please. You guys spoke earlier. I want to give new people a chance to speak. Yabe already spoke. Lee has just stepped in, and we have somebody waiting. We have Akida, Paul waiting. I'm gonna give them the mic. Go on, Lee.
Yeah, there's a long list of the U.S. invading countries in Central America, South America, Africa, Asia. All of these countries, they killed millions of people. Why aren't you calling them terrorists? All right? You live in Australia that killed hundreds of thousands of Aborigines. Why aren't you calling them terrorists? Every single country that you look up to, they're terrorists. All right? You guys are killing millions of people, and they want to call them terrorists. Okay? And if you want to say there's a problem with Islam, within Islam, there's a problem within your freaking ideology. Like, most of the freaking financial crimes in the world are by Zionist Jews. Most of the pedophiles in the
Jesus Christ.
jails are by Zionist Jews.
Look, I'm happy to answer this. Lee, you want to answer? You've got a question? I'll answer your question.
Close your
Lee,
mic. Close your mic.
I'll answer your question. You just
No,
now
that's not
just
my
go.
question. Mute up.
Go on.
Let him
So if you want to say there's a problem within Islam, check the problems within Judaism. What's allowing you guys to kill 15,000 children in 1 year? What is it in Judaism that allows you to do that?
Yeah, okay, great question. Judaism's got absolutely nothing to do with it.
That's really not a question. Is it? Was that a question?
Zero.
That wasn't a question.
Do you mind? Zero, can you? All right. The question was, I think, going towards...
It's not a question.
Lee, did you want to respond? Lee, did you want me to respond to you?
He was not asking you.
You know what? Fuck it. Zero. You respond. Go for it, Zero. All yours, dude.
Okay.
No problem.
All right, Lee was not asking you a question, okay? He was saying it rhetorically. Okay, but anyhow, let me just show you what
I
we're
want to
talking
pass
about.
the mic around, Zero, brother. Look, I got new people up on the stage. We have a sister here, right?
No, I can wait.
Sister, did you want to go first, or Paul? Akida?
Zero, I think that's the only truthful thing that Rohan Levy has said tonight, that Zionism has nothing to do with Judaism. The murder of 42,000.
That's not what I said.
I didn't ask you. Shut the fuck up while I'm talking.
No, you shut the fuck up.
Rohan, just chill out, man.
That's
not what I said. You're mischaracterizing it.
Guys.
That's not the way you talk to a lady, Rohan.
A real lady. She's a real
I'm
lady.
talking to a lady myself. Rohan thinks that
Do you identify as a woman, do you? I'm just curious.
He is no more Jewish than any one of you on this stage. He just pretends to be for political reasons.
Of course, you're right.
He cannot show courtesy to anyone else. He's talking about people being triggered, but he knows damn well he's gaslighting individuals here too. There is nothing Jewish, nothing Torah-based about killing 42,000.
Oh, damn. I can't hear
Nothing Jewish, nothing Torah-based about any of it. And it's sad that a Jew with the last name Levy, which might mean that he's somehow connected to Levites, would sit here and blast such untruth. It's disgusting. At some point, you have to own the fact. At some point, you have to own... Do me a favor, take your meds, because you sound ridiculous. There's nothing wrong with saying that what's going on is wrong. There's nothing wrong with saying
that murder and genocide is wrong. You know why? Because your ancestors probably were Holocaust survivors themselves, if not individuals who were martyred.
Well, how could that be? Because you just said before that I wasn't Jewish. So, like, wow. Okay, go on.
Holocaust survivors were not Jewish. Here's a newsflash. There were people who died in the Holocaust who weren't Jewish too. Of course, when you center yourself every opportunity you get, you think that only Jews suffered in the Holocaust, which is probably why we're killing thousands and thousands of Palestinians right now, just the way Germans did years ago. It's sad. Own the fact that there's something very wrong with the way this war has, quote unquote war, has played out. And then maybe we can change something. But while you're sitting here touting nonsense, racism, and Islamophobia, you're not helping anyone.
Well, okay, really interesting. Okay, no, you're actually referring to me. You're referring to me. It's really simple. You want to attack my character? Fine. Wow. So then keep my name out of your mouth. Oh my God. A lot of people are triggered here.
Let's not talk over each other.
Can he stop centering himself though? It is so fragile. It's ridiculous.
Akita, I'm not centering myself. You're actually mentioning my name. It's not me mentioning my name.
Let Rohan respond. Let Rohan respond. Come on.
Don't respond,
we talked about it for half an hour. Let him defend
the worst thing in the world is a Jewish Nazi.
I tell you that you're ugly. Let's say I
She
say
attacked him for half an hour.
Jewish Nazi. Wow, that's interesting. Tell me, do you know a Jewish Nazi, Akita?
Yeah, it's called Havara Agreement.
Rohan Levy, apparently.
Oh, I'm a Nazi. Are you okay? Okay, have you, like, you're right.
Gaslighting doesn't work on me. I'm just as Jewish as the best, so cut it out.
Let's get...
Go kick the pork chops out of your mouth.
Okay, was this some statement?
The only one who needs some meat in their mouth is you, Akita, okay? You need lots of fucking meat.
Stop, bro, stop attacking.
In every other fucking orifice.
Hold on, bro.
Total shakers.
Hold on. We got new people on the stage. Who hasn't spoken? I think Zero want to chime in. So go Zero,
quickly.
and then.
Yeah, I just wanted to address, like, look at this. You're talking about the terrorist list, right? Now, in February 2021, Biden says, okay, the Houthis are no longer terrorists. And everybody's like, okay, they're no longer terrorists. But then now, in January of 2024, he goes back and says, nope, forget it. Houthis are now terrorists again. Everybody's like, okay, they're terrorists. That's where you're getting this from, Rohan. America says you're a terrorist, you're a terrorist. They say you're not a terrorist, you're not a terrorist. Then you go back to calling you a terrorist, now you're a terrorist again.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
You talking to me?
And I'm not asking for a reply.
You talking to me? Well, then keep my mouth. Keep my name out of your mouth. It's really simple, okay? Okay.
You're the one that talked about the terrorists, and I'm just telling you.
Zero?
Shut up, Rohan. Shut up, Rohan.
Is it okay? Are you okay?
Rohan, take a deep breath.
Oh my God! There's so many people who are fucked here. It's hysterical. Boy. Fucking nasty. We should do some meditation tonight.
So the point doesn't get lost.
Israel,
very quickly. Tyrese, hold on. Okay, very quickly. Again.
Are you still going? Okay.
Be quiet, Rohan. Okay, so the point doesn't get lost with Rohan. You're trying to hide the fact.
Why don't you look at the case of Rohan? It's a little bit mentally
Sorry. Let me just quickly reiterate the point.
Sorry, let Zero finish, bro. Then we go turn by turn, man. Why do you guys have to come off the mic?
Exactly. Now, again, remember that. Here you have 2021. Biden says, Houthis no longer terrorists. The whole world says, okay, they're no longer terrorists. Then 2024, he says, nope, put them back on the list now. I say they're terrorists. The whole world says they're terrorists. That's where you get terrorists from. Just like one guy, America says everybody's a terrorist, they're a terrorist. That's all I wanted to say.
Interesting.
I want to talk to you.
I mean, the thing is, like, when you fire rockets and missiles directly towards... I'm sorry, you know about a piece of shit. You just need to look into the mirror. That's all. Pretty much need to do, okay? Stop barking.
Can you guys stop? One mic at a time.
What do you want to say, bro?
Amir, look, I feel victim.
Can you guys stop for a second, bro? Respectfully, right? What do you say, Yahweh? What is it, brother?
Thank you very much. I want to say we shouldn't be sucked in and distracted changing the topic and distract. There's a genocide right now, and we have right now Lindsey Graham saying that the Rome Statute does not apply to us, does not apply to America, does not apply to Britain, who signed for it. It does not apply to Germany and to France and to Israel. It's only we create it for those third world countries. In other words, is that there is nothing called universal laws and universal justice for all. Okay, it's only selected cherry and picking. So that's exactly the same thing. There is nothing called universal definition of the word terrorism. Okay, so if we are sucked into this discussion without realizing that these are nothing but gimmicks and tricks, and we just like sucked with this guy Rohan, okay, the pedophile. Sorry, we actually lost the
Let's refrain from personal attacks. Come on, man.
No, I mean, he's been asked many a time. That's probably the most disgusting slur you can ever experience. Just put him down in the audience, please, Amir.
Just be quiet, please. Don't be.
I will report this room again.
Go ahead.
I will report you for allowing this to be able to go. See what you're enabling this.
To report your room, you need to put him down.
They have the proof.
Stop, Rohan. Hold on. Yahweh, hold on. Bro, respectfully, how many times I have to tell you, refrain from personal attacks, especially using the P word. But unfortunately, you don't want to understand. Like, bro, do you want to go down in the audience? Respectfully, stop with the fucking people.
He's done it 3 times, Amir. Why don't you just put him down? Do you have any standards here?
No, but Rohan.
Check out the standards.
Rohan, according to the Constitution of the U.S., freedom of speech applies here. So that's his opinion. I disagree with him. I disagree with him because Bruce, please mute up. Mute up, Bruce. It's Yahweh's opinion, right? I don't agree with his opinion. That's his fucking opinion, and I just called him out in front of you. That's it. That's all I can do. I hate moving people.
Amir, did you know that
Bruce, mute up, Bruce.
In a court of law,
mute up. You cannot sue
you as a mod, but he could definitely.
You cannot sue me, respectfully. In America, we have freedom of speech according to the Constitution.
Yahweh for defaming him.
Yeah, he can go after Yahweh, he can file a lawsuit against him.
You can sue me later on.
Yahweh, where do you live? What country?
Yeah, you can sue me if you want. You can sue
what
me.
country do you live in?
Brother Amir, I've been told in this room by some people in the chat that Rohan has been outed as a pedophile in Australia. This is what I understand. Now, Rohan, you can go ahead and say that it's not true.
He can't.
People said they have proof. They have proof that you have been kicked out of Australia.
What country do you live in? Because he could sue you and defend for defense.
Okay, we're gonna move on. Yahweh was speaking. Please stop. Stop it.
I just want to finish what I started. And I know that the people are not like they're triggered. I mean, especially Rohan.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to state this really clearly, okay. I'm reporting you. In fact, I'm going to mass block you. Your salacious character slurs, okay, are vulgar and disgusting. Akeda, listen, I'll put some fucking meat in your mouth, Akeda, I'll put some meat in your mouth. Put some meat in your mouth, Akeda, we'll put some meat in your mouth. Don't worry. Nice big fucking meaty sandwich down your throat. You're a coward. You're a coward.
Not at all. My name is out there, Rohan Lee.
You're a coward. You're a coward. You're a coward, Akeda.
Let's move on, please. Yahweh was speaking, please.
This is fucking disgusting. No, fuck him. I'm not going to allow him to speak. You can kick me out if you want, but I'm not going to let him speak. I'm going to talk over him. He's a fucking idiot. No, he's a disgusting piece of shit.
Amir,
looking at your own reflection.
Finish.
You'd know all about that, Akeda.
Rohan is treating fake Jew with pork chops in his teeth.
Oh my God, you're ugly.
Stop attacking a sister. We don't attack women or children.
I mean,
okay, let Yahweh finish.
I think
Oh, she's not a woman. She's not even.
Stop, Rohan.
Hey, Rohan, I can
This
shit my
demon
teeth if you want.
Ashkenazi piece of shit.
Okay, I mean, I want to say something. The problem is that if there is no
Blah, 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 blah.
I mean,
Can you let
Blah,
him
blah,
finish,
blah.
Rohan?
No, kicking from the.
Bro, I'm not kicking. I told you that. Look. I'm gonna, because the Constitution of the U.S. allows freedom.
Three times he has called me a pedophile. Okay, in the last hour.
And if you weren't one, you wouldn't be triggered by it.
I think it's disgusting.
Well, there's always a fire.
I think it's disgusting.
Rohan, have you
It
or
is
have you not been
absolutely
kicked out of
fucking
Australia for
disgusting.
pedophilia?
A lot of
Zero
people
years.
talking about it.
Zero.
Have you
It's
or
a
have you not?
stupid question. I'm living in Australia. Haven't been kicked out of Australia in any time, shape, or form. It is a false allegation. It's absolutely disgusting. Okay. Zero. We got that.
I'm asking you to verify.
Absolutely, 100% the truth.
Right, can you just say once for all, are you a pedophile?
Yeah. Can we have Yahweh finish, please? Stop interrupting, man. Go, Yahweh, finish.
No, you always talks over everybody else, so you can kick me out if you want. You want to listen to a person who calls another person a pedophile?
Well, a lot of people
He's not gonna.
Please let me talk.
Oh my God.
Please.
Yeah. I told Yahweh.
I'm very mad about being called a pedophile, but he's not upset about calling people terrorists.
Honestly, I'm sorry to say that.
Can we?
Yeah, I called out the issue of terrorism within Islam. Okay, and this is where it's gone to personal attack, which is just another way of deflecting. And this is my point. There is an issue within Islam. There is an issue. I'm not saying that Islam is the problem. I'm saying there is an issue within Islam, and you can't handle it. It's truth. There's truth to it.
There are Muslims, there are proud Muslims.
It's an objective truth.
Don't want to be called terrorists. And that's his
Okay.
Please let Yahweh finish. Stop it. Next person comes up the mic, going down in the audience.
Please, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You see, Amir, there is an issue, not with Islam, there is an issue with the secular, global, international international laws. Now, I posted a link here saying, Lindsey Graham saying that there are laws for us and there are laws for the others. When he talks about ICC, he said these ICC are not made for us. I know they created the ICC in order to prosecute the others. He said this ICC is not for the British, not for the Americans, not for Israel, or not for Germany. They are for the others. So basically, here we have an issue with the secular international laws. Are we universally equal as humans, or basically there are some people who are more humans than the others? This is the problem, and that's why I always keep saying there's nothing sacred but the divine law of the Lord, and anything else is just rubbish. So this is what I'm saying. If we don't have a universal standard, a universal definition, we're not going to achieve anything. Things like human rights not being defined, what is genocide not being defined, and things like right now terrorism, there's not even an international agreeable definition of the word terrorism. So everything should be rubbish. But yes, that's all what I'm trying to say. If you don't have a definition and standard, we shouldn't suck into division. We're seeing genocidal war there, and we should actually call it genocide. We don't want to call it genocide. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I have if I can get in line later, just let me know when.
I think Soren wants to go. Soren.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that this piece of shit is gone. Look, I can give you like 5 examples of what this guy was talking about. All the Muslim are terrorists. Why the 90% of the Muslim? I mean, let's go with the example. Nelson Mandela was, remember the freedom fighter. He was actually branded as a terrorist by the apartheid government, even by the Western powers, including the US. Another example, Mahatma Gandhi. Can you believe that Mahatma Gandhi was also called a terrorist by UK, by Britain? And then later on we found that he's actually a freedom fighter for his country. Menachem Begin, a leader of Irgun, by the way, a terrorist organization, which I put the link in the chat about the King David bombing. He was a terrorist. And later on, guess what? He became a prime minister of Israel. The very terrorists. The guy was called, and the leader of an organization called terrorists by England. Later on, he became the Prime Minister of Israel. Yasser Arafat is another example. I'm old enough to remember Yasser Arafat. They called him terrorist, and he was a terrorist. All decided he became a negotiator. They shake hands with the Prime Minister of Israel, with Bill Clinton. Another example, Malcolm X. Believe it or not, he was considered as a radical and a terrorist. So there's a lot of example of this terrorism, which obviously is based on the national interest of a country. One of the brothers was talking about the, I think it was Zero, was talking about the Al-Husis, Al-Ansarullah, is a group in Yemen. At one point, they called him a terrorist, and they take him out because of the geopolitics, and they again put him back in the list. So there's no way of saying a country. And if you're talking about the biggest terrorist in the world, we know who is the biggest terrorist in the world. We have a mechanism in which called International Court of Justice. Literally, they put the head of the state, which is Netanyahu, and Gallant as a war criminal. So we know, we have the standards. We know who are the real terrorists. The people who kill the babies, the women, the innocent people. And obviously that's a nice tactic instead of addressing the problem, which is the actual cancerous tumor, which allow itself to, with a political impunity, to kill many people in the region, including civilians, mainly civilians, and to deflect the question, and they're talking about, oh, Islam is the problem. And they're trying to act as if they're not Islam to try to say, oh, it's not Islam itself, it's just some small elements, and all of a sudden they give you this fake survey that over 90% of the terrorist organization is Muslim, as if we don't know about the situation in Islam.
Yes, but we have to put, we want to say that the problem is not actually, it's not them. It's actually we who actually starting to believe that there is something called international laws, but there isn't anything called international laws. That there is universal definitions of war, of genocide, where actually these definitions do not exist. So we don't know why should we suck to, how do I put it, to a white man definition. As you used to say, that the moment we start to believe and to accept their argument, we lost. What from the beginning? We shouldn't even go into that level. We shouldn't even go and discuss, oh, why they are terrorists. What's the definition of terrorism? Okay, there isn't any universal agreeable definition. Why should we go and entertain Rohan like 2 hours with him? Though this guy, this guy is not only a pathetic liar. He actually lives in a delusion in space. I remember he was actually swearing at Charlie and said, "You can suck my black dick." Excuse me? Whoa, 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 whoa! I was laughing. This is the thing. You gave him space and time. You shouldn't give that. Being given that.
I
All
agree
that time.
100%.
I mean, the room became his. The room became his. And that is the problem. I mean, you turn the room to be Rohan's room too.
May I read something?
And we actually threatened you repeatedly on this public stage, and you came across like a coward. I love you like a brother cousin, Amir. But anybody tells me I'm gonna boom your room just like I have before, and I'm gonna report you, and I'm gonna do that. Who the hell is he to come into your room to say any of that? Just my thought. That's how terrorists lose the label of
I
terrorist.
have to read something when I get a chance. Hold on. I want to respond to the sister and Yahweh. Yahweh, I actually like back and forth respectfully, and you know how I run the rooms, right? It's not the first day, okay? The Zionists do come in here. I like back and forth. This is what makes the room interesting. Second, to address your concerns, Sister Akida, it wasn't like that. It's the people in this space, they can't keep it respectful. You know, just open your fucking mouth and calling people pedophile. That's wrong. So many levels. I don't agree with it, but I actually did. According to the Constitution of the U.S., everybody has a freedom of speech. So that's what I did. I allowed. Yeah.
If I may read something, it's relevant. Wait, can I respond? Can we just respond briefly? I promise I won't take long. You noticed your own brothers saying certain things to him that have already been established on other stages. What you didn't notice is every single time one of your own made a comment, he interjected. He must have called people terrorists. escalated. Somebody says, "Hey, weren't you the guy that people outed as a pedophile?" And all of a sudden, it's World War III. Something is wrong with that.
It happens
I'm
from
not
both
going
sides.
to say how to run
Please
your
read
business.
something.
Don't let this
It'll
Rohan
clear all this up.
intimidate you, okay? Don't let
If I
this,
can read something, it'll clear it all
Oh
up.
no, he would never intimidate me.
don't let him
I mean,
intimidate
it
you.
wasn't about intimidation. It's about common decency.
I mean,
But okay.
hang on. I've heard Rohan calls. You understand? I mean, I'm not sure if you're religious or not. I always respect people's religion, and in Islam, the Prophet Muhammad is a figure that we always try to, even when we call his name, we always say peace be upon him. I've heard Rohan calls the Prophet Muhammad pedophiles. So this is the problem that we have in the Zionist camp. They feel like entitled. And again, I said it many times. These people always offended by everything and never get ashamed by nothing.
If I may read something, please, it will help put some light on the subject. This is from Melbourne News. It says Victorian man to be sentenced a third time over child sex assault. Australia's highest court has found prosecutors did not have to prove a sex offender knew a child was under the age of 12 for him to be found guilty by jury. The offender, known under the pseudonym Rohan, was sentenced to more than 11 years in prison in 2021 after being found guilty. Okay, then the appeals court found that Rohan suffered a substantial miscarriage of justice as the prosecution did not prove and the jury did not consider that he knew the girls were underage at the time of offending. Okay, however, the High Court allowed an appeal by Crown prosecutors today and ordered Rohan to be sentenced for a third time. Rohan will be sentenced by Victoria's Court of Appeal at a later date. I don't know what to tell you.
Could you paste that from? Could you paste that link?
I don't know if I want to be the one to. If he's not, he's going to claim he's not the Rohan, and then it's going to look like I'm spreading some bad news. So I would prefer not to, but I would
Send
say
it to me and I'll put it out there. But if
it's
it's not
Australian news.
to promote me to
If
it,
this is what you Google, this is what I Googled. I'll
Could
tell
you
you what I
please
Googled.
paste the link?
No. This is what I Googled, and you Google it, and you'll find the article. It says, Rohan accused of pedophilia in Australia. That's what I Googled. And then it came up with Victorian man to be sentenced a third time by the 9 News, the number 9 News. So you look it up yourselves. I don't want to be the one to be, posting this stuff, but this is what it said. So I don't know. And that's what somebody said earlier in the chat, that there was information about him that they outed him in another room. So I don't know what to tell you.
And I hear there is a piece of news that he has a daughter who is estranged from him, and she is a Palestinian supporter, by the way. Just in case. So, Amir, don't let this character intimidate you in any way, shape, or form. Brother, I have a strategy, Jindal. And a lot of the people that come in here, they don't understand the strategy. That's the problem. They just assume shit about, how I run it, whatever. And then when I come in here, they're like, no, don't let them intimidate. Nobody's intimidated. Bro, I can.
I understand, brother.
Yeah.
I understand exactly what you're doing, man. It's fine.
Yes.
It's fine.
And I don't do it for the Zionists. I actually do it for the people in the audience, people up here. And it's true. I don't agree with the people that come up here like Yahweh called them a pedophile. I don't agree with that. That's my position. I don't agree calling people pedophiles. You know what I'm saying? That's his position. What can I do? That's his position. I'm giving him the freedom of speech. Okay, you can do it.
Amir, I am a Jew, and I've lived in Israel, and I've lived in the United States. Full disclosure, you can look me up, Akeda Ezad. I've worked law enforcement for quite some time. When we don't call it out, when we don't say that it is what it is, we end up being complicit. Please don't take it that way. Please don't look at it as though, I don't want to, God forbid, say somebody is something that they aren't. If there's even remotely a chance that that person is engaged in that kind of activity, you as a Muslim, I as a Jew, have an obligation to call it what it is.
Okay,
You might not agree.
I don't have the evidence. I'm not a judge. I'm not a jury. I'm not here to freaking start pointing fingers. You're a pedophile. You're not a pedophile. I'm not here to do that.
No. I hear you saying that you're not here to do that, but when someone else does question it, why would you silence them?
I did not silence him. I did not silence Zero. Zero was asking a question. I actually silenced Rohan that I don't hate removing people. I'm not going to do that. That's his position. As simple as that. That's the true position because America allows the freedom of speech. What do we do about the freedom of
America
speech?
also allows pedophiles and people guilty of sexual assault to run its country. Something to think about.
I
We've
hear
got
you,
more
sister.
individuals guilty of sexual assault in Congress right now, probably than anywhere else. It's sad.
That's what happened. You know, the UN official, right? They hinted that we're gonna downgrade the status of Israel, and guess what happened? 105 Congress members they wrote a letter to the UN saying if you downgrade the status of Israel, we're gonna downgrade the status of the UN, which means we're gonna defund the UN, right? So, and then I was asking this question. I opened the room, I think, a couple of times. I asked this question around: are these 105 members pedophiles, or do they have any kind of dirt on them? Because that's what Jeffrey Epstein used to do. You know, Jeffrey Epstein would get them to sleep with underage girls and record them and use it as leverage.
And use it against them. You're right.
Yep.
But that is the reason why you have to have a certain level of integrity before you're allowed to become a judge, a leader in certain spaces. You're not allowed to be a judge if you've got that kind of a background, or even an hint of it. And I think the same is true of Islam. But we are very, very tolerant on some of these stages. Like some of the stuff that he said, I was like, whoa. Forget politics for a minute. He said worse than that about other people on this stage. And I feel like just because we want to have a conversation, we shouldn't have to tolerate that kind of madness. But I hear you.
He's exposed himself.
Are you in Israel right now, Akida, or are you back in America?
I'm
you don't mind
States,
asking?
but my sister and her family are there.
Oh.
And it's
Akita's in New York.
I'm sorry? No. I'm not in New York right now. I'm not putting that out on a club.
You got a New York accent.
But I'm here. I'm from New York, though. Yeah, I'm from New York. I was born and raised in New York. Yeah. Yes, Crown Heights, absolutely.
Oh, Crown Heights all the way.
Or Stuyvesant. If you know where that's why it's 5 minutes away. But I feel like you want to hear something. Yeah, exactly. You want to hear the craziness? When I was working corrections, I forget his name, Hines. That's who he was, Hines. He had 200 and something cases that for the right price he had brushed.
Master Skywalker, there are too many of us. What are you going to do?
The Jewish community.
I will kill all of you. It's treason then.
Molestation and assault.
It's alright, Jim. We have the moral high ground.
I feel like
you underestimate my psychopathic tendencies.
That's right. The spaces they are. It's because people are afraid to call it out.
Do something, Fred.
I call it out
I'll do what I must.
Too many broken women, too many broken little boys. Helping them living very different lives.
Let's find out what happened at the temple.
Called it out. Even
You think to the security recordings you go, only pain.
It might have made their lives different. So you're right. That is a bit of a trigger for me. Because I believe that if you are a Jew, you are a Muslim, you have an obligation to call this kind of stuff out because everyone deserves to stand before Hashem, to stand before Allah, whole. You can't be whole if you're broken by other people.
Akida, when you look at the Gaza situation, since you lived over there in Israel, what do you think of this
Everything in your life.
Do you accept that it's genocide?
Absolutely.
The truth is I am.
So what do you think about the future of Israel? Like, you know, since you have experience, you got family, where she go?
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying.
Oh, she left.
Please don't scroll.
I think that it was interesting. I had an experience myself where I had gone to Kitover Congressman, to the Rachel.
The truth.
And one side, as we know, is a Muslim Palestinian, and the other side supposedly is Israeli or Jewish. And I could remember I had gotten out. I was coming from Efrat, and I got out on the Arab or Palestinian side, and I noticed such a marked difference between the terrain on one side of the wall. If anybody's in Israel or has been in Israel traveled, there's like on the yellow side of the wall, it was dirty and filthy and just broken down, and on the other side it wasn't. And I remember walking by. I was a tourist at the time, like just really understanding and learning Israel. And I kept asking myself, like, why is there such a difference between the way certain people are accommodated on one side of the wall and others on the other side? Why going through Jerusalem? treated differently than white people? Are we like seriously in 2024 ignoring that fact? And in the event that you have individuals who have been privy to white supremacist behavior here, white supremacist ideology here, and they move to Israel, why would we assume that they didn't pack those ideologies with them when they traveled? And to me, certain things are just basic sense, Amir. Like, we know that this is an issue. We know that it's a problem. We know that this has nothing to do with Islam. We know this has nothing to do with Yahadut, with Judaism. It has everything to do with people's personal politics. When we get there, when we can have that discussion, we can change it. 9.9% of the people yelling and screaming anti-Semitism could care less about Torah, could care less about Yahadut. You're using the Torah as a pretext. You're saying, this is our place because of the Torah. And the moment those words come out your mouth, you go back and eat shrimp, scampi, lobster, and pork biscuits on the beach on Yom Kippur. How do those two things rock? As far as I'm concerned, they don't. I think that if you live the Torah life, you would know that thou shalt not covet, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not murder is part of the top 10. No matter whether you're Christian, Muslim, or Jewish, it's all the same, isn't it? I don't know. I pray that better days come. I pray that we are more centered on who we're supposed to be. I pray that we realize that we're all family.
So, what do you think? So, from your opinion, right? What do you think the future of Israel holds right now? I mean, because its economy is in shambles. You have family over there, right, in Israel, and there's people that are getting genocided and whatnot on the other side.
I honestly, it breaks my heart because what I recognize is that, well, let me say this first. For me, Jerusalem, Israel is supposed to be a place for all people to direct their attention towards elevation, towards godliness. And it's not that. So for one, I have to state, as a Jew, that Israel is a secular place. It's not a Torah-based place. So how can I expect morality? How can I expect integrity from a place that's not rooted in faith? That's one. Second, I think that this has a lot more to do with white supremacy, with white Jewish supremacy, than it does anything else. And that's another issue that you can't resolve overnight. I believe that Muslims are my cousins. I believe that Palestinians are members of my family. I don't see them as other. I don't see them as terror. I despise and abhor the fact that Jews are claiming that 42,000 innocents were destroyed, were eviscerated because they were somehow linked to Hamas when we all know nothing is further from the truth. It disgusts me that many of us grew up, some of my father's closest friends grew up in Morocco and Tunisia and Algeria in Muslim countries and were treated well, were allowed to expand their businesses, and are now being, and those same individuals are now being decried as off. They were your brothers and cousins before other people came and taught you to hate them. How did that happen? It's a complex situation, and I don't begin to know. I'm sorry if I'm in the matrix. I don't begin to know the solution, but I believe there's going to be a reckoning. I don't know how I could ask somebody who lost 45,000 roughly. You know what? Can we sit down at a table and talk? Why would anybody want to talk to an Israeli after suffering what they've suffered? Just from a human space, I don't see it. It's going to take God himself to intervene. There's too much bloodshed. There's too much hate. There's too much greed. There are too many people land grabbing. What do you think, Amir?
I don't know. I'm thinking. I think the best way to do it is, let's see. We got the Likud party that's full of criminals, right? And then we have people on the leftists, right? They actually they don't like the Likud party, but they do agree on this, the Israeli state and whatnot, and then we have the people on the right. They're actually extremists. They're like Netanyahu is not doing enough. So I don't know. And then people are protesting. Right now, there was a protest in front of his house. In front of the Knesset. They didn't even let him into the Knesset. They said they want the Gaza deal. I don't know. I think the way I look at it, I think
because
they want to get the hostages.
There you go. There you go. And that's the saddest part. Like, I even asked myself the other day, I said, it's funny, we're talking about ceasefire and this and the other. There are hostages on both sides. Let me make sure I say that. Because long before those Israeli hostages were taken, there were Palestinians grabbed off the street and thrown into jails as well. When do we start talking about the people? When do we start talking about the women and children? No. When do we start talking about hospitals and universities being bombed? When? Like, we don't talk about the inhumanity. All we seem to be talking about is land and money and power. We're not talking about people. Please, God, if nobody hears me say anything else on this stage, and I've spoken on this stage before, please do not blame all Jews for the actions of a chosen few. Nothing in Yahadut teaches this. Please recognize that the state of Israel was founded by atheists who did not care about Jerusalem, who did not care about the Holy Land as a holy place. Please. They didn't care whether or not the state of Israel was established in Uganda. They didn't care whether the state of Israel was established. Oh gosh, I can't think of the other place. But they had a bunch of different places that they were willing to choose to establish a state. It was a refugee place for European Jews. Yemenites, Jews returning from Arab countries were not welcome. Ethiopians were the last airlifted for a reason. This is not us. I don't know what it is, but it's not us. No Torah observant person would ever condone mass murder. And descendants of a Holocaust definitely should not either. And yet they do. If I would challenge you to ask any one of them, if the individual revolutionaries who fought back in Warsaw weren't terrorists, why are Palestinians? How can you call a Palestinian a terrorist for defending his home? And here's another sad and scary truth. Many German Jews were part of.
How can you call a Jew a terrorist for defending their life?
You don't call a Jew a terrorist for defending their life. Call a Jew a terrorist for using self-defense as an excuse for mass murder. Different.
No, there's no excuse for mass murder.
There is no excuse for genocide. None.
I'm sorry, but genocide is not being called out here. You've called genocide out. But it's
no,
not
actually,
being proven
the world
to be a genocide. No, the world can think what it wants, but the world doesn't have the facts.
Right, but guess what? The same Jews who claim that the world was silent should not be upset about the world being outspoken now.
Well, the world may be outspoken now, but let me tell you something.
The world is saying
Jews have
all
created,
of dying is wrong.
Jews have created a safe haven for themselves because of the mass persecution and the constant genocidal affair that Jews have suffered in the past. You know that's not a lie. Well, when you look at Second World War, what was the Second World War all about?
I know it's nonsense.
I'm saying it as a Jew as well. And let me explain something to you.
The reason why I know it's nonsense is because all Jews are not welcome.
The reason why you've decided that it's nonsense is because you've taken an approach as not to see the truth for what it is.
If it's the homeland of all Jews, then all Jews would be welcome.
What's the definition of
the fact that
all Jews are welcome?
The fact that all Jews are not welcome. I represent thousands of Jews who are not welcome.
Well, I don't know what type of Jews that you represent.
I'll give you the proof. Want me to put it in the back
land if you think that Jews are not welcome in the state of
Israel.
Israel.
There's a difference between opinion and facts. Right now, there are Nigerian Jews, there are Ugandan Jews, there are South African Jews who look like me, who are not welcomed by the state, who have been
What do you
fighting
look like?
for decades.
What do you look
can't
like? What is
deny
that supposed to mean? Who look like me?
You
When
cannot
you say
deny
who
the
look
fact.
like me,
Why
what
do you
are
keep
you
talking
saying?
over me?
But when you say look like me, what are you
Hook
saying?
on phonics works. Are you looking at my PTR?
Akita, tell me,
Explain
to me.
At my
Your PTR doesn't tell me very much. Your PTR doesn't tell me very much.
They are not.
When you say look
And
like
that's an
me,
undeniable
explain
fact.
what you mean. Explain what you mean
What I'm
when you
going to
say
ask
look like
you
me.
is, Ray Charles couldn't see what I look like. And
I
he's
can't
dead.
see what you look like. You're not standing in
well,
front
I'm
of me.
sorry then. I'm sorry.
You're talking to me, I can hear your voice, but I do not know what you look like.
At the end of the day, all Jews are not welcome. And I'm going to put
Paint your own little picture of what you think it looks like to you, but don't paint the brush over everybody else where it's not affected.
Put the articles in the back chat that you're dissonantly denying. I'm going to put it there for you that they somehow or another are claiming those articles that certain individuals are not seen as equally Jewish as everyone else. How Ukrainians were airlifted 35,000 in 3 days. People who laughed at Israel. We're not Jewish. We're not even circumcised. 35,000 Ukrainian quote-unquote Jews were airlifted in 3 days. And individuals who have been trying to get to Israel, who look like me, have not been.
There you go again. You look like me. Explain what you mean by that.
Everybody on the stage knows what I look like. So let me say it for you.
No.
At the end of the day,
not everybody. I don't know what you look like.
Ashkenazis say they're the smartest, but they love to act like the dumbest.
There you go. In this point, he's playing dumb. You're absolutely right. Why aren't Ugandan Jews? Why aren't the Lemba? Why aren't the Igbo? Why aren't they welcome in Israel? Why? Oh, their Judaism is questionable. But individuals, like I said before, who eat pork chop sandwiches on the beach on Yom Kippur,
And
whose
some
foreskin
pedophiles
is
as well.
flapping in the wind, those individuals are not Jewish enough. It's called white Jewish supremacy. Not Jewish supremacy, white Jewish supremacy.
There you go.
If you're white,
okay, so you've got a chip on your shoulder. You have a chip on your shoulder. You've made yourself very clear.
I have Torah, and Torah.
No, you don't have Torah. You've got a chip on your shoulder to bring up race.
Torah, do you know what? You know how
it means that you have got an internal manifestation of your own turmoil. That's your problem.
Pasuk, I know. What is the first pasuk in the Torah? Do you even know?
Listen, taking your personal views
the first pasuk
and putting them on everybody else.
Let's talk Hebrew. The first pasuk in the
Thank you
Torah.
very much. Thank you. You don't need to tell me what I can and can't do.
I have to. And
but taking your personal views
to know
and
that a
taking
black
that
woman
on everybody else to suit your narrative is not going to help you or anybody else.
Triggered by the fact that
I'm not triggered by you.
You can't accept.
You just don't know what you're talking about, which is
Why
sad.
are you talking to me?
Because you're talking the most biggest load of rubbish ever that people are
okay.
listening to.
Guess what? I'm talking what I live,
up
and that hurts your feelings.
No,
I am talking what I
I've heard
live.
what you've had to say, which doesn't make too much sense.
Please look up the Lemba. Please look up the Igbo. Please look up the Abayudaye that Israelis claimed had the Kohanic
and
genes in their
tribe. And please look up the Falasha. Please look up that as well.
First of all, the fact that you're calling them Falasha says that you're a white supremacist bigot yourself. Because Falasha does not mean Jewish. Falasha does not mean Ethiopian. It means stranger. Beta Yisrael, house of Israel, is what you should be calling any Ethiopian Jew. You just outed yourself as a white supremacist, brother.
Whatever you say.
Congratulations.
Whatever pats you
Congratulations.
Whatever makes you feel better about yourself.
Are you going to call me a nigger too? Come
Excuse
on with
me?
it.
You're a disgrace.
You might as well call me a
you're an absolute disgrace to humanity.
Right, and you're a disgrace to Judaism. How about
that? You're a disgrace to humanity. You really
and you're a disgrace to Judaism. Because
I can hear the
treat the stranger with respect.
The personal hatred in your own voice.
Judaism teaches us to treat all people equally. The reason why I quoted to you the first scripture in the Torah is because every commentator states that our Torah begins with, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, so that we would all acknowledge that in the beginning there was not Islam. In the beginning there was not Christianity. In the beginning there was not Judaism. In the beginning, hell, there wasn't even a Mecca or a Hebron or any place else. In the beginning, God, which means that we are all human. We are all worthy of decency and respect. All of us, not just some of us. Our Torah does not begin at Sinai or in 1948 at the founding of the state of Israel. We were Jews long before that. Maybe we need to remember that too. Sorry, not sorry.
He's not even a Jew, by the way. He doesn't practice.
I believe that. I believe that.
So
in the event that you're speaking Hebrew to a person and you're saying that this is where our Torah begins, how do you deny it 10 seconds later when you discuss politics? How are you literally saying, we have a connection to Israel and we date back? Really?
Even I speak more Hebrew than him. He's just laughing. He just hates Muslim.
But it's not, again, that's the part that's baffling for me. How do you use Torah as your source, as your foundation for every ethnocentric claim you make, and then you throw Torah on a rubbish pile when it comes time to behave a certain way, when it comes time to engage other people? How does Torah disappear? More than 50-something times we are taught in Torah how to treat the other nations living with us. Never in the history of Judaism have Jews lived alone in Israel, Palestine. It's never happened. Why are people pushing for that now? Why do we have laws governing how we treat other people? If no other people are supposed to be around, if, as Ariel and Rabbi Mordecai and the rest of them say, oh, Gaza should be leveled like a parking lot. How? Like, how does that work? Even those of us who are practicing Islam, how do you look at the Quran, read it, understand the Hadith, and think that you're supposed to hate anybody? Hate their actions. 100%. 100%. But don't hate Jews because certain Jews behave a certain way. It's just as wrong as what other people are doing.
But Akita, I have a question for you. So they claim, I mean, I don't know about Kamala's position. Because I've been debating the Zionists for a while on Twitter, on here, whatnot. So they claim that 90% of them are actually Zionists. So what's your take on that?
Wait a minute, 90% of who is a Zionist?
The Jews all over the world are Zionists.
That's garbage. And Christians are just as Zionist as certain Israelis. Right?
When I debated them, they were like the Jews. They were talking. There's a guy called Gabriel that's on this app. He used to open up rooms against the Palestinians all the time since 4 years, right? I don't know, Pamalo, do you agree that it's 90% of the Jews are Zionists? Pamalo, are you there? I don't know.
Can I ask a question? If, and this is, I think, where it gets kind of hairy. If I say that I pray towards Jerusalem, does that make me a Zionist?
No, I wasn't talking about that. The Zionists, where they agree with what Netanyahu is doing.
But that's what they're claiming. They're claiming that 90% of Jews are Zionists because we pray towards Jerusalem. So that would basically mean that every single Muslim praying towards the Kaaba or even at the Kaaba agrees with Muslim politics around the world or Arab politics around the world.
Sorry, I just stepped away for a second. Did you ask me a question?
Yeah, no, it's I don't think that's the meaning of the Zionism, though, Akiva. Pamalo, I was asking a question about do you hold this position that the more than 90% of the Jews all over the world are Zionists?
90%? I think 90% is a fairly high number. I think that maybe there are. I think that if you take world Jewry, I'd say that probably closer to 80% of Jews believe in sort of caring about Israel, whether or not you kind of look at that as being Zionist or as Zionist or Zionistic is I think a personal opinion, but I think it's probably the idea of caring for Israel is an important and essential part of being Jewish. Could that suggest alignment with Zionist ideals? Probably all of you on the stage would say, no, that's definitely being Zionist. But what you're doing is you're caring for something. The thing is that the way you've labelled Zionist, the majority of you in this room, the way you've labelled the word Zionist is very different to the way most Jews see the way most Jews see Zionism.
What was Judaism like before Israel?
So
What was Judaism like before? Israel is a political state.
Is that a question? Is that a question to me, or is that a question to somebody else?
Generally. I'm asking
What are you talking about? Do you think interrupting people when they're talking is just the best way to get an answer?
Brother, hold on. Let him finish, and then we can go back and forth. Go on, Pamalo. Are you almost?
I was just saying, while the majority of Jews, I think worldwide, hold some degree of support for Israel, the percentage of those who actively identify as Zionists may be lower than what you think. But the fact of the matter is, what you see as being Zionism today is different to what most Jews see as what real Zionism is. That's the problem. You've defined Zionism to suit your narrative, which is something that.
I'm asking you, what is your definition of the Zionist?
My definition of Zionism is for Jewish people to live in a land amongst their neighbors in peace and prosperity, in their own homeland, a Jewish homeland. Okay, and one of the reasons modern Zionism has come about is because of the Second World War, where we did see a genocide of Jews. Or an intent of genocide of Jews.
FD, hold on. So, Pamalu, so I have one question for you. So you said a Jewish state for the Jews, right? But how could somebody
a Jewish state for everyone, not just for the Jews. A Jewish state for everyone.
So everyone, meaning what? Equal rights and everything
Muslims.
Equal rights for all of them?
Absolutely. As Israel is today, without Gaza and the West Bank, if you take Gaza and the West Bank out of it, as Israel stands today, a Jewish state for everyone, where Muslims, Christians, and Jews live together.
So it's not apartheid in the West Bank?
As I said, take West Bank and Gaza out of it, because that's not defined as Israel.
Yeah, but inside Israel, there's not many Muslims.
What are you talking about? There are 2 million Muslims there.
I think you're a bit confused, mate.
I think you're kind of confused.
No, I think Pamela was saying something quite.
There's Israeli Arabs who are
then why does
Israel
and
who serve in the military?
Limit the number of Israeli Arabs involved in local politics.
He's saying, and let me reiterate, he said that all Jews can come to Israel and live there, but it's not only for the Jewish people. So other people have the right to live as well. So that's what he's saying, that the Palestinians also have rights. For me, I don't have a problem with that. I really don't have a problem. If they want this Israel, if this is the Israel that you're really looking for, I say we have no problem. We have no problem at all. Yeah. So what if the Jews want to come and live, and they don't find any other place except to?
Plus, do you think Netanyahu's policies are they good or bad for Jewish?
They have laws against Jews marrying non-Jews.
I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that.
Netanyahu's policies are not good.
If there is a chance for they want to come and live with us, okay, and we live together, I don't see any problem. I don't see any problem with that. What I don't want to see genocides. I don't want to see expulsion of the Palestinians. I don't want to see a country which is basically trying to destroy the rest.
Because they were there first.
I don't want to see that. If they want to say all 15 million Jews want to come, I don't see any problem with that. Why would see a problem? I mean, you want to live with us? You're most welcome. I don't have a problem.
No, but I think this is Amir.
Let them all come and live in Tel Aviv.
Amir, the thing is
they have more claim for Tel Aviv than the other parts. But
when we were having that conversation earlier,
the laws inside Israel are not equal for even Israeli Arabs. They're not.
Amir, when we were having that conversation earlier, it just seemed to me, straight up, when you were sort of speaking to me about that there's this common misconception that the people of Israel, the citizens of Israel, are all treated differently in the state of Israel, which is incorrect.
They are. We have the laws. I can provide you a bunch of races.
I actually, as we speak,
spent in Israel?
then actually, as we speak right now, Kumalo, I just put the link in the chat. I want your attention to, probably you're aware of that Israel passes a law to deport the relatively Israeli Arabs. Well, but by the way, even if it's just the Israeli Jews, still wrong, but specifically target the Israeli Arab, meaning that if an Israeli Arab, Palestinian live in Israel, which you call them conveniently Israeli Arab, and if they commit a terrorism, in your definition terrorism, okay, obviously you've got a law, that person needs to be accountable for his, in your definition, crime. But in any country around the world, Pomalo, if you go, you never go after the family of someone who did a crime, quote by quote crime. But you did that. You did that. You basically legislated law saying that if the Arab Israeli commit any terrorism, you would not only deport him, even though he was born in Israel, even though his family was born in Israel, you would go after his parents, meaning your mother, father, brother, sister. You kick them all out from Israel and you send them to where? To Gaza. By the way, all of these people were born in Israel, and maybe grandfather, grandmother, you know, what it's got to do with this guy. But anyway, you kick them out. But if this law applies to, let's say, someone like you, or let's say you're from Australia, and you're with your family or in Israel, all of a sudden you decided to neutralize Netanyahu, as one of your people did with Isaac Rabin. They're not going to go after you and your family and send you back to Australia. That law does not apply to you, but it applies to the Arab Israelis. So that is one example.
Great point. Sorry, great point. But in Australia, my life is not being threatened on a daily basis. All right, by a terrorist organisation. Okay, in Australia.
What terrorist organization is there in Tel Aviv?
No, I'm talking
or
about
in Jerusalem.
You're talking about Israel.
Individuals can act independently. It doesn't have to be a terrorist organization.
Lee, one
doesn't have
second.
to be a terrorist organization.
Lee, I know you love to interrupt again.
I know you like to make up bullshit. I know you like to make up bullshit.
I know everything to you.
I know you like to make up bullshit.
Everything to you is bullshit. Everything to you is bullshit.
Yeah, because you're bullshitter.
Yeah.
Bro, they have
Well, the interesting thing
administrative
is,
detention laws that are specifically just for Arabs. It doesn't apply to Jewish
Soren
people.
was actually
They
talking
have laws
about
against
Israel,
marrying
and then he went straight to Australia.
They
Now,
have
you
all
tell
of
me how that
Naharia.
how
Arabs
that actually
cannot
works.
live inside Naharia.
Okay.
So,
There's
Soren, you were talking about Israel, and then you started talking about the laws of Australia.
No. You got me
So,
wrong.
as I said to
you
you,
wrong, Pomalo.
in Australia,
No.
I don't have an imminent threat looking to
I'm
take
not
me
talking
out
about the
in
laws in
Australia.
Australia, man.
In Israel, however, there are
I'm talking
potential
about
much
you
bigger
as an
threats
Australian Jew.
for somebody
If
to
you live
take
in
me out. And if they want to take me out, they're going to reap the consequences that come their way if I'm going to defend myself. No matter what it is, it's a different country with different sets of rules and different regulations. I'm not strawmanning anything. I'm telling you exactly how it is. I know you don't like the answer, and the answer doesn't suit you because you don't live in a country that has that particular threat. But when you are living in a country that has that particular threat and you want to defend yourself, you will do what you can to defend yourself. And that includes making rules and regulations that suit the civilian population of the country. And let me tell you something else. That actual rule and regulation is not just there for Jews. It's there for Jews, Christians, and Muslims, and all citizens of Israel.
I'm not going to talk to you, Paul, because I think
This guy's just lying out of his teeth.
Formula's number one bullshit guy. Number one bullshit guy. That's Formula.
Number one.
Intellectual dishonesty.
Yes, you can call it whatever you like.
You are an Israeli.
But that's framing it to
If
suit
you
your
are an
narrative.
Australian Jew living in Israel, if you are a Polish Jew living in Israel, and if you commit a terrorism, imagine you are Polish background with your family or Ukraine. You come from Ukraine.
You can talk every
Forget about
hypothetical.
Australia.
You can talk about the moon. You can talk about aliens on the
let
planet,
me just
on Mars. I couldn't
are you
care less.
discounting now?
Giving me this hypothetical nonsense
Just-
is not
I'm
going to
not-
answer your
yeah,
question. You're just coming up with stories
I'm
to try and
talking
make
about
out
the
as if
law,
it
which is
suits your
illegal in
narrative.
Israel. You said that every
There's no
citizen
proof in
equal, and you're
hypotheticals.
calling
I'm sorry
out
to
that
tell
it's
you
not
that.
It's not
equal.
hypothetical.
If you guys
As
commit
you
the same
killed
crime,
Yitzhak Rabin. You killed
if
the
you
prime
commit
minister.
the same crime in Israel, if you are an Arab Jew, if you are an Israeli Arab, if you are an Arab Israeli, or if you are a Jew Israeli, that would be a different law applies to you. Meaning that if the same so-called terrorism, we call it. If let's say a Jew from Poland that live with his family do the same crime, the terrorism crime in Israel, you're not going to send his family back to Poland, Ukraine, or Australia. But if the same crime done by the Arab Israeli, not only you're going to deport that person, you're going to deport the relative of that person to Gaza. So both of them are citizens of Israel. One happened to be Jew, the other happened to be a non-Jew. Different laws apply. So this is what I was trying to tell you, that you said that they're treated equally. They're not treated equally. I'll just put the link in the chat for you. Maybe you're not aware of this law.
He knows it.
That
This guy's a
law
liar.
exists.
He lies like he drinks water. It's nothing for him.
Please refrain from using Arab Israeli, because there's no such thing as Arab Israeli. It's Palestinians.
Exactly, Palestinian Israeli.
They are Palestinians,
Exactly,
right?
they're
They want to use the word Arab Israeli because they don't want people to use the word Palestinian. Right? Please refrain from using
No, I'm
that.
not going to refrain because they call themselves.
I'm not asking you to refrain. I'm asking the audience to refrain, because you know what I mean. You guys are not going to refrain anything. You guys are not going to admit anything. But you just admitted
If you want
that
to call them,
you said it's not an appetite state.
I couldn't
But
care
then you will
less.
pass
As far as
law,
I'm concerned,
whatever it is to protect
they're
yourself.
Arab Israelis.
Right?
They're
Yes,
Arabs
you are an
with Israeli
appetite state.
citizenship. That's what they are. They're Arabs with Israeli citizenship.
That is your
They're
term,
effectively
but they're
Israelis as
Palestinians,
well.
because Israel never existed.
Are you okay with the fact
Alright?
that you can
Brothers and
deport
sisters,
the family
all you
of
have to
someone?
do is look at
No, I just want to know your moral compass in here, Pumalo. Are you okay with
Yeah, we go with the white supremacy again. You've got a real chip on your shoulder. For you, it's all about race, isn't it? For you, it's all about race. Yes. Yeah, we know you've got a chip on your shoulder. We know. You've got a chip on your shoulder. It's okay. You deal with your own personal
fragile little
problems.
white man with serious
A fragile little white man. There you go. You see, all your conversation, because I knew from the beginning,
Right. But I
that your conversation is just directed to race. That's all.
Pull out his victim card.
You're right. What did you do to the
Put your
Aboriginal
victim card
people
back.
there in your
Put
own
it back in your
country?
pocket.
What did you do to the Aboriginal people in your own country? Your history of white supremacy is legendary. How dare you?
I mean, Pumalo, I just put the link in the chat.
Sorry, forget about this law, right? This was recently passed. There's actually a whole bunch of other racist laws. I believe there's more than 80 racist laws out there, right? I'm gonna have to pull up the list on this.
But do you think
I
these
don't know,
things
maybe-
Pull up the list on all your racist laws. Go for it. Please, pull them all up. Why don't you list them one by one? Let's discuss each one of those laws. Go for it.
Bro, this guy's a bullshitter. Don't waste time with him, man. Let's move on from this bullshit.
Yeah,
Are
the
you
bullshit,
okay
bullshit,
with
bullshit,
the fact
bullshit
that
number one,
no, no,
bullshit
I'm
number two.
You're a bullshitter.
Yep.
Pumalo, are you okay?
Yeah,
Forget about the.
yeah.
Pumalo, are you okay?
When you don't like what you hear, you just become a person.
Pumalo,
That's
You're a
all you do.
bullshitter.
Oh, well, you're a
But listen,
bullshitter.
hold on. Are you okay if you commit a crime, Pumalo? Do you think it's okay that your family should pay the price for it? Let's imagine, like in any free world, do you think if you commit a crime, forget about the Jews, Muslim, Arab, if you commit a crime anywhere you are, do you think your brother needs to pay the price for it? Your sister needs to pay the price for it?
It's not to me to decide how people are
No, I
dealt
understand,
with
but do
if
you
they
think it's
commit
fair?
crimes where they know full well
Yes.
what the consequences are going to be if they commit those crimes, which is effectively taking life. That's what we're talking about. The worst crime you could possibly do. So,
if a country an act of terrorism in Israel, with his house blown up,
if a country comes up with a law that deals with its own citizens to protect its own citizens in the way it feels fit to do that, I'm not against that law.
But
and that could be any country.
Apply to you.
That
Jew.
could
It
be.
applies to the Arab Israelis.
No, that could be any country. That could be any country. It could be in Australia. It could be in South Africa. It could be in America. Yes, I'm okay with that. If it's to save a life, and the consequences are detrimental to the. Look, there are countries which have the death penalty. Correct?
I understand.
Right. Does Israel have the death penalty? No, it doesn't. Why doesn't it have the death penalty? Because it believes in life. That's why. Okay. And if you idiots actually thought about that for 1 second and thought to yourself, well, hold on a second, if somebody's going to come and take my life, and I know they're going to take my life, I'm going to give them the biggest sentence I possibly can, which is not going to be to take their life, but to make their damn life a goddamn misery, so that I make sure that never happens again. So that's why they implement laws. Do you understand that? Yeah, there
You must
you go.
feel
There you go.
really,
There
really
you
bad
go.
about 2,000 Palestinians
Thank you.
dead right now.
saying what you just said. You just proved it.
Yeah, I proved it.
It's a genocide.
I
This
proved
is
that not
collective
taking a life
punishment, right?
is the most important thing that we can possibly do.
Well done.
You said
Yes.
there's no.
Yes.
So then, how do you
punishment
explain
in Israel?
42,000
There is a
dead
capital punishment in Israel.
On that note, I'm
No,
pleased
that's-
I've explained
since
myself.
life is
I
the
have to go
most
now.
important
Have a wonderful day, all you lot.
See, that's why he
There
said
you go. He
Bless
runs,
you.
right? He
explain
runs
42,000
because
dead
he
Palestinians.
shot himself in the foot. It's very important to listen carefully what these people say. It's very, very important, right? Because when he's saying, and then other people interject, then you lose it. No, but you got to be very, very careful when you listen to them. When there are a few people talking, right? Because they always, right? And I'm telling you this based on experience dealing with them. They always reveal themselves. People can tell you, hey, I'm not racist, all right? So it goes on 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Then suddenly, bang, they slip. You cannot be what you are not. You know what I mean? You cannot say you are this. Yeah, you're not this, but in reality you are. Because you know why? It's very hard to control. It's very hard to pretend to be somebody that you are not. And this is what these people are. Simple facts. And he just proved it is an apartheid state because it's a will pass law to do whatever it takes to protect us from these people. From who? Who is threatening them? These people are threatening the very existence of the Palestinian people. And they've been committing this genocide since the inception of Palestine. You know, you kill 10 people, 50 people, 100 people over the years. Is that not genocide? You know, they have special laws for, for them it's all selective. So the same thing goes, right? The same thing goes what the Nazis did to the Jews. It's not genocide. They were defending themselves from the Jews. Because the Jews backstabbed them in the First World War. Simple as that. And then when the Russian arrived first, they were the first one to arrive at Auschwitz-Birkenau, right? And when they saw what happened, right? They saw all these prisoners. At the point, Simon Wiesenthal, people like Simon Wiesenthal, right? In Austria. This is the guy who goes after the Nazis. He's the guy who goes after people who have taken their art, their painting, their $100 million over dollars painting their property all over the world, right? Jewish property to reclaim. When they saw the reaction, right, they took this opportunity to, hey, this is a great opportunity to use this, right? What the people are saying now, especially the Allied forces, right, to play the victim card. To say that, the genocide done to them, they almost exterminated 6 million. But this 6 million figures was first touted in the 1900s in Russia. There's the Bolshevik, there's documentation about the Bolshevik Jews, the Jews in Russia, how they brought down the royal family and how also they brought about communism and everything. And how 70% of all the Politburo members were Jews. The KGB, the NKVD, and everything. And these guys are just brilliant playing the victim card, right? And it doesn't work anymore. Thanks to October 7, the world has seen it. The world has seen who these people are. And they're doing it to themselves. No one has done it to them. They're doing it to themselves. Whatever they post on Instagram, TikTok, whatever it is, right? They've done it. It's brilliant. Brilliant. I just love it. I want to thank the Jews for inventing social media. This is the thing that's going to destroy you guys. And easy, I don't mean people like you. I don't mean all Jews here. I'm saying this because those who come onto this stage, those Jews who come onto this stage, they are not the good Jews.
No problem. No problem. The issue.
Zionists are politicians. Jews
exactly.
Please
thank you. There are brilliant Jews out there.
Thank you for coming.
A lot of Jewish friends in London, right, who are not Zionists, right? And they speak out. They speak up. The thing is, right, when you ask people a simple question, and it's not a difficult question, right? You should be able to answer yes or no. But they will never answer yes or no. They'll start giving you this grandmother story. If, for example, I ask you what's your name, they'll start telling you where they're actually from before they tell you what their name is. I don't want to hear that. I want to know yes or no. Do you condemn what's going on? No, they will never. They have a long story to tell you the reason, and then they'll justify what's happening. Something that you cannot justify. Thank you. I'm done.
I would love for you guys to ask some of these individuals what is the definition of Zionism, and in the event that Zionism is Judaism, why are there so many Christian evangelicals who claim to be Zionists?
Yeah, well, like Lindsey Graham is one of them.
Exactly.
Lindsey Graham is a racist bastard. You know, just like he just said it. Like there are two laws. There are laws for us and laws for the Catholics, which is actually non-white countries. He said it. Well, the ICC, the Statute of Rome, does not apply to America, does not apply to Germany, Britain, France, and Israel. It is only applied to the, how can I say this, trash people. So basically, he's saying that when it's come to genocides and human rights, he was just want to say that there are humans and non-humans, or we are more humans than the others. There are some humans, whereas there are some people are more human than the others. And this is the problem. I'm sorry, guys, but I don't believe in man-made laws right from the beginning. I only believe in Allah's laws, the divine law.
But you said it earlier. Why do we expect them? Didn't you say that of your mouth? You said, why do we expect truth from liars?
Yeah, exactly.
The problem is with
for me. For me, the law, the God's law, is an eye for an eye and a tooth for the tooth. That's it.
Yeah, but we both know that it's more than that.
Yeah, but that's the law. I mean, I don't want to say like, oh no, you see, I believe in life. If you believe in life, you should not murder anyone. Simple.
Right, but one of the most profound things, I think it was you who said earlier, is that you're expecting honor from thieves. You're expecting truth from liars.
Absolutely.
Who gets to make these lists? Who gets to make
Absolutely.
these lists? Who gets to? When I was in Nigeria, one of the craziest things I noticed is that people who were wearing rags, could barely afford a pair of shoes, had state of the art munitions. That gun that you have alone, at least 250K, but you don't have shoes. What does that tell you? That the individuals who are being labeled terrorists are also being funded and given ammunition by the powers that be. And we're the only dummies looking at the person holding the gun as opposed to the person who shipped the gun to him in the first place. No different than black people in this country. Oh, black people are gangbangers and black people are drug dealers. Why aren't you looking at the hand behind the hand? Do black people own ships? Do black people own cargo that they should be moving things into this country the way things are able to be moved into certain communities? The biggest terrorists, and I'll say it to the world, the biggest terrorists are the ones that never end up on the lists. The ones that get to hide behind, the Statue of Liberty's robes. You know what you've done in other countries. You know how much unrest you're responsible for. But you don't get called out on it because of the veneer, because of the mask you wear. Sad but true. They killed Malcolm X. It's exactly why they killed him, because he was about, after the Bandung Conference, he was about to charge the United States with genocide. And they said, nope. El-Hajj, it's time for you to go now. When he started going into different countries and talking about what they'd experienced at the hands of the so-called freedom representatives on earth, yeah, he had to go. Because now you've got the world looking at the United States cross-eyed. Like, wait a minute, how could you say this and do that? They killed him. And when he thought about getting together with Martin Luther King, he really had to vote. Because you couldn't call him a terrorist, you couldn't call him a black supremacist anymore. Now he wanted to talk about how people move on a global stage. He was about to rip the mask off, just like other African leaders. I'm not so fooled.
Yep, that's a fact. Now we shouldn't bother values. I don't accept myself to have a discussion with someone who doesn't believe in anything, selling me some laws and telling me, oh, we have a human rights, but actually doesn't believe in humanity to begin with.
I think we need to be talking to each other so that we don't lose sight of what's really important. That's important too. I hear Amir saying freedom of speech, allow these people to come in and out themselves. I get that part. But the longer they get to spin these narratives, the more rooted they come.
Rohan threatened Amir and he says, I'm gonna
That's the part
shut
that I'm
you.
still reeling from.
Why are you bringing him? Yeah, we want to silence you, Amir. You bring him to have a discussion with
I
us.
did give him
I
the
understand.
answer. I don't know what part of that did you guys understand. I did give him the answer. I could have moved you down, but the problem, Yahweh, with you is you don't want to understand. You see what I'm saying? The issue I have with some of you that come up here, you don't understand my fucking strategy. That's the problem.
No, I got
Anyways,
it. I got your strategy.
no, you don't get it. You don't get it. That's the problem.
I got it.
I actually
Let me
when you
let me
run
tell
these
you what I
rooms,
got it.
yeah, when you run these rooms, right? You have to play good cop, bad cop. I don't know if you're aware of this, right, Yahweh? You should look into it. I've been on this fucking app for past 4 years. Oh my God.
Let me reply to you how I understood.
Yeah. You like to go around call people pedophile, even though it had nothing to do with you. You know what you did? You actually messed up the fucking climate of the room. Not just you. There's a whole bunch of people that were on here.
I understand you very well, and I understand what you mean. Now, let me tell you what I understood from you. You want to bring these people to expose them. I understand that very well. But here we have not the situation anymore. Rohan is not the person you bring because he threatened you personally and threatened to shut your room. For me, I think he crossed the line. If you want to come and espouse his hatred and you want to expose him, no problem. You go ahead.
Did I give him the answer back? Yes or no?
Yes, you give him.
Okay, then that's it. We just ended there. I did give him the answer. I didn't move you down. You see what I'm saying? If I was threatened, I could have moved you. Hold on. If I was threatened, I could have moved you down. I did not move you down.
No, it's not about me.
Yeah.
I think he was saying you should have put Rohan back in his place to let him know that we call it an Adpan moment until this point.
Akida got it. Akida got it right. What you trying to
even if you put him down for a minute and then brought him back up, he still needs to know. Excuse me, my French, and shit on your stage. That part. That's all I'm here.
Yeah,
don't let entitled people come in your room and take over.
Yeah, exactly. Amir's want to let these people have space and time and be free to say what they want to say, which is basically, I understand his strategy very well, and his strategy is good. You can do it to 95% of them, and I actually encourage you that, and I actually thank you for giving them the platform so to understand them and to expose them. But when it's come to a situation that he's actually, as Akida says, want to shut down your account and shut down the room, here we have something we want to tell you. He goes against our standard and our values, and that is the freedom of speech. And this is the problem: freedom of speech, okay, freedom of thoughts. For example, believe that he has a right for freedom of speech, but he wants to deny you from having that speech by criminalizing your room
threatening him and shutting it down. That's what I'm saying. And actually, that's what Akida.
And he would never allow you to do that in a room headed up by Ashkenazi Jews who are Zionists. That would never happen there. They would not give you a platform. In fact, interestingly enough, that is the reason why journalists are being killed or were being killed in Azad. There's a reason why certain individuals are being censored and Mehdi Hassan is thrown off of a major news network because you're supposedly not allowed to have a voice. But at the end of the day, a question needs to be asked. How dare you come into a space where we do have a voice and attempt to silence us?
So,
you can shit outside my door. You can't shit on my couch. You get it?
Yeah, I got it. Amir wants to have a platform for everyone to voice his opinion, which is something that's very noble. That's something that's very, very noble, and it's very high esteem. And this is something which, without it, I wouldn't be able to know someone like Akida or someone like even the Black Rabbi. I start to understand Black Rabbi what his ideology is, and I start, for example, to understand Izzy as well, and others, and how Judaism is different from groups to another. For some people, they put spirituality above racism. Okay, that they are Jews because of spiritual teaching and because of the Torah. There's some other people like Rohan, it's all about Zionism and racism. So is here without having an open platform, I wouldn't know that. I personally, yeah, wouldn't be able to understand all these spectrums. And Amir actually was telling me, yeah, how you don't know. You should separate. You should. I wasn't. To be frankly speaking, I was ignorant about all of this. But right now, with this, thanks to Amir's platform, I begin to understand everything in this room and the crossroads. Uh, that's all I'm trying to say. But sometimes we need to uh, uh, be worried, like someone who's like Rohan is trying to threaten this room to be shut down, and that is the scary part, Brother Amir. Just want to just be aware of this of this fact.
More than that, sometimes it's okay to stand up for yourself. Your honor, if you're righteous, is God's honor. God's honor is your honor. And what do I mean by that? God forbid that I should say that you and God are on the same level. But I'm thinking that if you were standing for God's truth, then stand. Don't sit. Don't bend. Be honest, but also be mindful that there are people out there who don't want that truth to be spoken. And when they show you who they are, believe them. Believe them if you do nothing else. We'll be sitting around with the room boomed and you taking off Clubhouse, and then what happens to what you're trying to share in its totality? It's erased. Just something to think about. I hear you, Amir. Don't think I don't. But I also know who some of these people are, and they're so fragile and they believe themselves to be God so much that they feel like they created you. Not allowed. Which means that they have to be removed at times so that they can remember who they really are and how humble they really should be.
Yeah, someone who stand up on a lie, who's actually built his foundation on fallacies. He doesn't want other opinion. He doesn't want. He just wants to silence all opinions and keep his cause and his discourse to go on. So he doesn't want to have a discussion. And this is because they live in shaky foundation. So it's always censorship. It's always the silencing the others, and it's always only his opinion, and his opinion should be loud and widely spoken. It's just like when you repeat it, when you repeat a lie and keep repeating it, it will come to a situation that you have to believe in a lie. But if someone stand up say, "Hey, this is fallacy. This is these things are lies. What you say is not true." Here we have a problem.
They don't want to see that. They just want only uh, one opinion to be the opinion. And they resort to many tactics. One of them, if say we start the room, he will throw a spanner into the wheel by saying something which is controversial, or basically change the topic, or to ask the questions which not relevant to the topic. And this is called distraction, ducking and diving and jiving and switching from one topic to another is all being implemented by them. The only thing is that they don't want to hear you saying your opinion, whether it's true or false. That's all. Because it's always their opinion, that's it.
I have a question. Do you think that Muslims truly believe that there are Jews who understand where they're coming from?
What do you mean by the question?
Meaning that are there Muslims who look at Jews, and I really want you to be honest and say, you know what, it's not all Jews, it's only some Jews.
Well, the thing is, let me tell you something. Judaism is a religion according to Quran, and is offshooted from Islam. Uh, I mean, the religion that God gave to Abraham, all prophets is Islam, and Moses came with Islam. What happened is that why he's stressing on Jews and Christians is because they consider them as offshooted sects from Islam, just like Sunni and Shia today. He's all keep telling the people of the book, let's come together and stick in the religion of Ibrahim, okay? And we should not divide ourselves. We should not make a division. That's because people real understand that Islam is basically the Muslims believe that Judaism and Christianity are actually religion that offshooted from Islam and the religion of Ibrahim. That's how the Quran actually describes it. Okay, it's not like a race. It doesn't talk about Islam as a race. It's actually a covenant being given to Abraham, and this covenant we have to stick to it. But the thing is that the people of the book set a division among themselves, just like the Muslims right now. They start to divide themselves, Sunni and Shia, and offshoot it from the mainstream that Allah told them to do. Is you should stick together and do not set division among yourself. This is also applied to the people of the book. That the religion of Abraham is one. We shouldn't set that division. But that division came into existence. Okay, it's because of the people. So not because of the God. God chose to do so. It's because we, as a human being, love to put our own understanding, and because we have own desires and etc. etc. So that's what the Quran talks about. The Quran talks about Judaism as a sect, as an Islamic sect, if you put it like it started as an Islamic sect. Okay, when it comes to the Bani Israel, these are tribes. Okay, some of them are Jews, some of them are Christians, some of them are Muslims, and some of them are people who worship other gods. The Israelites are not actually, I would say, they are tribes. They are a group of dispersed all around the world, but they are tribes. Most likely, I do believe that these tribes are, how can I say? Maybe you disagree with me. They are Hamo-Semitic people. In other words, they are a cross between Southwest Southwest Arabia and Ethiopia. That's my understanding.
Yep. Let me see.
Do you feel like after everything has happened in Gaza, but everything that's happened in Israel since 48, do you think there are Muslims today who believe that there are those who are people of the book, and there are individuals who are just not following the book. But what I'm
Yeah.
I believe
Yes.
in it, Keita. I'm the one that used to call out Yahweh. He always would bring out religion. So there's
Yes.
people out there. I don't even allow the religion in this room, but sometimes it does happen, right? And there's people out there that will tell you that there's actually, believe it or not, I'm sure you see in the protests, right? A lot of the Orthodox Jews they protest as well in support of Palestine. So I would say that's the question I was asking Pamalu. How many do you think are the Zionists? He said 80%. Now everybody, I think they have a different definition of the word Zionism, though. Right? What's your definition, Akida? If you look at the word Zionism.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, I'm saying, do you feel that most Muslims label all Jews now as the same?
Nope, I don't think so. I don't label them as same. Yahweh did, and I had to, come in and stop him every time.
No, I didn't.
Brother, you did.
Yeah, I said 90% of the Jews are Ashkenazi.
But that's not true.
No,
90% of
I
the
wasn't
Jews
talking about
here
Ashkenazi. We were talking about if they're actually Jews or if they don't follow the proper Jew. Remember, I would actually stop you from it. But there's, thanks to Netanyahu, there's a lot of Jew hate though, Akida. On Twitter Spaces. Do you know what they're talking about right now? They opened a big space with 2, 3, 4,000 people in there. You know what they were talking about? If Hitler was a good person or a bad person. Can you believe it?
Even on this app, like so many rooms, there'd be like, I'd be like, there's this conspiracy theory that Jews, or not Jews, the Zionists believe that a Palestinian convinced Hitler to do the Holocaust, and they'd be like, yeah, it's true. It was Haji Amin al-Husseini. He's the one that did it. Yeah. And I'm like, indirectly you're saying, yeah, I'm like, indirectly you're saying Hitler, like, didn't come up with the idea. It was a Palestinian, right? So you're basically defending Hitler. They're like, no, not really. It was just, the Palestinian guy. He did it. And also Palestinians, they were part of his army. And also Palestinians. So they want to take the blame away from Hitler and the Nazis, and they want to put it on the Palestinians. I'm like, yo, you guys are defending Hitler. This is ridiculous.
One of the biggest Nazis, Goebbels said, if you tell a lie 3 times, it's the 4th time it becomes truth. If you read any book this year in terms of Israel and its establishment, read the book Perfidy by Ben Hecht. It talks about how the original Zionists told German Jews that they needed to stay there, that they only wanted the scientists, the engineers, the doctors, and how they turned thousands and thousands of European Jews away. Again, history is very rarely told by the oppressed. It's often told by the oppressors themselves. It's sad, but I wonder, because even during my time, if I have to be honest, even in my time in Israel, when I would go through what they call the Arab Shuk, like, I'm bugging out, I'm having a good time, Ahlan, how are you, back and forth, and the moment somebody would come and speak to me in Hebrew, like you would see my Muslim quote-unquote brother's face change. Like the way he would spit out the word Yahud, like it would cause me to tremble. I'm like, no, it's not. I know what you think this is, but that's not me. And I guess one of the reasons I speak on Clubhouse, one of the reasons I engage, is because I've said 1,001 times, I have an Uncle Saeed. I have cousins named Sumia. It hurts so bad. I can't tell you. It hurts.
Before coming to this Clubhouse, honestly, I didn't understand that there are Jews who are actually like you. Honestly speaking, I personally never met. I met some people, but I didn't understand them. One of these people were actually in
in Philadelphia, but they were like the so-called Black Hebrew Israelites. Okay, and they were talking differently from you. I also met them in London, but they were talking different from you. But now I've realized that there were a group of Jews called the Limba tribe in South Africa. They checked their even DNA, and they come from Arabia. Okay, which would shock me. Like these people are actually carrying Middle Eastern, but they're Africans, pure Africans. Okay, yet they keep the traditions, and they also have the similar genes as the people in the Middle East. Yet you right now told me that there is also people called Nigerian Jews. What's going on here? So basically, well, I realized that Judaism, okay, I don't know whether it's through proselytization or where actually Jews dispersed in Africa and these regions and then mixed with the locals. But the thing is that when I discuss Judaism and with Ezi, and also with the Black Hebrew, and I know that Amir has a beef with Black Hebrew, but I realize that Black Hebrew, so the Black Rabbi,
I am Eze.
the Black Rabbi, yeah, Black Rabbi is not a Zionist. He is a Jew, but not a Zionist. And I realize that when he talks about Judaism. He put the Torah as you can say his constitution.
I don't want to. You know, the brother. He is a card-carrying Black Zionist.
What do you mean?
You're talking about Mordechai Rab, the Black Rabbi on Clubhouse.
Mordechai Yusuf. Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, the Black Rabbi.
Mordechai. Okay, so he has stated, and see, this this is hard for me to even say because you have such a wonderful opinion. He has said that Gaza should be a parking lot. So has Arya.
Maybe he was joking. Was he serious on that, or just like?
Yeah, we were just talking to him like an hour or two ago. You can't trust
Bro, I have beef too. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry. For what it's worth, this Palestinian.
Yeah, hold on, brother Jadib. He made a claim on my name. What did you say? Yahweh, you making a claim on my name?
I thought you just hated him. Just because.
Bro, I don't hate him. He's just an attention fucking seeker. He comes up here just for the attention. He's confused. He doesn't even know what religion he follows.
He's a scammer. But anyway, for what it's worth, I just want to address the person in the room who's of the Jewish faith. I always view Israel and the state of Israel as a real threat to Jews and Judaism. And I think the whole idea of Zionism is just a waste of Judaism. And there are, yes, we do know that there are real Jewish people who are not Zionists, and they do not believe in the idea of Zionism, and they know and they understand the danger of Zionism altogether. And I've run into a lot of those people in my lifetime. So, just for what it's worth, just to address one of the points.
Well, I'm thankful for that. I'm just saying that I feel like the longer this goes, the line between Judaism and Zionism becomes more blurred. And I'm sure you can understand.
I think we're already there. I mean, we are already at that point. It has already been blurred, and I think clarification has to come back somehow. But we are already in that stage.
And it's frightening. It's very frightening.
It is frightening, and I think it's. I always view the state of Israel as a real danger to Jews and Judaism altogether, and that's how I look at it.
Well, what I will say is that anytime a person can tell me that they can be a Zionist without being a Torah observer, that tells me everything I need to know about them. Everything I need to know of them, because if Torah is your foundation, it's not going to allow for you to do certain things. People get upset at me because I don't speak. Like a lot of times, Ashkenazi Jews will want Black Jews to get up on public stages and kvel and talk about this, and I never do it. Never in my entire life. And I've been Jewish all my life. Why? Because, like I said, there's a truth that you live by, and then there's a truth that you tell the world. At the end of the day, you don't even believe in Torah. You don't believe in the commandments. So how can I trust you as a Jew?
The The sad part is we do not see Israelis through the idea of Judaism. We just see them through the barrels of their guns and the way they behave and what they do. So this idea, when you hear this like Yahud, yeah, that's what they've been telling us. I mean, all our lives. I grew up under Israeli occupation, and so the line is blurred. So I've never known Jewish people. I only known them through I only saw a soldier shooting somebody, killing somebody, beating somebody, uprooting a tree, destroying a house, blowing up a building, and so on and so forth. So this is the idea that I always had in my head, that this is how Jews behave and this is what Judaism is, till I grew up and I've got to know a lot of Jewish people in my lifetime, and I figure out, like, no, it's a different story. So it's a different thing. There are actual
Well, I
people
beg
who
you,
are.
please keep telling these stories. Please make sure that you keep those lines of communication.
Oh, I do. Oh, I do. I do. I do.
My father, even though we read Torah, my father made each one of his kids read the Quran. Why? Because we never were taught that these individuals that we were looking at every day in Brooklyn, New York, were hateful terrorists. You know what I mean? Like that. What? Like it just didn't exist for me. I don't think there's one person at Al Taqwa who doesn't know my brother and my father. Not one. At the end of the day, it was all family. And maybe because I'm Gen X, I don't know. It was so different then. My father would say, how is it possible that North African Jews speak Arabic fluently? They were living together, peaceful, businesses, everybody's celebrating, their holidays, they know ours. And all of a sudden, certain people enter, and now all of a sudden, it's division. It wasn't always like that. There's not, and sadly, there are not enough elders who can remind us of how things were. The Jews, brown Jews from North Africa, from Yemen, were called Arab sand rats. Jews were called Arab sand rats. Now all of a sudden, they're Zionists. I don't know. I don't think we've had enough time to remember. I don't think we've had enough time to remember how
I just
black and brown were treated. Go ahead.
I just told what called Pamula. I just told him that if the Jews want to live in Israel, I mean, I don't want to say the Palestinians. They want to live with the Palestinians, and they consider Palestine to be their homeland. I don't see any problem with that. I say, okay, it's good. At least they're gonna be. I'm for multiculturalism. I'm different. I believe that we are all, as a Muslim, I do believe that we are all one human race, despite our cultural differences. And I think cultural differences is something healthy. And also, if you have a religion, you want to live and you want to integrate and you want to become part of our society, I don't see any problem with that. I see it's something which gives me an advantage and gives a cultural advantage and a push up to our region. If you want to see an apartheid state and a state which is basically, set a division and cause a problem, not only to itself but also to its neighborhood, there's going to be a problem. And I have to say also, you have to criticize our sides, is that we don't have representative governments. Okay, most of these so-called, I don't even call them leadership, but Arab regimes basically are Stooge and Zionists themselves. They are the biggest assets of Israel.
Selling your own people out.
Yeah, they exactly. Yeah, they are. They're not my. They're not. They don't. They're not our leaders. Nobody chosen them. They do not represent us. They impoverishing us. They are destroying our societies, and they are working with the American empire. So basically, they are agents rather than leaders. And I think to liberate ourselves from these agents and free ourselves, and I believe the whole region will become a beautiful region for all of us. It's the Middle East. It's the center of the. I don't want to be racist, but it's actually the center of the universe. And I believe that humanity, just like it came from Africa, we also have in the Middle East, in this circle, from the river of the Nile River to the Sindh River, all civilization came from. And I see diversity is something healthy for our human growth. I don't have a problem if they just want to come and live with us. I see there's no problem for us. So it's something which is going to strengthen. I mean, I really feel sorry to see that some okay Yemeni Jews left Yemen, and I think this is really very bad thing because I think Yemeni Jews they are they could be the link with the Ethiopians as well. It could be the link between us and those European Jews who actually come to Europe, just to give them some understanding and about the culture that we have.
Do you know what happened to Yemenite Jews when they came to Israel?
I know what had happened to them. I know.
They
took their children.
You know how many babies were sold?
Yes, exactly. They sold. Yeah, exactly. They sold their children to New York.
So for me, I'm going to be very honest with you, and I don't really care who doesn't like it. When you've been socialized to believe that you're somehow better than everyone else, that's literally the foundation of white supremacy. That somehow your whiteness, your descent from Europe, makes you somehow better than everyone else in the world. It's not about racism or bigotry or Islamophobia or anti-Semitism anymore for me. It's this psychological defect that develops within certain people that says, you know what? I'm living happily in my country, but I need to sail across 2 oceans to go and kidnap people so that they can work for me. There's something psychologically wrong with that. Maybe because that's my undergraduate work, but at the end of the day, I cannot tell you how many times I've just sat and thought about what it would take for me, God forbid, to walk into another person's house, kidnap their children, and walk away. Not once, not twice, 10 times a day, 1,000 times a week, without remorse. You know what I mean? Like without remorse, without it.
Yeah,
that's like, that is like some crazy psychopathic type stuff. And like,
I guess if you moved to Israel, you would last about a week. You would run away.
I didn't last 2 days.
And listen, I had a friend who moved to Israel, a Jewish guy who moved to Israel, and a year later I ran into him. I was like, "What happened? You moved with your family?" I was like, and his answer was like, "Too many fucking Israelis."
Okay, but it's not even just area that I was in, the Shkol, and it's like a place where like a lot of it's like an Ashkenazi community that's transplanted into Jerusalem. One, they didn't realize that I could understand them or speak Hebrew. Let me give you the story. This one will blow your mind. Ready for this? In Reed, it's like these who was it who said they grew up Palestinian? It's like these tombs that are underneath, like the Kotel or around the Kotel, right? Okay, so I'm meeting a friend there, and I'm already feeling away because I'm standing at the wall. True story. And I'm like, why don't I feel a sense of connection standing here? Like, why? And part of it was people pushing and shoving and trying to touch a wall. Like, for me, that felt like idolatry. Like, we're here to pray together. We're not here to kiss a wall or to put a letter in a wall. Like, where did this craziness come from? This is not who we are as Jews. Okay, so that was the first experience I had. I turned around and I saw on top of the wall it said, "We feed the needy. We provide for the poor." And I'm like, okay, better. But anyway, fast forward, I'm going through the tombs, and this Israeli guy walks up to me and says, "Sister, do you want to wash your hands and feet with the waters that Jesus used?" And I'm looking at him horrified. I'm like, "Madam, again? Excuse me, man." Like, get away from me. And he's like, "I didn't know oh, you are Jewish. I didn't know you speak Hebrew. I'm like, what does that matter? I thought you were one of those stupid Americans. I said, I am one of those stupid Americans. What the hell? He says, listen, don't be so testy. What is the one thing we sell in Israel better than anyone else? Right hand. I said, what? Mind you, I already feel like somebody punched me in my gut. He's like, religious euphoria. He says, tell me, why is it that all of Jerusalem must be built with Jerusalem rock? Why is there an ordinance that you are not allowed to build in Jerusalem, in the old city, with any other material other than, why you can't put steel and glass in it? He says, because when people come to Jerusalem, we want them to feel like they just walked into 70 AD. I thought about that. And I started to look around at the cobblestones and the rest. We want people to believe that Abraham himself is going to walk around the corner. And when I tell you, something in me broke, because it became clear that the greatest export of Israel is religious euphoria, but nothing else. What happens? You're walking around feeling like supporting Israel means that you're aligning yourself with God. And you're walking around believing that when you buy, olive bark, and when you buy crosses, or you buy a mezuzah, whatever it is that you're doing, whether it be Jewish or Christian or anything else, you believe that you're standing in alignment with God, because whoever Israel blesses will be blessed, and whoever Israel curses will be cursed. And you walk mentally through these spaces really believing that you're doing the right thing, not realizing that in many ways you're doing the devil's work himself. What do I mean by that? If you alignment with God, or at least if you believe it, you can do anything, including murdering in God's name. If you believe that you're standing in alignment with God, you can destroy infants, women, and children, babies on incubators. You can do all of that because, hey, if it's all right with Israel, it's all right with God. That's the danger. When you say that the state of Israel is dangerous, we've got Jews believing that they're doing God's work when they're doing just the opposite.
Actually, it's this kind of response that I get from people in Israel when I have a discussion with them. This is the exact same thing that you just mentioned. Is God is on my side, and I can get away with whatever I do. And by the way, I visited the hotel many times. I used to go just wander around. So I'm familiar with the territory and the places that you mentioned. So.
How can you connect to a wall without connecting to a person? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Say again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You spoke very emotionally, and you kind of really went up and down, and it was interesting for me to dive into your emotional. But part of your story was that you were amazed, and part of your story. Amir, can you mute Yawam? Amir, can you mute Yawam?
English, Bruce. He didn't choose
Amir,
the
can
right
you
word.
mute him, please?
The right word is
it's okay, I understood him.
Amir, can you please?
Yeah, let him finish, bro. Let him go.
So part of that very emotional story was the part that you went to the hotel and you expected such a emotional experience that you did not experience it, and then you looked back and said, oh, we're just supposed to have some connection to this wall, not people kind of pushing and shoving. Do you know what's going on in Mecca and Medina? People get stampeded and thousands of people die, and you are here talking so emotionally. This is not how prayers work. That was interesting.
Why do you do? Or Jabir, bro, please mute up. You always bring in Islam. What the fuck is wrong with you, Bruce? Do you want to slap in the fucking face? Why are you such a Islamophobic piece of shit? Why are you such a... Hold on,
Bruce, you think...
Hold on. Why are you such a fucking terrorist Islamophobic piece of shit?
What did she bring up?
Why are you such a piece of fucking motherfucking piece of shit?
What did she bring up?
She's a Jew.
What did she bring up?
She's a Jew.
Wait,
She's a Jew.
What I don't care. What did she bring up?
Wait, Bruce, can you please hear me for a minute? I am a Jew. I am a Torah observer. I was never raised to hate anyone. What I am trying to say to you is that this was a spiritual trip for me that was more eye-opening than anything you could imagine. My Abba, wait, let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. My father, when I had this experience, I called him and I said, Abba, I'm sitting in the Holy Land, but something feels very disconnected. Something feels very off. He told me that there is no greater exile, no greater galut, that's the Hebrew word for it, than being in a holy place and not feeling holiness. I imagine it would be the same way for a Muslim who makes Hajj and gets all the way there, wanting to pray amongst the Ummah and feeling that everybody was just focused on the rock and not Allah. I imagine that must be a fraction of what I felt. At the end of the day, I need to finish. I need to finish.
No, but what is the cause?
I need you to hear me.
Go ahead. The cause of this.
The cause is something that I couldn't name. The cause is something I could feel, but I couldn't touch.
Okay.
I don't understand how people who pray 5 times a day. I am not the judge. Are you a Muslim?
So whose fault is that you didn't get the
Muslim?
connection?
Stop for a minute. Are you a Muslim?
No, I'm not.
Okay. I am a Jew. So I'm going to make sure that I say to you, if you were a Muslim, you would understand. If you were a Jew, you would understand.
Understand that you didn't get connected to the wall?
You did not. Maybe
you
my
wanted the wall to talk to
maybe,
you?
no. What I wanted was to stand amongst people who pray to God 3 times a day, who they can't see. I wanted to feel like those individuals could see me standing next to them.
So I really don't understand what you wanted that you did. Whose fault was it? What that you
I
didn't
don't
get what
need, you know what I find about people who try and take God's place? They want to know whose fault it is. They want to know who's responsible. What I am saying to you is that you can stand in a place with an expectation and be disappointed. And it doesn't matter whose fault it is.
So what was your point?
I mean, don't you see that Bruce
like the place was evil? What was your
point?
Did you allow Akida to finish?
Sit in the audience, you fucking Islamophobic piece of shit, motherfucker.
Thank you very much.
I don't understand. All I'm saying is that when you go to a masjid, you expect to feel reverence and you expect to feel. I've prayed in a masjid before. Why? Because I'm allowed, but also because I wanted to understand. If you go into those places and you do what is called wudu, you wash your hands. I'm thinking, wow, we do the same thing. Nitilat yadayim. We wash. We prepare ourselves for prayer. If you felt in a masjid that people were more concerned about the person sitting next to them than the prayers they were about to offer, it would bother you if you were a Muslim. It would bother you because you know why you came. So you're making the assumption that other people came to do the same. When I went to that wall, I wasn't going to pray to a wall. I wasn't going to touch a brick. I was going to that place because I wanted to be in the company of individuals who said Shema Yisrael just like me. Or at least that's what I thought. And when you get there and you find people clamoring for bricks, and pushing and shoving, you start to question yourself. Why am I here? Do I belong? Israel was such a journey of dualities. There were places that I went that I felt a certain sense of spirituality, and then there were places that I went that I couldn't understand at all. Like, to me, this is not Yahadut. I told the story of me sitting at a Shabbat table. A Shabbat table, the seventh day, where, hey, we're glorifying God, and kids under the table and at the side saying the only good Arab is a dead Arab. How does that happen in Israel? But when I've walked away,
it's the ultimate galut.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because it shouldn't exist. Not like that. Not like that.
Not Alia is Galut. It's the opposite. I understand that.
Like where, and people will say, like faith and politics shouldn't mix. But what a crazy dissonant statement. When you're living in a place where people are more political than they are observant. I don't know what it was that you misunderstood. I don't know who the guy's name was, Bruce or whatever else.
We're feeling it. We're feeling it. Akida. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. What you said is exactly goes to me when I go and make Umrah in Mecca. People are attached to rock, attached to the walls of the Kaaba, but they don't actually understand the spirituality behind it. That's because we live in a material world that materialism had evacuated our spirituality. We are becoming like a spiritually vacuumed, unfortunately. That's the feeling that you had when you went to that Wailing Wall and you want to approach your creator, your maker, okay, in a spiritual context. And that is exactly what's meaning to have a link with God, a spiritual linking with God, okay? And that's why you want to go there, to nourish your spirits by being closer to Him. You felt disappointed because people are moving toward that rock, banging their heads, worshiping the rock, rather than going and understanding the meaning of all of it. This is exactly the same thing when I go in Mecca. The problem is this. The problem is that, unfortunately, things have been inverted. Education is not meant for education, it's indoctrination. Okay? Religion is becoming a way to control you, not actually for spiritual nourishment. It's the opposite. We're living in the age of deception. We're not living in the age of what exactly God wants from us to be. That is the issue.
Fix it. How does one person like me,
That's a very good question.
like you, fix it?
Very good question. It can be fixed. Inshallah, it can be fixed. But the thing is, we have to reform ourselves. We have to look into things as what God told us to be. Okay? Things have to come from our own soul first of all. It's not the. It's not. I'm not talking like in a way like we're gonna do yoga, but you have an inner work search, okay, and reflection. What is the whole thing all about? As you said, do you think that Abraham was walking on that wall and we made it look like a nice, beautiful, rocky style, like it's actually in 70 AD? It's not. These rocks are modern, okay? They just want to create a something that which actually suck. These are the entities we have right now, global entities, which is these governments. I consider them using religion as for spiritual vampirism. Okay, they want to suck our soul, so they basically benefit from it, like what we have. Like if you're not attached to Israel spiritually, they will lose their case. And hey, I'm gonna use Israel to suck these people's soul and to make the energy required to build our idol. That is state of Israel. And it's exactly the same thing in Mecca, where actually people go there, okay, not only sucking their spiritual, but also suck their money. You're paying thousands of dollars just going there to give it to a state. You're not thinking that, you're not saying, I mean, that money should go to the poor people all around the world. Okay, that's what the Quran says. But this is the problem. They are using religion for spiritual vampirism, so to get the energy out of it. Once we realize that there is only one Lord to serve, not the state, and the role of state is basically to protect your individual basics, human basic or human rights, and to serve your social rights. That's only the role of the state. The state is not sovereign. Who is sovereign in only Allah, the Lord, the Creator, the Maker. And He gave us a law, so He is the only divine that there is no Lord except Him. And everything else should be under that law. What I'm trying to say, Akida, is that we need to have a self-reflection. Okay, we're worshiping other lords than God. That's called a state. Which is when we become because we made a state to be a God. We create an idol and we are worshiping that idol, and we gave it a sovereignty, and we call it a state. And that's why we are actually worshiping God through a state. We're worshiping God through an idol that we made. That is the problem. You should go directly to your Maker. There should be no mediator between you and the Lord.
That part. You hear what you just said? That is the reason why I'm allowed to pray in a masjid, because Muslims do not believe that anything stands between a man and his Maker, that God is sovereign. If I sat and I listened every day in Brooklyn, you hear the call for prayer. You know when I knew I was impacted? I'll give you another Israel story. I was walking on my way to Kitover Congressman, and like I told you, the terrain changed. I was coming from Efrat, and like all of a sudden, like, the grass wasn't cut. Like all of the municipal, things that would normally be in place, they were no longer. I'm like, why does it look so different on this side than it is on the other? Like literally, Ta-Nehisi Coates, the guy who wrote The Messenger, I could have written that book for him 1,000 times. As I'm walking, I didn't hear the call for prayer, but people were like moving. But eventually I did, and I'm like, wow, I thought all of these people were following me. Like I got scared as an American, like, oh, after everything I had ever heard, they must be coming to attack me, just to show you how it gets in your head. These people were minding their business, running to the masjid to pray. But in that moment, because of all the craziness I had always heard, or even had heard while I was in Israel, it had internalized, and I remember standing there and smiling to myself, thanking God that I had witnessed my own folly. I was bearing witness to something I needed to correct. But how many people let that moment pass them by? I am praying that we all take a moment to realize how small we are in the presence of God. In a moment, we could be gone. And we're sitting on clubhouse stages talking about who should live and who should die, who should be sick and who should be well. Are we really letting those words come out of our mouths? I don't even like, I hate to say this, it sounds so horrible, but I don't even like engaging people hardly anymore. Because I can't believe for the life of me that people who share my faith or even any other faith are like living in those spaces every day, just letting that nastiness, that arrogance fester. Sometimes I just want to sit and be quiet. We got to work on the answer. We can talk about the problem all day long. We've got to put God first.
Yep, exactly. God is the first, God is the last, and God is everywhere, and God is everything. That's it. There's nothing called a state. If you make, this is what La ilaha illallah. There's no God, there's no state, there's nothing but only God. That's it. It's only Allah. This is the thing. I mean, we are not doing that. We wake up in the morning, salute a flag, worship an idol, we call it a state. We put other laws beside God. The role of the state is one thing, is to serve the community and protect our basic rights, individual basic. That's it. The state is for us to serve us. We only serve Allah.
I asked a Jewish brother recently. I said, were we Jews before 1948 or after? I mean, it's a crazy question.
A Jew for me is someone who adheres to the Torah. That's it.
That's the whole
what the Quran says. That's my definition. That's the definition of the Quran. You don't follow the Torah. That's not. You are not the people of the book.
You want to hear something crazy though? We did not receive the Torah within those boundaries. We received the Torah in the Sinai Desert. And where is that?
Yeah.
Maybe God was trying to tell us something.
It has nothing to do with geography. It has nothing to do with race. This is the thing about Islam, right? In Islam, there's nothing. There's no DNA. Once you say that God built up something based on DNA, that's the start to be a fallacy because there is no DNA in the soul. Once you die, your DNA will leave it on dust. Will turn to dust. It is your soul. You'll come to God with your soul. Okay? Maybe He will give you another body. Okay? But forget about DNA. Being even a man or a woman doesn't care. Because when you die, there will be no XY chromosome or XX chromosomes. That's here. Right? In the next life, in the next universe, in wherever, once you put yourself on the ground, there will be, you come to Him as a soul, a nafs. That's what you have to care about. Sister Akida, believe me, this life is nothing to the next life, is nothing. It's just a dream. And that's what God wants you to do. You just live a life that's prescribed to you by God. You establish the religion on earth, and that which is lead to establishing justice. Okay, but when you pass and you give it to the next generation, it has to be in a way that God has prescribed to be. But when you leave, when you come to God, God will not going to look into your genetics, into your DNA, whether you are male or female. It's about what you've done in earth here. So that's why I
get
don't
all
care
of that.
about.
I'm also understanding that there is a task. There is something your soul, your essence came here to achieve.
Absolutely. To
achieve.
achieve.
And I think if more of us focused on the fact that the number of words we're even going to be allowed to speak in this world is measured, I think we'd be a lot more careful. Like, I'm learning this, and maybe it comes with age. You know, they say with age comes maturity. But understanding that there's something for us to do. I'm even wondering whether or not I should be engaging more. The more I feel like the need to retreat, maybe that's when I need to come out a little bit more. But there are truths that I think everybody knows. That everybody knows, like deep, 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 deep down. They know the truth. Maybe they're afraid to speak it. Maybe they're afraid to live it. And
Sorry for interrupting.
No, don't worry.
The reason why you are here on earth is basically for one thing: to establish the divine standard of God that He has prescribed to you. You had made a covenant with God before you came to earth, before you come to this life. You came to this before you coming. You had a covenant that's called that's the divine covenant with God. God didn't drop you here because of original sin. No, He gave you a covenant, and this covenant, when you come to earth, you have to put His standard, okay, on earth, and work according to His standard, okay, and after that, you basically will return back to Him. So you are here for a purpose, and that is the purpose. Forget about your DNA, forget about your gene, forget about anything. That doesn't care how you sex. The thing is that you establish the standard of God, and on earth, and they will return back to him. That's it. That's the whole thing. But if you actually haven't done that, you will see what's happening right now. Injustices, destruction, spiritual deprivations. Religion is becoming like a kind of race issue. Business. Okay, you go to America and you watch those mega churches, big like mega malls. Okay, you go actually to the Muslim countries becoming like making Umrah is like a big business. It's a franchise business, almost like a Disneyland. There, it's not really supposed to be that way. All right. So also when you go to Europe, the Wailing Wall, you don't see anything but like as you saw, people are pushing you, and this Jewish soldier came to you said, "Oh, considering you to be a Christian evangelist, go on worship. We'll give you the water of Jesus Christ." This is all business. It's all business. It's not about the spirituality anymore. And these states, these entities, will set division among humanity. Okay, these states want to use the religion for one purpose. I'm sorry, for many purposes. One of them is spiritual vampirism.
And control.
That's what exactly, and control. That's all. I'm sorry, but states are made to serve us, okay, and protect our human rights, God's given rights. These are the two roles of the states. You need to serve one thing, not the state, but God. You create the state. You are sovereign over the state. You always bow to the one who made you. That's it. That's the only thing. Not a state, not the financial system, not an organization, nothing. These come from you as a person, as an individual. Only you have one Lord, one Master. That is the God who created you. The state shouldn't be sovereign over you. You are sovereign over the state. You are the sovereign citizen. You are the sovereign over the things that you create, you made.
I'm gonna try and remember that. Thank you.
No problem. No problem. Pleasure.
Yep. Yahweh is mashallah is very talkative.
He speaks from his spirit. You stop it.
He's got a lot of data. He's got a mashallah that even though no matter what they say about you, Yahweh on the other rooms, right? I know you got a good heart, brother. And you got a lot of stuff that you can talk about, a lot of data, whatnot, right? Oh yeah, and yep, Nicole, I actually allowed people, mental retards like Bruce on the stage, just to expose him and bash him, slap him, intellectually if I can. And sometimes I have to throw him off the stage, and I do this. And if anybody else, and I never heard that Chloe or G or or CA or anybody come on up. You guys welcome to come on up and join. Because the more voices we have, the better it is. And we have Akida here. Akida is on our side. But Akida, when you talk to these people that actually support Israel, whatever, do you think there's a future here for Israel? I mean,
the interesting thing is, what is Israel? Israel existed long before 1948. We didn't need a state. Let's just be honest, to be Jews. We've been Jews for centuries, and we've lived peacefully with our neighbors. It's kind of crazy to me that the state of Israel is supported so much by Christian evangelicals and not the individuals that the Torah tells us that we can stand in alignment with. Our Torah says we can pray with Muslims, we can share a masjid, we can do all of that. It says we are forbidden to enter a church. We are forbidden to stand in alignment with Christians because they represent idolatry. And look at us, Benafo, who literally turned upside down. It should tell any Jew, wait a minute, why are Christian evangelicals supporting this quote-unquote war with Palestinians, with Muslims? Why aren't we looking at that and saying that might be a I don't know about the state because I'm a Jew. I know about who we are in the land and what happens within the land if we are not those people. I know that Prophet Amos, I know that in Obadiah, I know that the Torah tells us that we must create a house for all people. We are not allowed to take the land because the land doesn't belong to us. It belongs to God. I don't know how I could be raised with that type of ideology and be okay with people behaving like bloodthirsty animals, killing in the name of God. Like, all of these things are foreign to me, Amir. To me, they're the most antithetical to Torah things any people could do.
So, sorry to interject. What do you think is the right solution, Akida? I mean, you have family over there. You lived over there. You checked out the place and whatnot.
I think there has to be. I think there definitely has to be an overhaul. I think, and I think it's happening. You know, like, I don't want to say rely on God alone, but I know that Hashem is in the details. There's no doubt. It's only God that would allow this much exposure to things today that were never exposed before. There were people who once supported the state of Israel blindly, and now they're seeing that everything that they thought really never was. I think that there's going to be a reckoning, and very soon. I just hope we don't destroy each other in the process. I think the truth is going to be seen. And there's an African proverb that truth is like pregnancy. Give it time. It will show itself. I don't believe that. I mean, like, I want you to really, really look at the world today. Look at what's happening in the United States with Trump and a cabinet full of sexually assaulting men. And pedophiles. Look what's happening in the United States. We have a 35-count felon who's about to take office. If this isn't God, what is? Like, it's right in front of us. Like, oh, they were always criminals, but it wasn't public. Now, every other day we hear about another congressman, another senator, another assemblyman with a sex charge. Like, just pure depravity. Netanyahu has just had just as many charges that he was convicted of last term. You don't have to call him a war criminal now. He was a criminal long ago. All of these world leaders are being exposed for their criminality. I think that's by design. It can only stand for so long. This feels like a Pharaoh moment.
What do you think is the end goal?
The end goal of who?
Normally they all work together, right? So exposing them, it would not normally serve them. Because at the end of the day, like, the ruling class is ruling all over us, right? So I'm just wondering, like, of course it's a good thing to have them exposed, but at the same time, why is this happening? Because if they want it, they can control it, right?
True, but I think that there are some of us, Am Israel, the Ummah, who I think there are people within these numbers that needed to see it for themselves. But remember, most of these individuals have preyed on the people's ignorance.
Yeah.
If you can, people were like, wow, Harris only got 40-something percent. You know what I focused on? The 52% that blindly, like sheep to slaughter, followed Trump. And you know who else I'm looking at? the individuals who never noticed that Biden's entire administration for years has supported atrocities around the world. It's not one political party over another, right? It's one big giant bird with two wings that serve the same purpose, to let shit fly. It's not. We need to wake up. It's not them. It's not the leadership. It's not the Trumps. It's not the Netanyahus. It's not the Macron. It's not them. It's us. We needed the wake up call. We needed to be clear. We needed to know. It's interesting when we learn in Tanakh and Torah that the children of Israel were enslaved in Egypt. The story says that Moses, you guys would call him Musa, went and came. So the question is, well, if he could go in and out of Egypt so easily, why couldn't the children of Israel? And the answer is that they were more mentally enslaved than they were physically enslaved. Like, they could have gotten up and left too. They could have done the right thing as well. But because they had lived under Egypt for so long, I shouldn't even say Egypt, because they had lived under Pharaoh for so long and they believed that he was God, that belief paralyzed them. There's nothing stopping Israelis marching in the street right now from toppling Netanyahu any more than there's anything here in the United States keeping us from turning over Trump, Biden, or anybody else. Supposedly this is government for the people, by the people, right? But we're blinded by our own belief in men. And maybe this is God's way of showing us that men are just as fallible as anybody else. Where on earth would you imagine, when on earth would you imagine that the richest man in the world would be standing next to the President of the United States and deciding our fate? Greed, money, power, depravity. I'll agree with the Christians on this one. This does feel like end of the world type stuff. Tsunamis and, all kinds of craziness happening in the environment, and they're still going. They're still going. We need more money. We need more power. This is frightening. But it may take God himself to change things. It's not like it hasn't happened in the past. Men get beside themselves believing that they're God and that they're the creator of man. And then God steps in and says, okay, not the fire next time, the fire this time. Let me show you who's God. Let me show you who's all powerful. People are calling on, we can't wait for the Messiah to come. Another arrogant statement. Pray for a better day. Pray for our prophets to prophesy. Pray for a Mehdi, a Messiah. But be wary. Be wary. Because when judgment comes, you're not guaranteed to be on the side of the righteous. There are things about all of us that need to be corrected that we're not seeing, evidenced by the world around us. Would you agree?
Yeah. It's a kind of like end of times traits, right?
Absolutely.
And I heard when the Antichrist arrives, like a lot of people will even fall for him, be like super nice. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, a lot of people fall for it.
What would make Muslims stand on a stage knowing that 42,000 Muslims are crying to them from the grave? What would that make them stand up and support their enemies?
I forgot to tell you, Kita. So there was a separate study done. So it's not actually 42. It's the numbers actually have gone up to more than 100 to 150,000.
Oh my God!
Because they've used bunker buster bombs. Now these are special type of bombs. Hey, what's up, Mango? these are special type of bombs when you throw it. And there was a report that they have used these illegal bombs. They're illegal according to the international law. And when you throw these bombs at a building or whatever, your body evaporates within a vicinity of, I believe, 10 meters or 20 meters or whatever. So whoever's sitting there, so if there's no body, there's no body count. You see what I'm saying? And there was an independent study done in Gaza from somebody. I think Brother Fayaz can tell you more about it, right, Brother?
Lancet.
Are you there, Brother Fayaz?
The Lancet.
Yes,
investigation.
Lancet. Yeah. Go ahead, Lee. Share the details.
Yeah, it was. This was like 6 months ago. Lancet, their medical journal, I think based in the UK, um, and they estimated like 180,000. This was 6 months ago, and this was not just those that died from bullets and airstrikes, but also those that died from their health conditions like heart conditions, diabetes, people that need dialysis, um, blood transfusions, all of this stuff that aren't able to get medical care, that died from that.
Yeah, Lancet is, Lancet is one of the best or the most reputed medical journals, and they did this study and they came up with a report. Of course, they said it's an estimation based on the reports that were available, and they said that it's about 186,000, including those who are caught under the rubble and those who have been dying of starvation and lack of medicines and medical help and so on. So, but recently there was another American U.S. war expert called Mark Garlasco. Mark Garlasco estimates that it's much more, it's probably close to about 200,000 at this point in time. People are dead because they estimate, he estimated it on the basis of the total amount of bombs that were dropped. 70% of the 85,000 tons of bombs that were dropped up until the end of August were bunker buster bombs, and these bunker buster bombs have a impact area of about 56 soccer fields. That means you drop one bomb, it has an effect of up to a radius of 56 soccer fields. And he says that it is not possible for people to live in those areas. If even if the bombs had been dropped and they had not died, the injuries that they will cause, they need immediate medical attention. If they are not attended to, they get gangrene and they have to die really painful deaths. So lot of ways of killing has been adopted by Israel, and so he estimated that it's probably about 200,000. But I mean, nobody knows exactly what it is, but we can see that what is happening over there is really devastating, really horrific.
So what is the point of a ceasefire then? What is all this conversation about ceasefires?
No, the ceasefire
There's
discussion
nothing
is one.
left.
There's nothing. Honestly, there is nothing left in Gaza. The reason the reason they are demanding, Israel is demanding a ceasefire, like yesterday or day before, Netanyahu said that we are ready to give a ceasefire till the time to allow the hostages to come out and be handed over to us. Once they are handed over, we are going to resume the killing and the bombings. So what's the point of a ceasefire? You are right. There's no point in having a ceasefire. They literally want to kill the people. They are forcing them. In northern Gaza, nobody knows. There is no independent media allowed into northern Gaza. All the information is given by the IDF, and northern Gaza has about 3 to 400,000 Palestinians, out of which all the men have been rounded up and they have been taken to unknown places, and they just label them as terrorists and bomb them and kill them. So all the women, old men and children have been told to go away
from northern Gaza because they said northern Gaza is no longer safe. You have to leave. So they literally, ethnically cleansed northern Gaza. But nobody knows till date what's happening with those people because there is very little information that is coming out of there. A few doctors reach out to them. Some of the UN personnel are trying to reach to them, but then Israel is blocking them, and so on. Yeah. It's really horrific. If you start looking into the details of what is happening to these people, honestly, it's real torture. It's real torture. And we have heard some of the Zionists say that how can if Israel wanted to kill them, they would have killed them in 24 hours of 48 hours. It is true. I think what Israel is trying to do is literally starve them to death and deny them medical help to death.
Yeah.
That way they
Did
are
you see
trying.
what Smotrich said? He said it's possible to reduce the population of Gaza to half within 2 years.
Yeah, that's the one I opened a room on. Remember yesterday?
Yeah, yeah. So, they have some sinister plans that they want to implement. Northern Gaza, they want to annex for sure. And, the rest of Gazans, they want them to leave the whole Gaza Strip.
There were organizations that were here in the United States. This line is so bad. There were people here doing real estate presentations for seaside properties, like talking about selling them and talking about investment opportunities. This is not Yahadut. This is not Judaism. This has nothing to do with self-defense. This has to do with greed and inhumanity.
Yeah, the most shocking and disturbing thing is they're not even letting in pain medication into the Gaza Strip, no anesthesia. So a lot of these surgeries
Is there anybody still in the Gaza Strip? Are there people there?
Yeah. There's videos that's trickling out daily, but just that Gaza has amputated children in the world, and Gaza is not even a country; it's a small, city-state of 2 million people, but it has the highest number of amputated children. Children, you can see these pictures. It's real crazy, and imagine all of these children are getting amputated without anesthesia. This is like
what is being implemented now. This was the plan devised by one of the IDF generals. His name is Giora Island. And the Giora Island devised a plan in 2017. Much before October 7th even happened. He said he had put this plan and presented to the then government, which was again Netanyahu's government, and this plan was supposed to, annihilate Palestinians by way of starvation, by way of refusing medical aid, by way of forcefully spreading diseases among the communities of Gaza and West Bank. And this plan was actually in 2017. This got leaked. This plan got leaked in the world media, and there was a huge hue and cry about it. Of course, there was no war. The real traditional war wasn't there, so nothing happened. But then the latest news was about 3 months ago that this Giora Islands, it's called the General's Plan. IDF General created this plan, so they call it as a General's Plan. There was rumor that the General's Plan is being now was accepted by Netanyahu, and they are implementing it in northern Gaza. Of course, Israel will deny it, but the facts that we get to see, that we get to hear, they point otherwise. It looks like the general's plan to starve the population, to refuse medical aid, to make it literally hell for them to even live or to leave. Both are difficult for them right now because there is nowhere that these people from northern Gaza can go. they have to walk, hundreds of kilometers to reach the other side. They have no transport. Even if they had transport, there are no roads. All the roads have been destroyed by Israel, and there is no food. Food has been refused to them. So they are supposed to walk to the other side, which is basically Rafah from the northern side, and they cannot because they don't have strength in their bodies. They have diseases. They don't have food. They don't get water. Literally. And just imagine the whole world is doing nothing about it. Nothing about it. They are not even bothered to see what is happening with them. 300,000 people or 400,000 people, most of them women and children and old people and pregnant women and so on. Cannot one country in this fucking world look into it and say, no, we want to know what has happened to them? There are there are many ways of finding out what is happening to them. Nobody is finding it out. You cannot even get to read it in the media because the media is not allowed.
They say that you will know Jews, or our teachers teach us that you will know Jews by 3 attributes: that we are Rahmanim, Baishanim, Begomle Hasadim, that we are merciful, that we are humble, and we are engaged in acts of loving kindness. Sorry, not sorry. What you just spoke to is not of Torah. It's not, and it's kind of crazy that the individuals who are Torah observant and who are speaking out about it, those individuals are being called fanatics, but not the people responsible for hundreds of thousands of lives lost.
Akida, I was wondering, do you follow Talmud as well?
You know what? It's almost like asking. There's no such thing as following Talmud. Let me say it that way. And the only way that I can explain it to you is by saying that you, even though you read the Quran, you live a Muslim life, right? Everything about your lifestyle, your culture is not found in the Quran. You would have to actually speak to other Muslims. You would have to look at the legacy that you received from your father and him for him, etc. The Talmud is conversation. The Talmud is almost like somebody sitting with a recorder looking at the conversations, the halachic discourse, the Torah law, and the conversations around it. The Talmud is not meant to be studied outside of context. It's not meant to be studied away from Jews who can explain it. And unfortunately, what's happened is that people have written things down like the Bible. People will be like, Kida, do you follow the Bible? And I'm like, no, I live Torah, which means that I do and read and live according to what my father taught me. And all of that could not possibly be put in one book or on a page. Are there things written in Talmud that are extremely controversial? Absolutely. But I think a lot of those things are read out of context, and I would be one to revisit each and every piece for greater understanding. But like the parts where I think it talks about Yeshu burning in excrement and all the rest of that stuff, I have yet to sit down with my father and brother or brother-in-laws to revisit some of that stuff because, sadly, even though I attended a Jewish school all my life, those weren't the things that they taught us. Those weren't the things that they shared with us. Like, we didn't sit and learn those parts. So I myself have to revisit them. But is that the reason why you're asking me the question about the Talmud?
No, because what I don't know. I was just wondering because I heard that some people they follow the Talmud. I mean, a lot of them, especially people that are from Israel, they follow Talmud. But I think Orthodox Jews, I think they don't really follow Talmud. They look at the Torah, right, or something.
Well, Talmud is considered oral tradition.
No, it's just but it's opinions, right, from the scholars, from the rabbis.
Yeah, and some of them are extremely controversial. Meaning, Here, we just had in the Torah portion, I think a week ago or 2 weeks ago, where it said that, where the Torah says that when Abraham went into certain places that he traveled, that he hid his wife Sarah. And he said, you know, I'm going to hide you. Tell them that you're my sister, not my wife, lest they kill me. So that's what was written. Now, the commentary on that from Rashi, a French white supremacist, is that, oh, the reason why he said that he had to hide his wife in Egypt is because they were black and ugly. The Torah didn't say that. He said that. And yet, people take that as gospel. I say that to say that there's 1,001 people who can take God's word and give all the commentary they want on it. Torah is what remains true. People's commentary is just that, commentary. And it has to be taken in context. I need to know who you are before I even know what you're going to teach me. Does that make sense?
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, thank you.
I'm getting ready to start baking my challah for Shabbat, the bread we use for Shabbat. My mom, of blessed memory, has shown me 1,001 times how to make her bread. But nobody could ever hand me a written down recipe and say, this is how you prepare bread for your family. Nobody could ever take everything that my mother gave me and put it on a page. It's impossible. I know what I lived. I know what I saw. I know how many tears went into her bread. I know how many times she said, we only knock down the bread so that they can rise up again. To me, Torah is watching my mother. To me, Torah is looking at the fact that bread, when you bake it, uses a different measurement every time. Sometimes a little bit more flour, a little bit less water. Our cultures don't allow for our way of life to be confined to a book. It's bigger than that. So anybody tells you that they learn or live under the Talmud, they're lying. Anybody who tells you that they're reading the Bible and now they know how to be a Jew, they're preaching falsehood. Look at what they live. Look at what their parents taught them. Look what their grandparents taught them before that. That'll tell you who people are. At least as Jews. Another good example, you want to hear this? Song of Songs. I think I have the page, a screenshot of it. Song of Songs in Hebrew says, I am black and I am beautiful. I'm dark and I'm beautiful. Do you know how Ashkenazim translated that? I am black with sin, yet I am beautiful.
So
see how that goes?
What do you do with that? I mean, do you reject his interpretation?
I read the Torah. The Torah didn't say that. He said that.
Oh.
So I've learned long ago to separate man from Hashem, from the will of God. Men are going to be men. Humans are going to be human. Not always humane, but human, fallible. I tell people, try and study the Quran, try and study the Torah in its original language. And once you learn the nuances of those languages, you'll better understand the words of the prophets.
Is Song of Solomon?
Yes.
Is it the same?
Mm-hmm.
What is that line? Can you read that again?
I think it's Let me look for it.
You know, the Song of Solomon, actually, some scholars, they say this is where Prophet Muhammad is mentioned.
Let me look for it. It's scary. This is what he was talking about, how religion is religion, spirituality is spirituality, but people are using the word of God as though it's theirs. Yeah, it's chapter 1, verse 5.
Yeah, can you read it in Hebrew?
Okay, hold on for me 1 minute. Let me find it. I'm going to take a screenshot of what I saw. Wait, let me grab it off the shelf. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Well, we got the truce that's broken. I mean, by the idea, according to the Lebanon military, and we got the hostages' families are demanding Gaza deal because of the Lebanese truce, but unfortunately, truce is not holding. They're not holding up to the ceasefire agreement. I mean, these Zionist entities full of criminals.
Did you guys? I was watching a clip of Senator Lindsey Graham. Senator Lindsey Graham, I think, is from South Carolina, and I mean, I cannot believe what he is saying. He says that the ICC was created by the US, UK, and so on for the other people, for countries like Russia, Sudan, and many other countries, African countries. ICC was not set up for UK, for USA, Germany, or Israel. Therefore, we cannot accept what ICC is doing. If ICC does not, resign its order to arrest Netanyahu, we are going to destroy ICC. We are going to go after the people who issued these arrest warrants. We are going to go after their families, and we will make sure that the ICC does not exist. I don't know how somebody can say that.
He's telling
It's the truth. It's the truth. I know, but he's being very open about it. They are not even hiding anything about it.
There was an analysis. I forgot who said it. I think the Russians or the Iranians. I think it was the Iranians. They said this guy Lindsey Graham. He's not a career politician. So when he talks, he just talks bluntly, like whatever is on the top of his head. So he's like, when he's talking about the ICC, it wasn't created for, these Western Europeans, white Europeans. It's for everybody else to punish all the other governments.
Yeah, it was created for all the other governments, I agree. But it was created for the world. I mean, of course, they did not expect it to be used against themselves. So now that they are at the receiving end.
That there is a hidden message to it, right? So
yeah,
I guess it means these institutions belong to Israel, UK, America, right?
Yes. That's what it means. That we are untouchable. We cannot touch us. We are above everything.
Yeah.
So that's what it means. Yes. It's purely white supremacism. It's nothing else.
And it becomes more and more visible, not just in this area, but like even day-to-day lives.
In fact,
or maybe I'm just getting older, but
No. I'm much older than you, and I'm getting shocked every day. Every day I open the news, I get more shocked than yesterday.
Even what I'm hearing, also apparently even if you, this is London, even if you want to go into journalism as let's say a news reporter, I don't know how it's in India, but probably the same, and in the US and Canada, but in London you need to have it's basically nepotism. Otherwise, you won't get that traction or like that kind of work.
Sure. It is everywhere.
And even judges, lawyers, same. It looks like if you don't have that connection, which is a lot harder for migrants in the UK or migrants in the US, right? Because they didn't have those generations that people just know each other, and it just makes it difficult to reach these positions, and maybe they're also gate kept, you know.
You don't know, Mango. In India, there was a study done recently, about 6 months back, and the study found, I think not 6 months, longer than that. That study found that all the judges of the Supreme Court, 80% of the judges of the Supreme Court belong to one particular community. In India we have caste system, so they belong to 80% of the judges. Since the day the Supreme Court was formed, they belong to one particular caste. That is number one. And number two, and these judges come from 400 families. We are a population of I don't know how many million. I don't know, 1.8 billion, I think. I'm not sure how many. And only 400 families have been supplying the judges to the Supreme Court. Imagine. So there's a lot of nepotism. These are all inbuilt. These are all systemic. So this is not just in UK. It's also in India. And you don't know. I mean, there are things that you will not be able to hear because you're living in the West, and I mean, there are really certain things that are shocking. But last week I saw, when the arrest warrants were issued against Netanyahu, Washington Post headline was that ICC should focus on Russia, Sudan, and Myanmar and other places. They shouldn't be focusing, diverting their attention to Israel. This will take away from their actual job. This was the, gist of what Washington Post wrote. So they're no longer hiding anything now because they cannot hide anything. They cannot hide their superiority behind anything now. It all has to come out now.
I think they also want it to come out.
Maybe.
For the brother who asked me to read it in Hebrew, I have it now, and I put the English white supremacist translation on my PTR.
Yeah, I think it's Solomon, Songs of Solomon 5. Can you read that one?
Yeah. שחורה אני ונאווה בנות ירושלים כאהלי קדר כהות שלמה. And shachar, I think, is shachor also in black in Arabic, right? How do you say black?
Aswad or Asmar.
So it's different then. I know there are a lot of words in Arabic that are similar to words in Hebrew, but shahor is the word for black. Shahorim, blacks. But no two ways about it. Shora ani v'na'ava means black am I and beautiful, not black with sin. As a matter of fact, I think it says on the other side that in my PTR, if you turn it to the left, it says, though I am black with sin, I am comely with virtue. Have you ever?
I think, hold on, I'm trying to find this one. Song of Solomon 5.
Song of Songs 1:5.
Yeah, this is the one you read, but the one I was talking about is Songs of Solomon 5.
Oh, 5.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant 1:5. 5 verse what?
First, start at 10.
5:10.
Yeah, and then read towards till the end, if you can.
Hold on 1 second. 5. Dodit Sach Va'adom. Is that what you're looking for? Dodit Sach Va'adom Dagul Mervava Rosho Ketem Paz Kvutzotav Taltalim Shchorot Ka'orev. Want me to keep going?
Yeah, till
בושם, מגדולות, מלקחים, שפתותיו שושנים, נוטפות מור עובר.
I think it's like two more.
ידיו גלילי זהב ממולאים בתרשיש מאב, אשת שן מאולפת ספירים, שוקיו עמודי שש. So I don't have my glasses, y'all. מיוסדים על אדני פז, מראהו כלבנון, בחור כארזים, חיכו ממתקים וכולו, מחמדים זה דודי וזה ראי בנות ירושלים.
Right there. So the 516, Hiko Mamtakim Wakilo Muhammadim. Am I saying that right?
ממתקים וכולו, yes, מחמדים.
Yeah, what does that mean?
ממתקים are sweets. Let me see. You said Tetvav. Which one did you say for me to go to? 15 or 16?
516.
16. The words of his mouth are sweet, and he is a delight.
Yeah, the translation here, in Hebrew, it says Hiko Mamtakim Wakilo Muhammadim. Like Muhammadim, like that word right there. The Muslims have said this is Muhammad mentioned in the scriptures, but the translation they translate it to his mouth most sweet, and yes, he is altogether lovely. So, but I'm trying to figure out what is.
Do you guys say Hamud also? I think you do. What is the word for cute or like a sweet? Like when you say a kid is cute. I've heard Muslims say Hamud. Is there a word?
No, Hamud is the like basically if you want to like a nickname for Muhammad or like a yeah, they'll say like Hamud, or a nickname for Mahmoud, they'll say Hamud.
Got it. So Hemda.
One second.
Grace. Hamud is what we call, like if a little boy comes in, is a Hamud, what a sweetie he is. Like what a sweet child. It's a term of endearment for us.
Yeah, I mean, Lee. I've realized there's some Muslims trying to put the word Muhammad in the Bible.
Yeah, but I don't think that was right, because that would be with the hate.
Yeah, I know.
Not a
don't
hate.
believe. Yeah, I don't want to go through Christians' way, like putting out some verses and try to say that this is referring to Jesus Christ. But I know very well.
No. But the referring to, right? You can interpret, but this is like the word Muhammadim, right?
Yeah, Lee. I mean, I understand what you mean. I'm not refuting what you're saying, but I say this is not my approach, and I don't use it.
Right, and we don't spell Muhammad with that way either. Like we have written out.
I understand, but the thing is, what I'm trying to say, I mean, is that when the Christians come and say, "Oh, Jesus was mentioned as Emmanuel," and it's
okay, now I understand.
Okay, and when actually it's also kept saying like, "Oh, Jesus is in Isaiah 53," and all of that. I mean, I don't like to get this approach, Lee. When I talked with the Jews and the Christians regarding the Bible, I go from Genesis. This is Genesis for me, which is very important. Genesis 17, which is the millah, which is the covenant. Okay, where we should go. And
when you say the milah, you mean like Brit milah, circumcision?
No, well, I call about the covenants. That's in Genesis chapter 17. The covenants being given to Abraham and all his descendants. And actually, the sign of the covenant is a circumcision. From here, we start having to see exactly who is included and who is not included. But the problem is this: I'm seeing some Muslims are playing the same tricks as the Christians.
Yeah, but it's not a trick. It's about I'm talking about you're talking about interpretation. You're talking about interpretation, but I'm saying like, some people they see this like the name itself, like let's say Akida, right? Let's say if Akida is a different word of a different written form of Akida, if it says like Akida Im or something like that, you know. But
My
you're
name is
talking about
both Hebrew
interpretation.
and Arabic. The Akeda is the way you call.
This is Aqida.
No, like when my father is trying to be funny, he calls me Al Qaeda. But at the end of my dad speaks Arabic, by the way. My name is the binding of Isaac, and some people say that it wasn't Isaac. They say that it was Ishmael. But the Akeda is the binding. Is what took place with Abraham on the mountain when he was told to offer up his son.
Yeah, Aqida is
That is
binding.
the occasion.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
also the same. We call it Aqida, not Aqida. Aqida, which is binding.
So we
Together.
have Lee give you guys 5 minutes to if you guys are talking about religion, whatever, then I'm gonna have to open another room later today because I have to hit the bed.
I understand.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. But yeah, I was basically just trying to get like how how the Hebrews read that verse and how do they interpret it.
I got you.
Yeah.
No, but that's not my approach. I never use this approach at all.
Yeah, that's not your approach.
Why don't you use that approach? Why? What's wrong with you?
Each person has their own
Did you
approach.
brush your teeth? Did you brush your teeth?
I did brush it.
Brother, do you drink tea before you debate on these topics?
No, I did.
You guys are so funny.
I'm doing it in English way.
What's your approach for brushing your teeth? Yeah,
Do
like
you
start
do
from
you
the top
eat?
or from the bottom?
Yeah.
Oh, well, my approach is basically the same as what being told in the prophet's way.
Do you eat your breakfast with a spoon or fork or knife, or how do you do it? What do you eat your breakfast?
Within the swap, bro. There's nothing swap. There's a ma'joon. I mean, so-called toothpaste. It's called ma'joon. It's called swap. Very nice. It's organic, and they use herbs.
And I'm talking about your breakfast.
Oh, breakfast. I use bacon.
Well, you use halal bacon? Halal bacon?
Halal bacon. This halal. It's not actually bacon. It's actually sausages, homemade. What else? Sometimes I take cornflakes and orange juice, and then finish it off with a cup of tea, nice cup of tea, and biscuits. That's called English breakfast.
Do you run downstairs to make the breakfast, or do you?
No,
Where is this going?
I live in no, let him out. That is very good. That's very good question. No, I live in a bungalow, two rooms. We don't have two stairs. We only like it's a one flat, and it's a nice, very open, not space.
Where are you living now? Yeah.
I live nearby Oxford. Place called
Okay.
Next to Queen's house.
No, that's my next step. I'm gonna be next to the king, which is Windsor. I'm gonna stay in Windsor.
Buckingham Palace.
I'm actually trying to buy that place as well. I'm a rich Arab sheikh, so I'm just trying to give like if they can give allow me to buy the Buckingham Palace. So we all can have a party there and come together and make a party in that nice place, which is gonna be my property as well.
Lee, are you there? Did they open the border again to Egypt or no?
Say it again.
Did they open the border to Egypt?
No.
Okay, so It says, according to the Times of Israel, it says increasingly flexible Hamas said open to temporary IDF presence at Gaza Egypt border. So as long moribund ceasefire talks ramp up, New York Times said terror group may give up more demands after reality started to sink in following Sinwar's death and truce in Lebanon. I don't know.
You know, ask me questions about what's my approach in a nutshell, in a seconds.
Sure. You could say your approach, and I think I'm going to end it afterwards. Go on, brother.
In a nutshell, I don't cross read the books. I don't cross and read between the Quran and the Bible. The same way I don't cross between the Quran and the Red Feed. For me, if I want to study the Quran, it's just the Quran itself. And I want to do about the Bible, I study the Bible without attaching it to anything else. It's the same thing for any other scriptures. You're trying to cross link that, now you're going to do a destruction. The things about the New Testament, the Old Testament, what the Christian call the Old Testament, what the Jews call the Tanakh, is that the Christian try to cross link. This is the problem. We treat every scripture separately. And that's what I do.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, like something that's gonna be significant to someone, it's not gonna be significant to the other person. It's like if you ask somebody what's your favorite, you know, surah in the Quran, you know, if this person is like a true reader that read every, you know, chapter of the Quran, they're gonna give you different answers. But if they didn't read much of it, then they'll say like, oh, Al-Fatiha or Qul Huwallahu Ahad or something simple like that, you know. But each person, the reason, like a lot of people, the reason they, you know, are open to Islam or something like that, it can be something completely different. Not even what you told them about or what you discussed. You know, they're gonna be like, oh, I like it because of this. I heard of this story, or you know, I heard of this hadith, or I met this person, or you know, this person said this to me. You know, today, this morning, somebody messaged me. They were like, hey, bro, I want to let you know that I took my shahada. And it's like the reason is because of the disciplinary practice and the community, you know. And I didn't even talk to him that much about Islam, just a little bit here and there, a couple years ago. So each person, like even if you have your approach or whatever, it doesn't guarantee that this is what's gonna relate to them. You know what I mean? It could be something completely different.
Alright, it's about that time. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for coming. And inshallah, I'm going to open another room in the next maybe 6 or 7 hours. Alright. It was nice talking to you guys. Follow the house. And we'll reconnect again, inshallah, in the next
Good night, Amir.
Good night. Yes, brother. Yes, I have to brush my teeth and then go to sleep. Take care,
Try
guys.
English breakfast. Okay, no problem. Try English breakfast in the morning.
Sure. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Sonic.
It's between 3 and 5, between 2 and 5 years. Most
How
people
long, do you
just
want,
stay.
how long do you think you're going to keep doing this for? Until you want to settle down in one place.
Yeah. No, that's a good question because I'm 69 years old and she's 66. So and actually, retirement age for foreign service is 75. Yeah, there you go. It's 75, so she can keep going. So I think what we're going to do.